610 HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Damn Blue Jays, man. Damn Blue Jays last night. Really was hoping to come in today and dance on the Yankees' grave. Not meant to be last night. If you missed it, you might have done what I did, which is doze off with the Blue Jays up 6-1. But and then I woke up on the couch and it was 6-6, and I'm like, okay, well, a lot of stuff happened while I was
good. This will
sleeping.
be it'll be a moment for Yankees fans to reflect on in the offseason. Like, hey, remember that time when we staved off elimination?
Yeah.
We staved off a sweep. Remember that one glorious moment where Aaron Judge did something good in the postseason? Boy, we almost had a chance in the ALDS. That was where does that go up? Did they get a pennant for that in the new Yankee Stadium?
That's a good question. I don't know. Like, it's been largely failure in the new Yankee Stadium, so they may celebrate things like staving off elimination, staving off a sweep in the ALDS. Now we're sitting here talking tough, but it is Schlittler tonight going against a bullpen game for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Which is the perfect time for the Yankees to falter and foul.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yep, good point.
I don't know if the Yankees can keep up whatever their sign-stealing scheme is that they used last night, that they employed last night.
9 runs.
If the Blue Jays figure it out,
Yep.
however the Yankees are electronically stealing signs, and maybe they're done for.
Man, an early Vladdy home run and 6-1 lead. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. This is going to be great. And not to be, but that's okay. So we get more baseball tonight. It's all good. And Seattle wins yesterday. Yesterday was a really crappy day baseball-wise. But that's what retribution. How you doing this morning on Caserio Day, my friend?
I'm good. Actually got some yesterday when Caserio said that Mixon had made progress. I actually allowed myself to feel feelings about Joe Mixon. He was pretty much dead to me for the 2025 season.
Yeah.
I had just written him off. They're like, okay, we're moving forward with Mixon or with Chubb and with Woody Marks and a little dabble of British Brooks perhaps. Mm-hmm. And I was cool with that. And then Caserio had to just go ahead and open the door of hope.
Then all of a sudden the old girlfriend shows up, Joe Mixon.
Yeah, Joe Mixon is like, the old girlfriend got herself cleaned up, went to rehab and everything, and maybe she's actually gonna, maybe I should think about bringing her back into my polygamous situation.
So here's what Nick Cacerio met with the media yesterday. He's going to talk with us today at 7:30. So in about 90 minutes or so, we'll have the Texans Executive Vice President and GM live here on the air on Sports Radio 610. This was the cut from Nick yesterday that did get the most attention, both locally and nationally. An update of any sort on where Joe Mixon is at.
Yeah, I think probably over the next few weeks we'll probably have a better idea. He's making progress, so I wouldn't put a particular timetable on it. So I think over the next 3-4 weeks, probably get a little more information here, kind of see how he's progressing. But taking one day at a time. But I think once we kind of get to that period, probably have a better sense of which way it's going to go, for the duration of the year.
Okay, that made you hopeful.
That made me wonder if perhaps this is an Isaac Paredes type of situation where maybe whatever Mixon's injury is and however he sustained it, that maybe there was an option. This is pure speculation by me.
Sure.
Maybe there was an option for him to get surgery and not have a chance at this season at all, but he decided, no, I want to see if I can play it out and play this year. So that's what I'm hoping is the situation now, and that obviously there's still another big if there, which is, all right, is he successful in trying to play this season? So emotionally, I'm not as out on the possibility of him coming back.
Yeah, I still think he's done. It feels like that felt like to me like just kind of kicking the can down the road a little bit.
But if he was done, he'd be done. If he was 100% done and there was no chance, if they realized, he's got actually 3 torn ligaments or something, there's no chance of him coming back. There's no reason for them not to just slap him on the IR if he is indeed done.
I know. It might just be me. I'm being pessimistic about it, maybe overly pessimistic, I guess, based on what Nick just said right there. I'm not. That didn't increase my optimism at all. I get what you're saying, and a Paredes situation would be amazing. It's the absence of Mixon being anywhere. It's the fact that he feels like a ghost right now, not a real person for me. That's where I am on it, kind of.
Right. Yeah, so wherever he's off doing his rehab, or if he's wherever it is, that might be part of it too with the Texans. Where I don't know how much information they actually have. I have no clue.
Yeah, it's and it's contrasted by the fact that Tank Dell, who may or may not have an even, we know Tank, we know what Tank's injury was. We saw it happen on a football field. Yeah. Tank is standing there in the front row of the D'Amico victory speeches after games, in his
Tank's
sweatshirt.
Had an earpiece on during the games.
Yeah, and
he's
maybe
very much involved.
Yeah, and maybe subconsciously for me, the pessimist in this thing, maybe that's affecting it too. Like, well, here's a guy who has an injury that's he's not even supposed to recover from this injury this season. He's supposed to be back next year, and there he is, like a quasi-assistant coach with the earpiece in on the sideline.
Yeah, and that part of it, too, just makes me wonder exactly what Joe Mixon's – what his potential is for this season showing up, but then also for him being as checked out and involved as he is, what's his immediate – or what's his long-term future with the Texans?
Right.
And – how is he looking at it? I'd love to have him there to help work with Woody Marks and some of these young guys.
Yeah.
Especially in, all the pass protection issues the Texans are having that are communication-based. There's a lot that Joe Mixon could probably offer there. And if he feels like his rehab is better taken care of somewhere else, that's of primary importance. But the fact that he's not around the team at all is just kind of weird.
And I think he's not around the team. I don't know if we've got confirmation, and maybe that's something to ask Nick today when we get him on at 7:30.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. We'll definitely. Yeah. I don't expect to get an answer out of it because they basically just try to what?
Sure.
We'll ask him about it.
Yep. More from Nick Cacerio yesterday. This was one of Nick's better press conferences yesterday, I thought. This was Nick talking about Nick Cacerio, the offensive coordinator. How's he done so far this year? And he said there's been some ups and downs. Here's Nick Cacerio talking about it.
For sure, I think it's evolved. So anytime any of us are put in a position for the first time, you're going to have to deal with some ups and downs, and it's a learning process. So we've all been there. I've been there. Nick's going through it. You look around the league, there's a lot of coaches that go through that, but got a good attitude, taking the right approach. There's always a little bit of give and take, and, you want to try a little bit more of this, but maybe that's not the best thing for the team. Hey, maybe we're going to shift our focus a little bit here. So Nick's a smart guy. He's been around football for a long time, seen a lot of things. I think we've made some adjustments and modifications as we've gone. So we've talked about this. You probably figure out kind of what you have with your football team over the first 4 to 5 weeks. So, we have kind of 5 games in the bank here a little bit. So figure out what we're doing well, what are some of the things that we can build on. And Nick's done a really good job. He's had a good attitude, had a good approach, he's worked really well with the staff, communicates with D'Amico on a regular basis, communicates with the players, trying to figure out what's in their best interests, what makes them comfortable. Because in the end, it's about the players. So he's done a good job. Glad he's here.
I think Cacerio has made progress, especially in that part of figuring out what the players like, what the players don't like, or what they're good at, and how much they can handle right now. And some of the spacing issues that we saw with the wide receivers haven't been as bad the last couple of weeks. I wonder if they scaled back a little bit of some of the complexity of what they ask the receivers to do, especially your young guys when it comes to option routes where the ability to adjust his route based on the coverage he sees. That adds a whole lot of complexity to a situation real quick for CJ as well. So, and then in some of the things they're doing in the run game and the types of run plays they're calling, they may have changed things up a little bit, or I think they did change things up a little bit. The big question right now really is I'm pleased with the progress they made the last couple weeks. They're still making mental errors in pass protection and mental errors in the run game that are really, really going to hurt versus teams like the Seahawks. Yeah, how much can you clean that up? And I guess maybe that's why I'm a little happier about the bye week being where it is than a lot of other people, because I'm watching the game and yes, very much acknowledging the positive things that are happening versus these bad defenses, but there's some things they're getting away with that they won't get away with versus better defenses. And they gotta clean that up.
The extra, you see, it's almost like it's an extra week, not just to prepare for the Seahawks, but you got the Seahawks, the Niners. You just got to get better. Forget about who the opponent is. You just got to get better at certain things.
Yeah, it's like there's a storm coming, and you don't have all your storm shutters installed yet.
That's a good analogy, yeah.
Yeah, and they say, oh, hey, by the way, no, the storm's not arriving for an extra week. You get, okay, I've been given a reprieve by Mother Nature and the scheduling gods in the NFL. Okay, for somebody
like me who thought the bye week was an interruption of momentum, that was the best explanation I could have gotten. I am back. I am coming over to the side of bye week, good right now. Based on your storm shutter analogy, speak to me. I like that. That was good.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Yeah, they need a little extra time to get that. It'd be like in a movie. It'd be like in the Three Amigos. When they only had like 3 hours to get ready for El Guapo to come. That if they'd been given an extra day. They could have been even more
It is
resourceful.
true, like in life. Anytime all of a sudden you get an extra couple hours to accomplish something, it's like, oh, man, this is so nice.
It's so much extra time to just scroll TikTok and waste time.
Yeah,
and then realize, oh, wait, no, I've got the exact amount of time to,
Exactly.
Don't dilly-dally. Don't be scrolling TikTok while you could be getting ready for the Seahawks.
Nick Cacerio got asked about the offensive line yesterday. He got asked early in the press conference about the performance of the offensive line. And and he was, predictably, he kind of cited some guys that had done well and whatnot. I thought this was the more interesting answer to me when he was asked. I don't know which media member asked this, so I apologize because I couldn't hear the voice. But the decision, the way the question was framed, it was asked as if they were hell bent on going and finding journeyman offensive linemen, not that this was the situation that unfolded in a certain way. It was like,
why didn't you try to sign some of the marquee
higher ticket
linemen?
Guys? Right. And here was Nick Cacerio's answer to that.
Yeah, I think we have to be careful about making assumptions that there were players that we didn't have interest in. So, look, I'm on the phone during the course of March. We talked to everybody. So I would say we were interested in a lot more players, and maybe the picture's been painted. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So if you don't acquire a pivot to next option. So, I wouldn't say there's anything different in our approach. So, yeah, I'm not sure who those players are, who we're exactly talking about, what the perception is of who's a top tier player. So, I think kind of beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So, again, we've been interested in a lot of players. We've made attempts to acquire a number of players. Sometimes it works the way that you think it's going to work, and then you got to evaluate the market and figure out what makes the most sense. So, that's the approach that we've taken since we've been here, and it hasn't changed. And I think I'd be careful about just making an assumption of what our level of interest was or was not in certain players.
I think if there were a follow-up to that where they start listing players, well, what about Joe Thuney? What about this guy? What about that guy? Nick obviously wouldn't have talked about any of them specifically because he can't. But I think that's probably what whoever asked the question, and I think Texan fans listening to that answer were, I think the Chicago Bears and the Minnesota Vikings are the two that come to mind immediately that spent big on the offensive line. They got really good grades for how they addressed the offensive line because they got name brand gold standard products. The Texans, on the other hand, signed Jake Andrews off the street, signed Laken Tomlinson to a 1-year deal. I think it was a 1-year deal. It was a lower level deal. Traded for Ed Ingram. Now, the fact of the matter is a couple of those moves are working out okay right now. The Ed Ingram move is working out just fine. He's played very well for the Texans this year. Nick even alluded to the PFF grades without saying PFF.
He said rankings, so we don't know for sure. We'll get clarity on that today. He said the O-line rankings. He didn't say PFF.
No, he didn't. That's what I'm saying. He didn't say it, but it felt like that's what he was alluding to. Those are the only ones I know. And I think it's at center so far. Left guard is still an issue. It's, Juice Scruggs was starting in the last game, but he was the weak link in the offensive line in the last game. So, but that, just because this is what the solution ended up being doesn't mean that they only cast the net on those guys.
Yeah, I think the contracts that some of those guys got were pretty eye-popping.
Yes.
Jonah Jackson got $60 million or something, and that was a guy that had been benched last year. Yeah. So there's, maybe they were interested in him, but they didn't want to pay him that amount. And that, I guess that's a hazard of the offseason. Sometimes people start to think that the news that's reported about free agency interest is the only stuff.
The only deal they did.
Happened.
Like they woke up, signed Laken Tomlinson, and said, "Well, our work is done here."
Well, when the vast majority of news isn't actually reported or learned about. You know, Will Freeze, the guard that went to the Vikings, he might have talked to 10 different teams, but only one or two end up getting reported.
Yeah, and he got like $18 million a year. Like that's the fact of the matter is, the Texans are going to have some big contracts coming up here. Nick didn't talk about those at all. Yes, he was asked about CJ and Will's contracts, and that was about a 10-second answer. Like, it's week 5. We can't even sign them yet, even if we wanted to right now.
Yeah, so that's and I'll just keep coming back to this. I think the offensive line has made progress, but they still have a lot to prove versus better opponents. Yeah. These felt a little bit almost like, oh, okay, they're getting a preseason now. They can go out and they can work on some timing and everything. They'll make mistakes, but they can learn from it. And then when the actual NFL season starts in week 7 of the NFL season, then we'll see what we have with this offensive line.
And yet there's this chart that was on X yesterday. It has the Texans in the quadrants of the best offensive lines, where the horizontal axis, I say that all the time, axis, is the running back rush yards before contact, and the vertical axis is pressure rate allowed. And this is the rare chart where the lower right quadrant is the best one to be in. Usually it's the upper right. And there are the Texans with the Colts and the Lions and the Bills, the Jags, the Cowboys.
And then in that quadrant, they label that the best. They label it best offensive lines. Look, I've got a big old asterisk on that one because it is a good and positive development. The thing is, though, that part of why the Texans are right there they're using one metric to say, these are the best offensive lines in the run game. Okay, it's yards before contact, and really. A lot of that is the play selection that the Texans are using this year. Because they're doing a lot of plays where you're double teaming, you're at the line of scrimmage, and you're kind of creating a wall of people. It's harder for defensive lines to penetrate into that look. So it's not necessarily an indication that they're one of the best run blocking teams in the league. It's plays more often, and they're doing it a lot better than last year. And then in terms of the pressure rate allowed, a big part of that really has been the CJ getting rid of the ball quickly. Yeah. So they have improved over last year in a lot of regards, but I certainly wouldn't put them as one of the best offensive lines in the league. But it's definitely better than where they would have been last year on this chart.
Why are you harshing my buzz? It's 6:17 in the morning, and I'm looking at a chart where the Texans logo is millimeters away from a graphic that says best O-lines.
I'm not harshing your buzz. I'm sorry. Was I under the impression? Is this news to you that the Texans aren't league leaders in running the football or in sacks prevented or anything else like that?
I just wanted to enjoy it. I know the buzz is going to peter out. I just wanted to enjoy it for a little longer.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
I gotcha. Yeah, but then if I let people think that, they're one of the best offensive lines in the league, then you're going to have to deal with a hangover.
No, that's fair. Your credibility greater than my buzz. I understand. I get it. It
was hard for me. I put that out on Twitter yesterday and didn't do any of the qualifications or the asterisks that I just outlined. She said, "Hey, look at this. Something nice about the Texans. Here we go."
Because on Twitter,
a misleading chart about the Texans, but the Texans wouldn't have been on that misleading chart last year.
Because on Twitter, who gives a rat's ass about credibility anymore?
Oh my God, I know.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Cacerio. We'll talk about this stuff with him. He joins us at 7:30 on the on the show today. We're off and running on a Wednesday. We got a bit of Astros news yesterday. We can put speculation about things going on in the building with the Houston Astros. How are we feeling about this? We will have that for you coming up next. Stay there.
I'm guessing you really do want credibility when it comes.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Nick Cacerio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, joins us in about an hour, 7:30. He'll join us on the show today. We'll have a nice conversation about the first 5 games of the year, looking ahead, follow up on some of the things he talked about yesterday in his session with the local media. Brian McTaggart was this yesterday. Dana Brown and Joe Espada both back for 2026. So there had been speculation about both. I think probably more intense speculation about Espada based on a report that Bob Nightingale of USA Today had right after the season ended, that the Astros are going to take a look at everything, and that Espada was probably on a bit thinner ice than Dana Brown maybe in all this.
And I thought you had probably the correct read on the situation, was that you never know who Jim Crane may or may not be talking to as potential replacements, and if something really titillated him, that maybe Espada would have been on the out. But it never felt to me like the organization was blaming Espada or that they were eager to get rid of him or anything. It was just, you sometimes explore your options. Yeah, no, it's Jim Crane's responsibility as the owner to put the best product out there. So that's and I'm sure he looked at the market. I guarantee you, he looked out there to see what else was out there, and the determination was we're going to roll it back with Dana Brown and Joe Espada for another year. I'm fine with that. I'm not over the moon about it. I'm fine with it. I thought Joe Espada was dealt, and the Astros were dealt a really tough injury hand last year. And so I don't want to discount the fact that he actually went over the Vegas season win total of 86.5 with 87 wins while trying to do it with almost no Yordan Alvarez. I mean, you got him back for that one really good month, but pretty much no Yordan Alvarez. It was largely a starting rotation that was largely Hunter Brown and half a good season of Framber Valdez and then a bunch of dudes and a bullpen that I think overachieved all year. And then, injuries. Other than Hunter Brown, it's hard to name a guy who didn't get banged up or underperformed this year. No, and I think this is where we as a fan base are spoiled somewhat, I think. And I'm very much including myself in that. I have to keep reminding myself consciously of these two things. One, that they had 8 players who were making at least $10 million who combined for just 6.6 wins above replacement. Right. Like that. So these are the guys that are proven MLB players. You pay them for a reason. Do I put it on Espada that they're underperforming and injured so much? And then the other one is that no team lost more potential value to the injured list than the Astros, who finished with an identical record to the Detroit Tigers. That's from Chandler Rome in the Athletic.
And just for some context on the 6.6 wins above replacement, again, I'll read what Seth just said just to lay it out. 8 players making at least $10 million, each making at least $10 million a year on their season opening payroll, combined for 6.6 wins above replacement. Hunter Brown himself had 6.1. Hunter Brown represented 6.1 wins above replacement. 8 other guys who had salaries of 8 figures combined for about what Hunter Brown did this year.
Right, and again, that's the part. Without knowing that there was something they identified where for whatever reason because of Espada, it's really hard for me to sit here and act like Espada's the issue for all of these guys underperforming. I mean, that you can quibble about some of the lineup things he does and all of that. I get that 100%, but by and large, the big bucket of things. Unless the way he's been handling the lineup is that much of a factor in why guys are underperforming, I have a hard time going there. Yeah. I have a hard time. Okay, deal with it. Oh, you're a little bit worse than you usually are because of the erratic lineup. That doesn't account for so many of these guys drastically underperforming.
Right. Like other than Hunter Brown, who was healthy and was a horse all year. I think every other player on the roster either fell into one of 2 buckets. They were really good, like Pena or Hader or Paredes, but got injured for at least a month and a half out of the season, or they underperformed or just weren't very good baseball players. They're not impact guys. Like on the one hand, your best players, your 4 all-stars were Hunter Brown, Paredes, Hader, and Pena. 3 of those 4 guys missed serious time with injuries in the second half of the season, by the way. They made the All-Star team because they were fully healthy the first half of the season. The guys that were healthy all year that you thought were going to be impact players, and then obviously Jordan was hurt for most of the year. The guys you thought were going to be impact players that were healthy all year didn't spend any time on the IL. Jose Altuve, who is a descending player but still has some pop in his bat, but still he's not peak Altuve. He's not a $30 million player anymore. I'll just put it that way. And then as were a disappointment for a lot of the year and very inconsistent. They were healthy all year long. So it's a tricky thing, man. Like Espada didn't have a lot of guys that he was able to lean on for peak performance for 162 games this year.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, if you look at the guys, the OPS leaders on the team, if we take Zach Cole out of it with his 15 games played, he's a leader in OPS at 880 OPS.
Fun.
So that was fun. Yeah. That was awesome.
Enjoyed that.
And then so Pena's the leader of guys that played a substantial number of games. Paredes is your second guy, played 102 games. Your third guy is Jordan Alvarez, played 48 games. Correa is your fourth guy, and he was only here for 51 games.
Yeah.
So at the guys who were performing just flat out didn't play that many baseball games for you.
So we talked about Espada. What's your trust level in Dana Brown to fill in the gaps on this roster? Keep in mind, Framber Valdez is probably not going to be on the team next year. They've got a lot of work to do on that starting rotation right now.
They've got a lot of work to do. My trust level, it's almost, how could I phrase this? I don't have a high trust level, but it has nothing to do with Dana Brown himself. It's with the level of difficulty and what you do right now with like managing, trying to retain some of these guys, some of whom underperformed this year, but you want to have on the roster while also bringing in actual starting pitchers. And, we've seen now, for 2 straight years, we've been saying, hey, look, the Astros, car wash with the pitches. That's still true by and large, but when they keep getting injured, it all goes out the window.
Yep.
So last year, I said it all offseason long. I said in spring training, look, there's no way in hell that the Astros pitchers are going to be as injured this year as they were last year.
Yeah.
And yet,
we've said that for 3 years now, and it feels like every year it gets worse.
Do I have the gonads to say that for the 3rd straight year? That there's no way in hell that the Astros pitchers are going to get as injured? Because the Astros car wash for the pitching staff can maybe get you the best out of a Wisniewski or whomever else there that comes back healthy. But I can't sit here in good faith and say that there's no way they'll have these injuries again next year.
I would say that Dana Brown's approach to the trade deadline with pitching makes me a little nervous. That he was like, it got a little pricey for us, so we're just gonna, we're gonna get Javier and Garcia and Arrighetti and all these guys back, and then some of those guys get hurt again. That makes me a little bit nervous. I do think this isn't what I'm about to say is not a trust in Dana one way or the other thing. I do think we're getting a glimpse into how they're going to try to piece this thing together, because Dana Brown said in his press conference, his end of season press conference, that they're going to look for trades for pitching. So I think you're going to see a lot of lists of free agent pitchers out there, particularly because Framber's name is on it. They're going to pop up on your timeline and whatnot. I don't think they're dipping into the free agency market on pitching. I think they're going to look for guys they can get that have a little bit of team control, like Wisniewski being part of the Tucker trade last year, stuff like that.
Like Arrighetti and Javier. So those were the guys, 2 of the guys, along with Luis Garcia, that I was saying, hey, you get these 3 guys off to the races if a couple of them work out. And it looked like it might work out that way for a little bit, and then everybody got injured again. Javier, I just don't know. We still don't know if Javier has a full, 190-inning season in him where he's a really good starter. His best season ever was one where they rolled him into being a starter over the course of the season. Hunter Brown's the only one I'm super confident about right now.
Yep. Hunter Brown is indeed. People texting in about Espada and the Astros. Putting Altuve in left field is a fireable offense in itself.
He sucks at second base too. I don't know what to do. He's got a contract. He's going to play.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to exactly. He's going to play. You're paying him a lot of money. and Yordan Alvarez is your DH. Like, yeah, there's some juggling that needs to go on. And by the way, I don't think that was Espada walking into the Astros and saying, Eureka, here's our solution. I think that was an organizational decision. I think that's Dana and Joe Espada. Jim Crane's probably involved in decisions like that because he's the one paying Altuve.
There's not a chance in hell that Espada went in and told Crane and Dana Brown, listen, here's what we're doing.
Right.
Altuve's a left fielder now. He can deal with it. Yeah.
Or that he just did it on his own and put him out there. You know what I'm going to do? No, I haven't told anybody this yet, but Hosey, I like to call him, Hosey, get out to left field. Let's see what they say. Yeah,
that'd be awesome if there was a press conference with Dana Brown where it was news to him.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what's this? Altuve is playing left field.
Yeah.
It's the first I've heard of this.
Someone says McCullers better be in the bullpen only. Yeah, that's an interesting McCullers, 1 year left on his deal. So we'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We didn't do any football talk in that segment, but we're about to in headlines. I just want to let you guys know that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines up next, but first let's get you landowners out there on a brand new John Deere.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, big thanks to the Men's Tea Clinic for sponsoring headlines. We just got done talking about the big one here locally yesterday. Joe Espada and Dana Brown, manager and general manager of the Houston Astros, they are back for 2026. I don't know what the situation is with both of them contractually, like if they're both kind of headed into contract years. In sports, Seth, there's always this thing like, can't have a manager or a coach who's heading into the last year of his contract.
Baseball, they don't do that. Baseball, It happens all the time. Yeah, like baseball, it's very, very common for guys to not be under contract at the end of the season.
Yep.
That's why it was kind of confusing when Click, there's sometimes you can read into a guy not having a contract in baseball at the end of the year, but most of the time, baseball has a lot of things kind of. They're smarter than the NFL in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Owners don't feel like they're under ransom to have to pay a quarterback after his third year in the way they are in the NFL. They just, I don't know. Players play out their contracts. It's very rare that your players agitate to get traded or anything in Major League Baseball.
Yep.
They just they operate with a lot more stability for whatever reason.
Yep. So Dana and Joe are back. And so we discussed that. We'll discuss it again later in the show. Reminder, Nick Cacerio joins us in about 45 minutes. Major League Baseball playoffs last night. Seattle beats Detroit 8-4. They lead that series 2-1. They'll try to close out the Tigers tonight. The Yankees remain alive 9-6. They beat the Toronto Blue Jays. Came back from a 6-1 deficit. Biggest comeback in an elimination game either ever in quite a long time. The Toronto had the Yankees right there on the ropes, and credit the Yankees. They fought back, and they're gonna get a game tonight at home with Schlittler on the mound for them, and the Toronto Blue Jays trying to muck it together with a bullpen game. So that'll be an interesting watch tonight. In the NFL, a couple things in the NFL yesterday. Number one, Jerry Jones was fined $250,000 for flipping the bird to some fans in New York at the Cowboys' 37-22 win over the Jets this weekend. This was Jerry Jones on our sister station, 105.3 The Fan, discussing his transgression and fine.
That was unfortunate. That was a kind of an exchange with our fans out in front of us. There was a swarm of Cowboy fans out in front, not Jet fans, Cowboy fans. And the entire stadium was brimming with the enthusiasm of Cowboys, and certainly late in the game. And that was inadvertent on my part because that was right after we'd made our last touchdown. And we were all excited about it. There wasn't any antagonistic issue or anything like that. I just put up the wrong show on the hand, but that was inadvertently done. And I'm not kidding. It was, if you want to call it accidental, you can call it accidental. But it got straightened around pretty quick. I've had a chance to look at it. It got straightened around pretty quick. But the intention was thumbs up and then basically pointing at our fans because everybody was jumping up and down excited.
Okay.
That happens to me all the time with Brandy. A lot of times I'll mean to say I love you, but instead I say F you.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, that's just inadvertent. That wasn't, yeah. Like, sure, like, Seth, did you remember to take out the trash? And I'll inadvertently say F you.
You're right,
when I meant to say I love you.
Happens all the time. Yeah.
I do believe that it was a majority Cowboys fans in the stadium at that point, probably from the beginning of that game. Yeah. I wonder if it was actually more that it was an affectionate flip-off.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I
like that it wasn't a Jets fan, but it was Cowboys fans, but it was kind of an affectionate, like you would do to your buddy.
Yeah, like exactly, a playful middle finger. That's what I thought. That would have been my explanation if I were Jerry. Not like he made it sound like an involuntary. I just put my hand out, and then this middle finger popped up, and I just don't know what happened. That's very strange.
It does happen as you get older.
Yeah.
Your words slip up a little bit. Maybe hand gestures are the same thing.
Guy is 137 years old. What the hell do you want, NFL? All right. The other big news in the NFL yesterday, there was a trade involving a Week 1 starting quarterback. It's Joe Flacco, so it doesn't really count as a Week 1 starting quarterback. Breaking news.
It is. It's depressing.
Joe Flacco gets sent. I thought the oddest thing about this, was Cleveland sending him inside the division. Not that either of these teams are fighting for anything, but Flacco in a sixth 6th-round pick traded to Cincinnati for a 5th-round pick. So it's a low-level trade when it comes to the draft equity. It's just a pick swap. But presumably this helps the Bengals, and that Cleveland will be willing to help the Bengals is kind of interesting.
It's interesting on two fronts. It's the first time that these two franchises have ever made a trade since the new Browns came into existence in '99.
Since '99.
Yeah,
okay.
The one that they almost pulled off was a trade for A.J. McCarron, but.
That's right.
Big surprise here, a trade between the Bengals and the Browns. The paperwork wasn't submitted on time.
That's right.
That's what did in the McCarron.
I remember that.
These two clown franchises.
Yes.
It does make sense for the Bengals. My initial thought was like, oh, great. You take Joe Flacco, who's been awful with the Browns behind a bad offensive line. You send him to the Bengals, who have a bad offensive line. It does make sense in that, all right, the quarterback couldn't get the ball to some really good receivers.
Yeah.
At the very least, they might figure, well, Joe Flacco is going to figure out how to use Jamar Chase. Joe Flacco will get the ball to these guys, and it's certainly a stopgap maneuver until Burrow comes back.
Yeah.
But nothing to get excited about.
No, but the Cleveland side is the more interesting side. Where now Shedeur Sanders is the backup to Dylan Gabriel, right? Shedeur is
He's got the third string quarterback now.
Yeah, he's going to get reps in practice, and he's one hit away from getting into a game. Shedeur Sanders is. Deion was actually asked about this at his Colorado press conference yesterday about the Joe Flacco trade.
Yeah, I got that text during practice.
I was just wondering what your reaction is.
I don't give a damn about the Browns at all. I care about the Colorado Buffaloes. I do love me some Shedeur Sanders, don't believe that. I care about him. The rest of that mess, I don't, okay? I'm a coach trying to win just like they're trying to win games, but I could care less of who they traded. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Pac is going to get on his podcast and do what he does and break it down to you and for you. Yeah. Ain't you, Pac?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Podcast.
I think Deion, by and large, from what I can tell, he's been really smart and good about he's never going to criticize the Browns or anything or say they should be doing this.
Just called him a mess. He said, I don't want any part of that mess.
I thought he meant. I didn't take it that way. I thought it meant mess like the way you kind of speak casually. About,
no. I did too. I'm surprised he just used that phrase because who I think are going to read into that is he just called the Browns a mess.
Yeah, it went right over my head.
Yeah.
Okay, good call there.
Yeah. So that's.
I take it back what I said. Deion stepped in it big time.
Big time. No, I do think there's a good chance that he meant it the way you're talking about it. I'm just phrasing, pick another word to use. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 7 o'clock hour. 7:30, Nick Cacerio is going to join us here on the program. Speaking of which, the Texans, something I'm encouraged about with DeMeco Ryans and personnel early here in the season, and there's several examples of it that I want to go through, and we'll do that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. What a great time to
to the Valley.
Yeah,
He's been in both places.
Maybe he can even show them the plays that he contributed to that 0-3 record with. Like, hey, yeah.
As far as swinging and missing, I think the big thing that gets people extra irked, though, is that Cam Robinson was a swing and a miss on the offensive line.
Yep.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think it was what it was. I always look at moves like that as, man, the upside is huge. The big test is, do you cut ties when it's appropriate? Albert Haynesworth with the Patriots is the all-time example of, why not? Bring him on in. Let's see what happens. Oh, no. You get the hell out.
Yeah.
You get out now.
Yep.
So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Whenever GMs talk about this, I remember the old Warren Buffett quote of, hey, they own Geico. Like, hey, we're going to sign somebody to a policy at Geico this morning, and he's going to get in an accident this afternoon. Doesn't mean that it was a dumb deal. Like,
right.
No, it happens. You're not gonna bat 1,000 on all of these.
Yeah.
The Cam Robinson one is curious just because it would seem that they signed him exactly to be a bridge offensive tackle.
Yeah.
At the point they signed him, they didn't know what they were going to get in the draft or who else might be there as an offensive tackle, but they needed to replace Laramie Tunsil. And you end up drafting a guy in the second round who struggles a lot, but, with 4 games into the season, your potential bridge tackle is gone. The thing that I think people keep forgetting about this, Sean, is that the day that Cam Robinson got injured in training camp, he was running with the 2s. Ariante Ursary was running with the 1s that day. Cam Robinson came out, and the 2s were up first in practice. He gets injured, but it was already scheduled to be that way, and he hadn't been playing great before that. So it may be a combination of, all right, we talked to this guy when we signed him about how he'd have a chance to play, maybe use this as a springboard to a better contract with us or somebody else. But, we don't know who we're going to draft and whatnot. But then he comes in, doesn't play great during camp, hadn't played great in Minnesota last year, and also maybe he himself felt like he was, that he was promised a certain amount of playing time and he wasn't going to get it.
Yeah, it's the lesser of two evils thing. The worst thing you can do is just play the guy because you paid him. That's the worst thing you could do. If he doesn't deserve to playing him because he's getting $12 million would be a bad decision to make. It's a better decision to play the better guy and then do whatever it is you're going to do with Cam Robinson after that.
Right, but I don't think that people don't have an issue with Ursary starting over Cam Robinson.
Right.
They have an issue with Cam Robinson being traded away seemingly for the benefit of Cam Robinson and you losing a swing tackle in the process.
Yeah.
That's where I always, in situations like this, without knowing the inner workings of it, there is a certain part about it. The best thing for the team long-term is to be somebody who's upfront and honest and straightforward in negotiations with players. And if their conversation at the time with Cam Robinson and the agent when they signed him was, hey, if it doesn't, we'll figure out a way to get you somewhere else. If that was the conversation, you got to follow through on that.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, then you become an organization that people don't want to deal with. It's a matter of and not to mention just ethically, it's the right thing to do.
I think one of the things I've liked that D'Amico's done this year is he's moved pretty quickly in personnel when it looks like guys aren't playing well. Like I feel like in years past, he might have hung on longer with Laken Tomlinson playing at left guard. Like I think about Shaq Mason playing really poorly, putting Shaq Mason back in the playoff game last year against Kansas City. Damian Pierce and all the carries he was getting through D'Amico's first couple of years. I feel like a lot of early on here, and when you go 0-3, maybe there's more of a urgency to things.
Yeah.
But cutting C.J. Gardner-Johnson and putting M.J. Stewart in there, that was that's probably a move that's D'Amico and Nick. But like Laken Tomlinson not playing well, man, get Juice Scruggs in there. Now them playing both of them for a little while there was a little strange. But now it's Juice. Now we'll see how Juice does. Henry To'oTo'o had tackling issues, so E.J. Speed's getting more snaps. Daria Gumbawale was getting touches late in games for some reason, with Woody Marks sitting right over there on the bench in passing plays. The reason you drafted Woody Marks was because he's a great pass catcher by and large. So now it's Woody Marks and Nick Chubb, and that's it. Tommy Togiai being inactive for some reason the first couple games, now getting him in there, and he's making a couple plays every game. Getting the rookies in there more. I feel like D'Amico this year has been quicker to adjust the personnel and put the better guys in there.
The whole Dare versus Woody Marks thing, be more forgiving than most with the organization on that, because if you watch, especially those first few games, there were so many mental errors all over the place with the offense. And, I mean, you go to this last game, Woody Marks, one of those CJ sacks, the one where the edge defender was completely unblocked, there were multiple issues on that play. For one, the O-line, the pass protection was screwed up, whether Woody Marks was supposed to be a part of pass protection or not. But then Woody Marks never turns around to look for the ball when he should have seen immediately that CJ needed to get rid of the ball quickly. So, like, there's a rookie mistake there by Woody Marks. And you add that onto a mistake in pass protection as well by the offensive line. That, like, that's – like, you got to hold off on playing the rookies sometimes if they're going to make a bunch of rookie mistakes. Well, you've also got veteran guys making mistakes.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fair point.
The Togi I don't have an issue with either because they have a lot of really viable defensive tackles. I couldn't sit there and tell you at the beginning of the season that you got to put Togi instead of Fatukasi or whoever else.
Maybe I'm not going to go back and watch week 2 again with Tampa, but they got run through in that Tampa game. Bucky Irving ran for 100, or the team ran for like 170 yards against you in that game.
Yeah, but the defensive ends and the linebackers sucked in the run defense too. The defensive tackles got the brunt of it, and they were the most obvious. But the defensive ends were atrocious, and the linebackers were awful too. Yeah, that was a complete front seven. Tommy Togiai wasn't going to go in there and single-handedly shut down the Bucs.
No. I'm not saying he's Aaron Donald or anything like that, but I think. Yeah. The adjustment season. EJ Speed, I think, has been good since taking some of the linebacker snaps.
Well, and whatever is Alan Christian Harris, because he's just not moving the way he used to move. They're not dragging that out and waiting to see what happens with it. They made him a game day inactive last week.
Yep. We'll ask Nick Cacerio about the division for sure. The AFC South is probably it's probably the biggest surprise as a division so far this season. But there is a certain faction out there that is not buying in on the AFC South right now. We'll tell you who and what the numbers say coming up next.
I'll tell you who you need to go to.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I was mildly surprised by this when I saw it yesterday. Mildly surprised. Actually, let me back up. Really surprised by one of these teams being ahead of the Colts and the Jags. Mildly surprised by the other one on the odds board for the Super Bowl, or for the AFC, I should say, to win the AFC. I think even with losing to the Patriots this past weekend, the Bills are still the heavy favorite to come out of the AFC, especially given the fact that Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow are banged up right now. The Chiefs are number 2. Mildly surprised at that, although reputation just 5 games into the season will carry you still on the odds board. The Bills are plus 230, so you bet 100 to win 230. So a little over 2-1 to win the AFC. The Chiefs are next at 5-1. Okay. And they're going to get Rashee Rice back here pretty soon. Okay.
Yeah.
Now they play the Lions this weekend. There's a good chance they're going to be 2-4 after this weekend, but we'll see.
I hope they get smacked down to reality.
I do too. I hope they get slaughtered.
Smack them.
Especially because the one time I wanted them to win these last couple of years on Monday night against the Jags, they choke at the end of the game. You know,
they choke in critical games.
Yes.
That's where, they didn't realize how critical a game that was for us.
For the Texans,
Houston.
yeah.
Come on, show up,
yeah.
Chiefs.
Jeez, Chiefs. This one, I'm surprised because unlike the Chiefs, where it looks like they're just not playing that well right now, the Ravens have some serious problems that could be like season killing here.
Yeah.
The Ravens are 3rd on the odds board to win the AFC right now at 7.5-1, ahead of the Colts at 8-1, ahead of the Broncos at 8-1, ahead of the Chargers at 10-1. Still not a ton of belief, at least in that 4-1 record for the Jags. They're 11-1. They're 7 teams down on the list right now.
Yeah, I think right now with the Ravens, there's a little too much of going by the logo on the helmet, the reputation of the organization, and then some of the numbers on paper that don't match up with the eyeball test necessarily. You look at the players that they have injured right now, and theoretically, if you get all those guys back, that's a much different football team than we saw versus the Houston Texans. But they weren't winning games with those players when they were healthy.
Right.
And the other part of it, too, is that just defensively, I think if there's going to be a change, they got to fire their defensive coordinator. You know, and like Zach Gore last year did a good job of getting the defense on track midway through the season, but they've dug themselves such a huge hole now. And the record is so down that it would have to be an extreme turnaround and makeover. So I think that's the one thing that might really change things, other than the health issues of Lamar Jackson and otherwise, is if they get a different defensive play caller and it actually makes a big difference.
Yeah. So I was shocked the Ravens are still considered that high up the list, because you're right. Like even if they won 8 by the time they all come back, like they might have to run the table just to be in the conversation for the postseason, let alone let alone being 3rd on the odds board to win the entire conference.
Yeah, they're probably. I mean, you start off 1-5. That's an improbable run. It's been done before, but very rarely. To start off 1-5 and to go on a run to actually get you to the top of the AFC, I can't see it.
It's interesting because it's almost like the AFC North and the AFC South have flipped positions here in terms of the division, because the one thing that would keep the Ravens in the hunt would be if they were able to win the division and get a home game in the playoffs, and then who knows what happens, because right now the Steelers lead that division. Mm-hmm. And I think they're 3-2 or 3-1. They had a bye this week.
But it's with a whole. They could easily be 1-4. Now, they could be 4-1, but it's just they haven't been playing like a winning football team.
No, and how much do you trust Aaron Rodgers at age 41 or whatever he is? So that's who's leading that division. The Bengals are out of it because they're going to be, the record's going to be, they'll be rags by the time Joe Burrow comes back, if he comes back this year. And the Browns just traded their Week 1 starter yesterday. They're in rebuild mode, starting Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders or whoever. So if the Ravens are able to, with Lamar out, able to steal a win, be 2-5 or whatever it is.
So if they can win the division, then get back to full force and healthy by the end of it, then who knows? That's I'm open to that.
Yeah,
it's there's a lot of ifs to get to third favorite in the
totally
agree.
That would not be enough for me to put them at 7 to win the conference.
The biggest thing about the Bills is that they still have these issues on defense that have screwed them in the playoffs year after year. Like Josh Allen and that offense, sure, 100%, I get it. They're a bad defense this year, and you get put in a position of having to outscore really good teams in the playoffs week after week. It's hard.
Well, here's the thing. If you're a Texans fan, if I can bring this back to the Texans, all of those teams I just listed, the top 7 teams in contention on the odds board for the AFC, they're all on your schedule between now. I mean, you just played the Ravens, so put them aside. But you play the Bills in Week 12. You play the Chiefs in Week 14 on the road in prime time. You play the Colts twice. You play the Broncos here in a few weeks. You play the Chargers there at the end of the year. You still play the Jags here. It's an illustration of how difficult the Texans' schedule actually is the rest of the way. That 6 of these 7 teams you face between now and the end of the year. The Colts you face twice between now and the end of the year, and throw the Niners in there too. You face them as well. So it's no picnic.
The thing that's most annoying to me about the Colts is that they improved so much on defense. Without massive changes other than bringing in Lou Anarumo as a defensive coordinator, they got Charvarius Ward, they got Bynum, the safety, but it wasn't like they made a huge free agency splurge or anything. They swapped out a few players and got a new defensive coordinator, and now they're playing really, really good defense. That annoys me. I was not surprised that the offense was vastly improved. Surprised by the way Daniel Jones is playing. And you can pull up the receipts, people. I've been saying that all off season long. People scoffed at me for saying that, hey, listen, Daniel Jones might be all right with Shane Steichen and these weapons. But the defense is annoying me right now.
It's annoying me because it's the chain of events. Lou Anarumo was only available because Cincinnati fired him. Cincinnati then hired Al Golden, the defensive coordinator from Notre Dame, which necessitated Notre Dame finding a new defensive coordinator, Chris Ash, who's gotten better the last couple weeks, but still, it's not been great this year. So that's why I'm mad at it. The whole
and it turns out that Anarumo wasn't the issue in Cincinnati.
Go figure. Go figure. He wasn't.
It'd be like if Bobby Slowick had gotten the job in Indianapolis or something. Right. They were doing this with him. Yeah.
Yes. Sean is just a messy individual who loves controversy. This is a text.
Ooh.
I didn't take what Coach Prime said as disrespect for the Browns. I still don't, and I still don't. When Coach
but
Prime,
you didn't either. You just pointed it out.
Yeah, I just pointed it out. Yeah, but he says
that person's messy for putting that on you.
Yeah, maybe
because you didn't Sean. All you did was say, okay, Dion used the word messy, a mess, when talking about the Browns. Yeah. You specifically said, I don't think he meant it in a negative way, but people are going to take that and run with it.
Yeah. Guy's right. I do love controversy. He's right about that.
That's 100%. You do.
Yeah. Thank you for taking up for me, though. I appreciate that. All right, Nick Cacerio, on the heels of his press conference with the media yesterday, a follow-up conversation here on Sports Radio 610 with Payne and Pendergast. We will do that coming up next. But first, Lincoln of Sugarland. Ruben Mendoza, the GM at West Point Lincoln of Sugarland.
people love.
Are you ready?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, there it is. You know, if it's 7:30 on a weekday here on Sports Radio 610, and you hear that little ditty, that tune, the DX entrance music, the walkout music here on Payne and Pendergast, you know it's time to talk to Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Cacerio, who joins us live here on the show this morning after meeting with the media yesterday. Nick, that's a lot of talking in 2 days. We appreciate you making some time for us.
Morning, fellas. Good to be knock Ross Tucker off of his spot. He was mad at me 2 weeks ago at our game. He said, yeah, sometimes they knock me out for you. So hopefully I didn't displace him this week.
He was on with us yesterday. He's a Tuesday staple. So you guys,
I was upset that you didn't knock him out of his spot. Ross likes to take his shots, so I like to take my shots back. Yeah.
Good.
I like Ross. We have a good relationship.
Yeah,
he's all right.
Well, he always brings up when that happens and he comes on with us after that, he's like, yeah, well, Nick Cacerio actually worked me out for the Patriots back in the day. Is that true? What do you remember about the Ross Tucker workout back in the day?
Yeah, it kind of blends together, but we bring a lot of players in to work out and try to, at times, I'm a little bit more involved than others. So if there's nobody around that's able to do it, then I'll take the workout and put the players through the paces. Done that at Texas A&M at different spots. So once in a while, I try to make myself useful, and whatever I can do, the more you can do, the more you can do. So
there you go. There you go. Well, Nick, we appreciate you joining us as always this morning. So heading into the bye week here, 2-3, trending in the right direction, obviously, on both sides of the football and with the record. Boy, this division has unfolded the first 5 games, kind of a little surprising, I think, to a lot of people with Jacksonville and Indianapolis. I guess just in general, how you feeling 5 games in? And is that something that you guys are even paying attention to 5 games in, or is it more about focusing on you guys at this point?
Yeah, really the focus is on our team and the things that we have to do week to week. And honestly, regardless of who the opponent is, I think we've always tried to focus on if we do the things that are conducive to winning, we're at least going to give ourselves an opportunity going into the season on a couple different platforms, talked about it on some of the weekly shows here with John and Mark Vandermeer. But these teams have improved, and when you watch them play and even go into the Jacksonville game, that's a team, as we were preparing to play them, they improved their team, and you're starting to see that manifest themselves. It's interesting. The number one stat that correlates to winning and losing is turnovers and turnover margin. When you look at the top 5 teams or 4 or 5 teams, whatever it is, and the turnover margin, I think their combined records are like 17-6 or something like that, and Jacksonville leads the league in takeaways. So there's a direct correlation. And when you look at some of the games that we've been involved in, I think some of the things that going back to kind of the original part of the question, we focus on ourselves. If we take care of the football, we can limit some of the penalties and correct some of the mental errors, which we've done a better job over the last 2 weeks. And as a result, we've won 2 games because we've played the right way. So overall, in a decent spot. Really, we've had an opportunity to win essentially every game that we played in the first 3 games. Essentially came down to the last possession, regardless of what else went on during the course of the game. And there were some ups and downs. So if we can fix some of those things and just continue to play consistent football, regardless of who the opponent is, we understand there's going to be things that are specific to the opponent that we play that week that we're going to have to make sure that we take care of. But if we focus on the Houston Texans and the Houston Texans continue to improve, then hopefully we're going to put ourselves in a position like we've essentially done the first 5 games and then try to win a game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's interesting. When you bring up turnovers, it's always 100% I agree with you about how important it is, but then there's also the dynamic. You can't just run the ball 50 times and be sure the running back has the ball covered up completely. There's a little bit of no risk it, no biscuit at some point. But rushing the passer and protecting the passer and then the quarterback making good decisions is probably the biggest factor in whether or not the ball gets turned over. I feel like CJ's done a really good job at not taking undue risks with the ball. The part that I'm concerned about is the pass protection. Have you been able to identify some of the things where early in the season especially there were just a lot of either guys not on the same page in pass protection or just clearly errors without being able to pin down exactly who it was? Was there a theme to any of that you could kind of attack, whether it be communication or something else?
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's any one thing in particular. And honestly, the pass protection on the whole has been pretty good. I mean, even when you look at some of the pressures or sacks, it's a situation where if the defense brings more than you can block, which is going to happen, what's the alternative and what's the answer? Do you have it built into the call? There are times where the protection was redistributed properly. I think go back and look at kind of the first play or the first sack there against the Rams. Essentially we got pressured. The weak safety was unaccounted for, but if we would have maybe redistributed the protection a little bit better, then we'd be able to pick it up, and then we would have had a play. I think we had Higg, basically on a touchdown. So, those are things that are fixable and those are correctable. So, overall, pass protection is a combination of things: understanding protection, understanding where the issues are, where the blocker is being distributed, and then regardless of the call, the passing game is always about, I think, there are any plays that are designed for, you hold the ball because that's the goal. I think playing offense in the NFL, when you look at good offenses, you have 2.5 seconds on basically every play. So is the ball coming out in less than 2.5 seconds? Are you going to their first read? Are you working through your progression? Are there going to be certain plays when you maybe have to hold the ball for a little bit longer, potentially, but by the same token, you're just trying to make sure that you mitigate the risk and mitigate the problems and account for what the issues are on the other side of the ball. And there are times when the defense is going to do something where they have a better call that matches up against your protection. That's NFL football. But overall, the pass protection, we've done a pretty good job. And some of the issues that may have popped up or, some of the negative plays, they're very fixable and very correctable. So whether it's the protection being distributed properly, the quarterback moving in the pocket the right way, the ball coming out on time and going to the first read where it's supposed to go. Those are things that you can improve and correct, and we've seen kind of a progression over the last few weeks. So I don't think anybody's really concerned about the pass protection. Nobody's really, felt like it's been, that much of an issue, honestly. There's been a few plays where, defense has done a good job, or we've kind of made a mental error, but it's not a physical issue. It's more of just making sure that we're doing the right things. And going back to kind of, Sean's original question, if we focus on the Texans and doing the right thing that we're supposed to do, then, hopefully the result is going to be the intended result, what we want it to be.
Yeah, well, and I guess when I say pass protection, I think a lot of times people assume I'm talking specifically about the offensive line, and I'm not. I'm just talking about the entire operation there. And it seems like an improvement, especially in a lot of the miscommunications and or just guys not being on the same page that you talked about. I guess the question would be, these last 2 weeks, you haven't necessarily faced as ferocious a pass rush or as stout a defense as you did in the first 3 weeks. Have you been able to kind of identify, okay, whether that was a good defense we're going against or not, the pre-snap were better in this regard? Or, okay, like this would have been an improvement if we had been able to play this way in the first 3 weeks?
Yeah, I think there were evidence in those first 3 weeks. So when you look at those games, I know week 4, whatever we think of the Titans defense, but you got one of the best defensive players in the league in Jeffrey Simmons. And a play that, ended up kind of in the backfield was more of a, there was some miscommunication. I think Nick talked about that last week. So those are things that take that play out. And, Jeff Simmons has created a bunch of problems for basically the entire league, including ourselves, and we did a pretty good job of mitigating those risks. So I think the big thing offensively is when you go into the game, regardless of the play call, run or pass, what are the risks? What are the issues? Are we making sure that we're accounting for those issues? What's the best way to handle those issues? So I'd say those certainly made progress in those areas. We're going to be taxed and challenged, essentially every week. We're going to play, good defense and good personnel on a week-to-week basis. The next time we play Seattle, they're a good team. So you go on down the line. So, we've played some good defenses at this point. Tampa's got a good defense. The Rams have a good defense. They're top 10 or 15 in the league. So we're going to face good defenses and good personnel on a week-to-week basis if we just make sure that we understand what the issues are, mitigate the risk in a passing game, then we'll see what the end result is. But going back to what I said originally as well, there's nothing more important than taking care of the football. So when you go back to like last week, teams that won the turnover margin were 10-3. So there's a direct correlation between winning football and taking care of the football. And you go back to the Jacksonville game. The reason we lost the Jacksonville game is because we turned the ball over 3 times. So those things are all fixable. They're all correctable. Anytime, win or lose, you go back, look what happened in a game. Are there things that we can do collectively to improve? Is it a schematic thing? Is it a personnel thing? All those things go into the calculus, and then understand, okay, here's what we have to do the next week relative to the opponent. that's where what the focus is going to be moving forward on a week-to-week basis.
Nick Cacerio, Texans Executive Vice President, General Manager, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. As long as we're talking about the offense and the offensive line, Nick, I know you were kind of laying out some things with the offensive line yesterday, talking about some of the individuals. I think it was funny. At one point, you're like, yeah, nobody's really talking about Titus Howard. And so I want to talk about Titus Howard right now. What have you
you want to talk about his finishing wrestling move that's horrible?
Well, that's the master lock. We can talk about that some other time. But when you said that yesterday, I'm like, I can't wait to talk about Titus with Nick tomorrow. How have you thought Titus has done this year, and particularly not just on the field at right tackle, but I know it was a big focus of his to kind of become the leader in that room as well. What have you thought of Titus so far?
Yeah, Titus has worked really hard. He's got a good attitude. He's played a lot of football. We've asked him to do a number of things fairly or unfairly, but he's handled everything very professionally, and he's done whatever the team has asked him to do. So and nothing but respect and appreciation for that type of mindset and attitude. Relative to leadership and his presence in the room, he's probably got as much experience playing as anybody in that room. Probably him and Lakin have the most experience playing football. So, Titus has got a good playing style. He's physical. He's improved. He works hard at it, and he's played good football. So anytime that you can put good football on tape, that really speaks more than anything else. But Titus has done a really good job for us. Even going back to week one, we decided, okay, the best thing for us that week is to bump him inside because Ed wasn't available. And then we ended up playing, Cam at left tackle and putting Ursary over there at right tackle. And really didn't blink an eye. So was it the best thing for him? Maybe not. But in the end, that was the right thing, for us because we felt that was our best opportunity to potentially win. So Titus has done a really good job. He's played good football. And I think if he can continue to play, at this level, it's going to help not only him but the team's performance overall as well.
Nick, I'm torn on this. When it comes to the offense wanting to play a physical brand of football, and it takes reps to get that stuff right. I think training camp the way it used to be done was one of the dumbest things ever, and yet I find myself as I age starting to I'm on the couch and I'm like, these guys need more reps in training camp. Yeah. They need more preseason game reps. And I am like, how do you find that balance between risking injury but also getting guys right before the regular season?
There's a fine line, Seth, and there's no perfect formula. I think you're trying to be as efficient with your time as possible. We have constraints relative to how much we can actually do on the field. There's really nothing we can do to change the rules. We just have to operate within the confines of what everyone is asked to do. So you get better at football by playing football and practicing football. So the more time you have to be able to do that, but by the same token, the most important thing is the health of your team. So you're trying to find that delicate balance. There's no perfect formula. I would say the way D'Amico structures practice is as good as anybody, and it's the best thing for the team. We're always trying to find tweaks that we can make along the way, and if we have to focus on something a little bit more to work on something, and you all have seen us practice. The way we practice, our guys practice with a certain mindset, a certain mentality. We want to play physical football. So there's a balance. There's no magic formula. So you just try to do what you think makes the most sense. And really, these first kind of 4 to 5 games is your opportunity to build reps in some capacity. And then you have banked. And in some players' case, if they limited in training camp, then this is their opportunity to kind of get back to training camp levels. So it's probably not going to change. Unfortunately, if anything, it's probably going to continue to shift the other way where there's less practice. So if it's less practice, then how do you make sure that you get yourself ready? So given the parameters and the rules, there's no perfect formula. I wish I had a better answer. You're just getting smarter as you get older, so you're much wiser than everyone else.
No, it's 100% true because I'm thinking specifically about double teams because there's only so much you can do to practice as a defensive tackle taking on a double team in the run game, or B, delivering a double team as an offensive lineman without somebody going to the ground if you're going to do it the right way. Is one of the things I was actually really pleased to see this last week was the way the defensive line played. Like they Like they were soaking up double teams. They were, doing read and react. They were doing a lot of stuff that, it's hard to do, especially if you're in a scheme where you get upfield and can penetrate all the time. I thought they did a good job of adjusting that.
No, they did a great job. I mean, the run defense was a point of emphasis going into the game, understanding we were facing one of the best backs in the league, and the run game was going to be a big part of what they were going to try to do. And, I mean, the defensive line collectively, I mean, the most important thing in a run game for the defensive ends to do their responsibility is to set the edge. If you set a hard edge, then you want to make sure that the space is limited inside. And all four of the defensive tackles between Tommy, Mario, Rank, and Timmy, those guys did a good job of playing blocks and playing physical at the point of attack, and it made a big difference in the game. But going back to your point, again, you can work against one another, hold the bag, and you're working on a double team. You don't really get the same effect. The way that you work on that is going against one another offensively and defensively. When you get into practice, you have the look team on the respective. So they're going to give the appropriate look, and they're going to try to simulate as best as possible, but you want to make sure that we're being smart and we're taking care of one another in practice. So there's a delicate balance, understanding we're all trying to get the work done, and hopefully, and we're going to get to a point here later in the year when you have less padded practices because of the rules. So after week 11, you can have 3 practices over the last 6-7 weeks, whatever it is. So we'll figure it out. We'll make it work. We really love the way we practice around here. We practice with the right mentality and the right approach, something that D'Amico believes strongly in, and the players understand that as well. So we'll try to put together the best formula on a week-to-week basis.
Nick Cacerio joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Nick, the bye week coming up this week. Last year it was in week 14, I think. Is there, in your mind, an optimal time for the bye week? Does it change by the season? Is it opponent-specific? How do you feel about where this thing falls this year?
There's no perfect time. Well, we've been on the front end. We've had them a little bit later. It's really, you're just trying to recalibrate. Like that week gives you an opportunity whenever it is to kind of recalibrate, look at your team, and kind of prepare for the next set of opponents. In our situation, the way the schedule is constructed, we have a little bit of extra time, not only this week, but then we have an extra day or two next week because we're playing Monday night against Seattle. But then conversely, after Seattle, we have a condensed week or a shortened week. So maybe there's some things that we can kind of can do to get ahead kind of the next 2 to 3 weeks. And then our kind of next mini break will be there that Thursday night there in November after we play Buffalo. So once the schedule comes out, you kind of have some pockets of time, and it's really what you do within that time. Like, what does your team need? Then you assess and then make a determination about how you want to handle the week. So it's no different. Like, wherever they ask us to play, whenever they ask us to play, we're going to show up. Whenever the bye week is, I mean, there's nothing we could do about it other than to try to maximize and get the most out of that week as much as possible.
Okay. Look, this 9 p.m. Central Time start time for a West Coast game is bogus, man.
Yeah.
So Sean and I and
if
our
the Mariners are in Game 7, I think there's a chance it might get moved.
That's
so maybe
true.
We can...
Oh, man, that would be what, to midnight? Are they getting?
Maybe they move it earlier. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
So we got to actually be pulling for the Mariners.
Oh,
for this.
no.
I know that's hard for people around here.
Disgusting.
Hard for Sean.
Ugh. Yeah.
CJ's got to get that hat back So
you just riled up the fan base, Seth.
Have you ever? Okay, so us and the listeners were brainstorming on this, and I've always wondered this: have you guys ever thought, like, on a West Coast night game, especially, have you ever thought about just staying over that night and then flying back the next morning?
You know what? There have been discussions about that. I think there's been teams that have done that previously. I think it shows up a little bit more in basketball. Now, basketball, the way it's set up, when you play, typically they might be playing another game in the next day or two or wherever you're going. So it's happened. Teams have done that. You're just trying to figure out what's the best way. Okay, on the front end, do we stay and understand and we're going to lose a little bit? The next, do kind of power through and understand you're going to lose a day on the back end when you get back. So, again, there's been 1,000 studies, from people a lot smarter than I am, trying to figure out what the right recommendation is. I think you have to decide, all right, what do you feel makes the most sense? Because it's not just the players, it's the staff as well. So when we come back, we're going to get back at 7 o'clock Tuesday morning. So, I mean, the expectation is that the staff isn't going to be sitting at their desk at 8 o'clock. I mean, maybe Omar's going to be doing that, but I think the rest is, all right, you're going to need some time. You need your sleep. You need your rest. I mean, it's part of recovery. So, try to look at all those things. But to your question, it has happened, and different teams have tried it. And there's no magic formula. You just got to figure out what you think makes sense for your team.
That's going to be are there a lot of snorers on the team, Nick? I feel like there's going to be a lot of sleep going on that flight back from Seattle.
There will be a lot of sleep. There'll be a lot of sleep masks and whatever else they have going on.
Oh, so, good. Okay.
The lights will be out. It'll be pretty dark, I'm sure.
I like that. The sleep, quality REM sleep. That's what you need. Sleep is important, everybody.
You're all about sleep, so
dude,
you got a bunch of endorsement deals.
All about sleep. I'm about sleep and money, Nick. Those two things. Yes, not necessarily in that order. Nick Cacerio joining us here on the show. Hey, Nick, you gave us an update yesterday on Joe Mixon. I'm not going to ask you to repeat the update from yesterday, but I am curious because we don't see Joe out there when we're out, training camp. We're out there at practice, but that's obviously just the tip of the iceberg. There's all kinds of stuff behind the scenes. Is Joe around the team at all? And as a follow-up to that, how do you nation with players who are out for extended periods with injuries as to whether they're in the building, around the team, and so forth?
It's a great question, and I'm not trying to be cliche here. It really is kind of case by case. Mm-hmm. What's the best for the individual? What's best for the team? Sometimes there's some advantages from a player being away and being maybe in an environment that he feels comfortable with. Other times, maybe it's better for that player feels like it's best for him to be around the team. I would say, in Joe's case, it's kind of like been some combination of both. So there's no perfect formula. In the end, we're all about what we think is best for the player and what they're comfortable with. So, I'd say every situation is going to be a little bit different relative to resources, relative to the environment that they feel comfortable with. And I think part of our responsibility and job is to be respectful and cognizant of that. You never want to try to force feed anything. So each situation is going to be a little bit different. So I'd say that's kind of how we handle those situations.
And I guess just as a follow-up to that about Tank Dell, and this isn't, asking this is not saying that, Joe's doing it the right or wrong way or whatever, but it seems like Tank is incredibly present at every practice. The locker room speeches after the wins, he's standing up there in front. He's got the headpiece in or the earpiece in at games. What can you tell us about where Tank is at and having him around the team? How's that been?
Yeah, Tank's worked really hard. I mean, he's worked really hard since the day that we drafted him. That's his mentality. That's his mindset. So he's had a good attitude. He's had a good spirit. He's doing everything that having him around. I mean, Tank has a, infectious personality. He's got a great attitude. He's a great approach. So, I mean, it's good to have him around. I mean, he's been here more than he hasn't. There's been times where, maybe it's a little bit lighter than others. But, Tank's a great kid. He's great to have around. He's got a good relationship, with a lot of the players here in the building, which a lot of our players do. So he's working hard. He's making progress. So, again, no real timeline on him or anybody like that. But, we'll kind of take it one day at a time. But, he's had a really good attitude. He's working really hard and doing everything that we've asked him to do.
With Mixon, is this the kind of situation where the player could have decided to just miss the entire season, but he wanted to take a crack at seeing if he could make it work this year?
Well, I think there's always different, mechanisms and trying to figure out what makes sense. And I can't speak for the player about how he feels, where he is physically, and those types of things. So try to get as much information as possible, and then, whatever a player is able to do physically, and then make an assessment about what that's going to look like over the course of, over the course of the season. So, I mean, he's still on the reserve list. Like, we have a number of players that are still on various reserve lists. So at some point, if that changes, then we'll have a corresponding move, and go from there.
Yeah. Well, and Danico Autry is one of those who's off of the PUP list, and now he's in that practice window right now. We know on this very show you have gushed about Danico Autry before. It's already a really good defensive front. What can he bring when he comes back, Nick?
Yeah, Danico kind of has a unique skill set. His ability to kind of play multiple defensive end, and then he can play inside the front structure, potentially in passing situations. So he just started practicing last week or week before, whatever it was. So we'll continue this week, and then he and Jalen Reed are kind of in that window where the 21 days is going to expire. I want to say it's Wednesday after the Seattle game. So if they're not activated by that point, then we'll have to make a determination by the 22nd. So, it's good to have both of those players out there practicing. Nico's played a lot of good football over the course of his career. So whenever he's ready to go, we'll put him in a position to hopefully help our team. So it's good to have him out there at least moving around.
You just going back to you were talking about working out Ross Tucker earlier, and it honestly reminded me of when Todd Grantham was the D-line coach for the Texans. He worked out Corey Sears like before the first year, the expansion year. And Corey Sears, I think, had been out of football for a couple years at that point. But Grantham worked him out and had him hit in a sled, and Corey Sears was like abusing this sled like you're gonna have to file charges afterwards or anything. And it kind of caught Todd Grantham's eye. I don't think Todd was thinking about him as a viable player at all, and Corey came in and ended up playing a few more years in the NFL. Have you had a guy like that where you just all of a sudden in a workout you weren't even thinking much of a guy, or had zero expectations and he just flashed?
Well, I think the whole idea behind a workout is you're just trying to get a baseline. Where is this player physically? Really evaluating some of his movement. I mean, again, hitting a sled, or having a staff member or even another workout player hold a bag and just measuring like how they hit the bag and all that. All right, are you going to make a determination based off that? So a lot of times it's just where is the player, and then a guy, you probably have some inventory of information about what the guy's either play history is or maybe even some workout at a pro day. So I wouldn't say there's anything in particular. I know you're looking for another story like that, so I don't have a story like that. But I'd say workouts can be useful. You have to be careful of putting too much stock. And the guy, it's like the combine, right? The guy runs a 4.1, and all of a sudden he's going to the Hall of Fame, and then he's out of the league a year later. So I mean, just have to be careful about how much stock you put into one particular thing.
The Corey Sears one is interesting, Nick, because it's just the unconventional story. It's the exact he didn't impress somebody with his physical skills or anything. It was that he had an ability to uncoil and hit somebody at the line of scrimmage that when it was right, it was devastating. And Corey had a blocking sled in his backyard, like one of those old stationary ones that goes in the concrete, and you can hit it and it lifts up and everything. So he'd be in his backyard hitting that thing, the same way a kid throws a baseball through a tire. Yeah, and it transferred to real life. It was Corey was an awesome guy.
You didn't have one in your backyard? Like that wasn't something that you
I would go to local high schools and get kicked. I have to say, you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I did that a lot. I've been kicked out of multiple high schools in Houston.
There you go.
Okay, yeah. To isolate that, Ben. Just Seth saying I've been kicked out of multiple high schools in Houston. You can just isolate
restraining orders on me. At high schools.
I'm on all sorts of lists. All right. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston.
Well, I grew up in an area where you could go to any high school practice field. There are no fences around it or anything. I got to Houston. I got to scale a fence to get to the blocking sled.
Now that I want to watch. You scaling a fence. Hell in a Cell,
There has
Nick,
to be
with
video
Seth
of
Payne.
that somewhere of him climbing up a fence.
Yes.
Scaling the side of a building.
Hey, along those lines, Pro Football Focus, Nick, you alluded yesterday when you were talking about Ed Ingram being at the top of the rankings for guards. And I'm curious, first of all, was it Pro Football Focus you were talking about? And secondly, I am genuinely curious. Well, there's a bit of a dichotomy on our show where I'll power rank anything, anytime, and I don't care. Seth, probably more intelligently, is a little more nuanced about the Pro Football Focus rankings than I am. But I'm just curious your take on it, and is that what you were referring to yesterday with Ed?
Well, Seth is the analytics expert on all of this, so
it's true. He's a stat nerd.
But we actually in our database, and I don't even know which platform it is, but we compile a lot of information, and we'll have some statistical rankings. Again, it's really more of a benchmark. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just another barometer, because there are some teams, when they go through the player evaluation process, they essentially make their decisions based off that ranking. perspective. It's just kind of like a barometer of, all right, where does this guy stack or fall? And again, what their criteria is, how they come up with their rankings. Honestly, I'm not really privy to it or have any idea. But, again, I think Ed was ranked fairly high in one of them, whatever their criteria is. Separate from that, I think when you just watch the film and just watch him play, Ed has played a competitive level of football over the first 4 games that he's played in. So, again, all the analytics experts, I'm sure they'll get mad at me. But I try to, you use it as a reference point, but you don't put too much stock in it. I'll leave that to Seth.
No, I don't take it. Well, PFF, they have a lot of really cool stats and everything, but the grades are the most controversial one. And my issue with it has always been that I don't think it accounts for the scheme that the guys are playing in. Like with defensive linemen, going back to Connor Barwin, I would guess that you thought Connor Barwin was a pretty good football player.
He was a good player. I would say he was a good football player. Yes.
Right, good football player. I'm not asking if you're his actual. But PFF would annually have them as one of the worst outside linebackers in the league, and to me it felt like they weren't accounting for the fact that a lot of times he's not rushing. He's in a read and react mode on a tight end, and he might have to be covering the tight end and all that. So the scheme that he was in, he's getting docked versus where somebody that's in a scheme where it's just, penetrating all the time. Something like the Texans scheme, for instance, where they're way more aggressive upfield. Those guys get reward. Guys on another scheme might get docked, and then people start trying to use those grades to compare players, and that's where I think players get sensitive about it. Is man, I'm not even I'm getting graded down for doing what I'm supposed to do in this defense.
For sure. And again, anytime you have rankings or whatever the tool is, there's a subjective nature to those types of things. Yeah. So when you go back to a lot of the old 3-4 kind of 2-gap teams, you were essentially taught to play in a line of scrimmage and not move. So how does that get interpreted, or what does that mean, and how does that affect the player? But if a player was doing exactly what you asked them to do, to your point, honestly, that's a positive. So that's where you just have to be careful. You don't want to minimize it, but you also you want to put too much stock in it. There's probably a balance right in the middle, which is where you should be. Again, it's always a good reference point, and then you can go back and overlay that with maybe something else and just try to get a true understanding of what you think you have with the player.
Nick Cacerio joining us on Sports Radio 610. Okay, Nick, I'm also curious your take on something D'Amico talked about, I think on Monday this week, after the Monday after the win over Baltimore. Jalen Knowles' Ray Lewis celebration. D'Amico said that he had been encouraging the receivers to start to think about their touchdown celebrations, because when they're thinking about their touchdown celebrations, inherently when they get the ball in their hands, they're going to think about getting into the end zone. Where are you on D'Amico's visualization theory on touchdown celebrations?
We want the players to be excited when they score. I would say discretion sometimes is the better part of valor, but that was an asinine move, so hopefully he can come up with a different dance next time.
That's where I was, because that's not Jalen Knowles' personality, so I thought it was I thought Jalen Knowles might have misguidingly thought that this was going to be a nice tribute to Ray Lewis. But
I wonder if he even knows who Ray Lewis was. He's a young kid, but Ray's one of the best players in the history of our sport.
That's funny.
So
See, Nick,
you just want to make sure. You just want to I want to think about really what you're doing.
Maybe. You're a big wrestling fan, though, and obviously an NFL game is not a WWE pay-per-view or anything. But my feeling on it was, hey, let's go find the most. And I felt like you would appreciate this. Let's go find the most famous celebration in the history of all 31 other franchises. And when we're scoring touchdowns in those stadiums, go to Cincinnati. Let's do that Icky Shuffle, man.
Did you power rank that?
I will power rank that, but I will have it submitted to you by tomorrow.
Sean,
celebrations, yes.
Nick will appreciate this.
Yeah.
The Icky Shuffle is, I talked to a high school kid about
legendary.
This the other day. They were doing the Icky Shuffle. Well, it's the name of a drill you do on the agility ladder now. And it's become like the standard name, but these kids don't even understand why it's called the Icky Shuffle. So I had to show this kid the YouTube videos of Icky Woods doing the Icky Shuffle.
Well, it's like White Shoes Johnson did his, dance. And I'm sure you could come up with a very good list, Sean.
Between AI, Google, and my brain, Nick, I can come up with this list. I promise.
I put more stock in your brain than anything else.
I appreciate it. Thank God somebody does. Nick Cacerio joining us here.
Nobody's ever tried to warn Zap doing the Beyonce dance? That's just that. Talk about icky.
Till now.
Yeah, that was,
Till now. Nick Cacerio joining us. Hey, along those lines, more serious D'Amico question, Nick. You've been working with him now for 2 full seasons and part of this season. And I know you said yesterday, like, he's the same guy every day, and that's awesome, and he is. I'm curious, where have you seen D'Amico in working with him evolve and grow the most as a head coach in those 3 years? Because he's a first-time head coach, obviously.
No, it's a great question, and I think in some respects we probably have gone through the same thing. I think you're always trying to find that balance of giving autonomy and responsibility to others. You know, ultimately, like, we have our hand in everything, but sometimes there's maybe a time where you pass something off to someone else, and it gives that individual or people an opportunity to grow. And that just comes with time and just trying to figure out the balance. And then how do you want to allocate your time and resources on a day-to-day basis? So, I mean, look, I've said this publicly on this show and other shows. I mean, I absolutely love working with him. He's one of the best coaches in our league. The way he communicates, the way he relates to the players, he's very aware. He's very perceptive. He understands what the team needs. And, you know, part of our responsibility is to allow people that we work with or work under us grow. And how do you do that? So, I mean, that just comes with time, just comes with experience, comes with learning. And I think as you get a little bit older, you know, sometimes you hopefully become a little bit wiser if you're not coming, you know, dumber. But I think overall, he just has such a good pulse on everything. And I'd say, you know, if you were to ask me one particular thing, I think it's just continuing to give, whether it's coaches or other personnel, just the autonomy. Like, we respect the people that are in this building. We want their opinions. We want their information. And our job is to kind of take that information and, in the end, do what's best for, like, the collective, not necessarily what's in the best interest of one individual.
Is that what the collaboration you talked yesterday about, Nick Cacerio getting input for, you know, any tweaks you guys need to have made to the offense for the first 5 weeks? Like, is that, like, what does that collaboration look like in terms of getting the offense moving in the right direction the last couple weeks?
Yeah, no, there's constant communication. I mean, Nick's office is directly across from D'Amico's office. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, they're going to walk in and go in there and, hey, what do you think? Hey, here's some thoughts. And, again, regardless of what side of the lens you're on, offensive coach, defensive head coach, you have that perspective of that side of the ball. So if you can take that information and provide an insight or maybe something from the other lens and the other side, that can be beneficial to the overall overarching group. So I think that's where that constant back and forth, constant communication, or, hey, you know what, when they do this, this really gives us some problems. Oh, okay, that's a good thought. Maybe we can incorporate in some of the things that we're doing, and it works both ways. So I think you see that on a day-to-day basis. Those are the best staffs. The best staffs are the staffs that work together the most. In any way we need to do in a game, offense understand what the defense is trying to accomplish, defense understand what the offense is trying to do. Here's some examples, and then as an overall team, here are the things that we need to do in order to be successful that week. I think that's where that kind of back and forth and give and take is helpful and beneficial to everybody involved.
Okay, so what are the bye-week watch plans now, Nick? I mean, obviously you're getting up at 7 a.m. on Saturday to watch Crown Jewel. And then
I'll be up before 7, I'm sure. Sorry.
Right. So you'll have a little Crown. You watch the pregame show for Crown Jewel over in Saudi Arabia, and then from there, what's the football watch?
Yeah, I think my flight leaves for Saudi Arabia Friday morning, so I'll be in attendance.
Okay. Yeah. I knew you were going.
Yeah, no, we have middle school soccer, so our plans of going away for the bye week, I think, disintegrated when that took place. So. And our middle daughter is the captain of the team, so I think us telling her, hey, you know what, just don't worry about it. We're going to take a 3-4 day break vacation. I don't think that's good parenting.
Not. Yeah,
it's not good parenting.
No.
So we'll be around. So we got some things to work on here, probably do a little bit of college work over the weekend, and kind of continue to build inventory of players there. Maybe try to catch up on some reading. I'm on quite a kick here, so see if I can stay on pace here a little bit. So nothing too exotic, nothing too exciting. I'm not jumping on a plane going to Saudi Arabia or going to Tulum or anything like that. Okay. So as much as my wife would probably like to.
Yes.
By the way, I talked to D'Amico during training camp, and he hadn't read the Morgan Housel book that you had given him yet. So I don't know if you need to give him a little kick in the ribs to get him started.
Enough going on, so I'm sure he'll figure out how to allocate
No, he needs to read that book. Those Morgan Housel books are awesome, man. I was just listening to one of the ones you had recommended the other day.
He's coming out with another one, Seth. I think it's either hits the shelves or it's coming out here fairly soon. So he has another because he's been promoting it online. So as soon as it's available, I'm going to buy it. So it's definitely on the list.
I look forward to listening to it and being intrigued and then putting none of it into action. So that's generally how I go with these things.
No, but you use it as advice for listeners sometimes on the
No,
air.
it actually, okay, so for those of you who don't know, Morgan Housel is this author. He writes a lot about, the psychology of money,
finance.
Exactly.
Yep.
And a lot of it is about kind of identifying blind spots or just, fallacies that we all have in the way that we look at life. But whenever I'm reading them, a lot of it applies to football or being a general manager. Is that the way you read it too, or do you try to separate it and you're just thinking about how to manage your personal finances?
It's
better?
twofold. There's a financial component. I think the new book, I think it's The Art of Spending Money or something like that. So it's like kind of just the opposite. And I would say a lot of Morgan, and then some of the stuff that I read, it's more from a behavioral science perspective more than anything. So there's not a direct application or correlation, but you start to see some patterns. I'd say that's probably where I've tried to spend a little bit more time, is just in the end, behavior science, understanding sets, and I mean that's where, because it's all applicable. So again, now there's going to be some specific things that are specific to a particular discipline, and that you kind of leave it in that bucket. But try to take a little bit more of a generalist approach. But there's elements that honestly you see a lot of overlap: business, finance, sport, behavior science, economics. It's kind of all tied together. So I just try to learn as much as possible. I mean, I know I'm a nerd and I don't have a life, but I just find it a very intriguing space, and hopefully
it really
it's kind of helped me over the course of time, just in my day to day.
Yeah, no. I really enjoy the way you can kind of step back and look and see the way that people behave, and that sometimes it's very irrational, and yet that's a standard way people behave, including myself. And you try to figure out, okay, well, how can I change that and stop being such an irrational idiot most of the time? The one thing I was reading, the book I was reading last week where I thought of you specifically was, he talked about how you got to be really careful when you read about great people or biographies and what have you. You got to remember you can never try to emulate everything a great person does, because every great person has their own flaws and drawbacks and everything. So what you'll end up doing is try to emulate somebody's strength who has a different strength than you, but then you're also trying to emulate their weaknesses because you don't realize it. So I thought of you, and like with Bill Belichick, obviously a great football coach. Was there ever a conscious part where you had to think, okay, these are the things that Belichick does that I think I can do, but then I got to remember that, like, okay, I can't. There's certain things that Belichick does that I'm not going to be that I should do.
I think the most important thing, and what I've tried to do, is in the end, you have to be true to yourself and what you're about. When you try to your point, like maybe take something or a trait or a habit of somebody else and sort of spin it and make it your own, is it really authentic and is it really true to who you are? Or did you observe that and think, oh, wow, that works, let me try to, it sometimes it doesn't always match up. So again, I think that's just generally speaking, be true to who you are, and it's a lot of what we talk about here with we want our players to be true to who they are. We want their personalities to show, and in the end, we all have to kind of be an authentic version of ourselves, because that's what people hopefully will respect the most about how you go about your business on a day-to-day basis.
The only question I have about this back and forth the two of you just had is, in the book...
Are we going to have a podcast about this?
In the book, I would listen to this podcast between the two of you, but in the book, The Art of Spending, is there a chapter in there about spending $500 plus shipping on a Texans logo WWE championship belt?
I'm not sure if that's in there yet.
Yeah, I feel like I could
write when the book comes out, we're going to have to look at that.
I feel like I could write a really good book called The Art of Spending, and it's the worst advice that you could ever give anybody on spending on things. I can spend. I got a real art to it. I'm terrible.
I would read that. So put that together.
Well, that'll be my smack off call, Nick. That was my last thing I wanted to ask you. So the smack off on the Jim Rome show is coming up.
I'm aware.
On October. Well, you were the one who told me. I get a text like smack off October 31st from Nick. So I'm getting ready for that. Would you like me to run my call by you, or would you like to listen to it organically on
Yeah,
October
I'd like to be
31st?
pleasantly surprised.
Okay.
It'll be very good regardless, and I'm sure I won't stop laughing for the duration of the call. I think what you have to decide is you're going to make a phone call or are you going to zoom in and make it more of a visual, because if they have the opportunity, it'll be interesting to see how some of the clones handle that.
I can't wait, man. I can't wait. Yeah, it's been 20 years since I won one of these things, Nick. I'm kind of like the Cleveland Browns. He used to win back before the Super Bowl was a thing. Yeah, so I got to win. I got to do it. Do it for Houston. Bring a title back to Houston. Yes. All right. Nick Cacerio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, always so generous with his time. Nick Cacerio joining us here. Hey, Nick, we enjoyed it as always. Go enjoy the bye week, and looking forward to Seattle on Monday night when you guys come out of it.
Thanks, fellas. Good to be here. Have a great week.
Yep, you too. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that. All right, that was fun. I could listen to the two of you talk about these books. I was enjoying just sitting back listening to you.
Yeah, and you know what? I was trying to find. I've actually got a Google Doc with points about those books that he had recommended to me. They are really I've enjoyed them. But D'Amico hadn't picked up. I think Same as Ever was the book that Nick had given him.
Your question about the Belichick thing, though, was interesting. I mean, it's at the very end of our 45-minute conversation. I would have loved to have gone longer on that, because I think when Nick got here, everybody thought that everything was going to be done the same way Belichick does stuff. Yeah. And there have been a lot of things that Nick has done that I don't think Belichick would have done in running the Patriots all those years.
Right. Yeah, no, and I think that's the hazard sometimes with it. A lot of people who have come XG, the hazardous thing for some of them has been, I think they think that everything Belichick do must be the right way to do it, when in reality, every great person who ever lived also has flaws and weaknesses. And it's a mistake to think that, all of their flaws must actually be strengths.
Right.
And so I'm just going to do everything they do. Mm-hmm. Because then the problem is, okay, you try to emulate all of Belichick's flaws thinking that it's actually a strength. Meanwhile, you're not the defensive genius that Belichick was, and you end up flaming out like so many former Belichick proteges have.
Or like Belichick himself is right now, because his flaws are not masked by Tom Brady, and that's not to say that Brady was the sole reason or anything, but like you could see now when you don't have elite talent around you and you don't address those flaws, this is what's happening now.
One of the most intriguing things for me is always to look at great people or people who have accomplished great things and compile the list of reasons that they never should have been able to accomplish that.
Yeah.
Because it inspires confidence in a weird way when you realize that like every single person that's ever accomplished great things had all kinds of flaws that at some point in their lives people looked at him and said, like, well, he'll never do this because he's deficient in this or deficient in that. He could never accomplish great things.
Yep.
Like, I don't know, but you're being really, really, really good at a few things is enough.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Big thanks again to Nick Cacerio for joining us on the show here prior to the Texans bye week. Speaking of the bye week, the schedule coming up. No Texans game. Texans' remaining schedule is daunting as the computers say that it is. We will dive into that coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. This is who you call if you've been in an accident that was not your
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And if I'm a little miffed right now, Seth, for this segment, it's because for the second time in my life on a road trip to go watch the Texans, a government shutdown could potentially shut down my extracurricular activities on that trip.
Oh, no.
Yes. Amy and I are going, as you know. You've heard me repeat over and over again. We're going to Baltimore Sunday and the Commanders game on Monday. We're flying into the D.C. area on Saturday. We wanted to go to the Smithsonian on this trip. We've never been to the Smithsonian before. But if the government shuts down, the last day the Smithsonian will be open will be Saturday, and we don't get in till like 4:30 in the afternoon.
You said on a road trip to watch the Texans. Is there a Texans?
Oh, sorry. I mean, yeah, I shouldn't have said. Yeah, my bad. To go watch NFL football. Well, the first time this happened was a road trip to go see the Texans. It was before. It was the year before I got over here to 610. Now my Sundays are spoken for with the Texans. We went to the San Francisco Sunday night game in 2013, and we wanted to go to Alcatraz, but the government was shut down, so the closest thing you could do was take like a cruise around Alcatraz. You couldn't go onto the island and stand in the cells and, check out the, all the inner workings. Yeah.
Traded.
Exactly right. Couldn't do that. So
couldn't trade Amy for cigarettes.
Getting screwed over. I needed some cigarettes really badly. What do you want? So the government. Yet another time, I'm getting screwed over by the government here, potentially. No Smithsonian.
Or the lack thereof.
Yeah.
You're getting screwed up.
Yes. Well put. Yeah, the lack thereof. Oh, hey, one last thing. They're running a segment right now on TV in here on Get Up, I think. And the theme, it must be Dominic Foxworth who's doing it, because the segment is called Zero Fox Given. And one of the faces they have up there for that segment is Jalen Knoll.
Ooh,
yeah. So obviously it has to do with the Ray Lewis celebration. Were you surprised? That might have been the most shocking thing to me about our interview with Nick was like he openly said what an asinine thing to do.
The Jalen Knowles touchdown dance, his Ray Lewis dance was asinine.
Asinine!
Yeah. I feel a little bit better about I feel like I was the only one. And people got mad at me when I kind of just said, he's a rookie doing the Ray Lewis dance in Baltimore.
I loved it.
I'd say let's be, I don't know, man. Like, have some respect for your elders, unless you're just doing it as a tribute to them. But even then, like,
yeah.
I don't know. I'm not like all angry about it or anything. I just might have chosen differently. Yeah.
That was. I was like, wow. That's a strong take right there on Jalen Knoll. That would have been great if he was on Zero Fox Given while we were still talking to Nick. That would have been beautiful.
The only thing is, I don't think Jalen Knoll necessarily. I don't think he meant it that way. Like that's just not quite his personality to be a guy that's going to come in. Yeah, screw Ray Lewis. I'm doing his dance or anything.
Yeah. Well, I pulled up a list of dances at other stadiums. We'll get to that later. Let's pay off on what we teased into the segment here. If you miss Nick Cacerio, you can get it on our podcast. The Rewind feature works as well on the Odyssey app.
It would be like going into to an NBA game as a rookie and going over and getting the chalk and throwing it up in the air.
Yeah, dude.
In any one of 5 different places.
Miami, LA, yeah. Yep.
I did it twice in Cleveland.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So the computers say that the Texans' schedule is one of the toughest in the NFL. Now, this was before the Baltimore game.
I don't trust the government, and I don't trust computers.
I don't trust computers or the government. Send me into the woods with a buck knife, and I'm good to go. It's a strength of schedule calculator, but not based on record of teams. It's based on Super Bowl odds of your future schedule. So it combines all the odds for the Texans the next 12 games. And these rankings actually came out before the Ravens game, but I doubt they've changed that much to where the point of this segment falls apart. The Texans were 6th in terms of strength of schedule for the rest of the year going into the Ravens game. The Colts were 11th.
Sixth hardest.
Sixth hardest. Sorry, sixth hardest. Colts were 11th toughest. The Titans 19th, and the Jacksonville Jaguars 28th toughest schedule, and that was before they went out and got a win over the Chiefs. to presumably opponents the rest of the way. Like, if anything, the Chiefs are
especially
probably
based on Super Bowl odds. The Chiefs are still up there in the Super Bowl odds.
Yeah. So this is like the Jags are playing with even more house money than they were playing with going into that Chiefs game. You and I have kind of like at least like talked our way through this schedule. Does this schedule, just looking at it, feel and look like a schedule that's one of the 6 toughest schedules the rest of the way for the Texans?
I think that if you look at the upcoming stretch of 4 games immediately after the bye week, that's enough for me. You go in, you're 2-3, and you had added up before the show.
14-6. The next
14-6.
The next 4 opponents are a combined 14-6.
Yeah, like you come out of the bye week, and some of these glitches and errors and communication issues that they've had on offense, you got to get some of those cleaned up, man. Because versus a couple of bad defenses, you got away with some things that you wouldn't otherwise get away with. And they have made improvements, but they got to continue to improve some of that because it's not gonna pass the test versus teams like the Seahawks or the 49ers.
The Niners, the Broncos, the Jags we've already seen, that we've seen what the mistakes meant in a game against Jacksonville.
I'll tell you what, the fun thing about the Seahawks being the next game is that the Jaguars face the Seahawks next. So
I thought
the Jaguars,
same thing. You get to see two of your opponents.
We get to watch the Jaguars play the Seahawks this weekend. So very relevant watching the Jaguars, and obviously very relevant watching the Seahawks. And then the Jags have the Rams, but then it light Raiders. They face the Texans. They've got the Chargers, the Cardinals, the Titans, the Colts. I don't know. The Jaguars' schedule doesn't look actually all that easy. They've got the Broncos still coming up. Yeah. I'm not buying that the Jaguars have one of the easiest remaining schedules in the league.
Yeah,
right
I'm with you, and I don't know that I believe in them totally right now. I don't. Yeah. I believe in the Colts more than I do the Jags, just because the Colts feel like just better put together, more solid. Like there's more they can lean on. Whereas the Jags, man, I think the Jags are. I know they scored 31 against the Chiefs. Now 7 of them were on a pick 6 by Devin Lloyd, but I just don't trust Trevor Lawrence. I think good defenses and Steve Spagnuolo is a good defensive coordinator, but I think by and large over the course of the next 12 games that Trevor Lawrence doesn't look like somebody who's advanced at all under Liam Cohen. He just
honestly, look at the biggest thing that might be swung. The Jaguars and the Texans' remaining opponents are pretty common.
I was going to say they sound very similar.
The Jaguars have to face the Titans, or get to face the Titans twice. So those are a couple of one extra patsy than the Texans have. But other than that, I think the only difference is the Jets. And the Jets might swing it wildly because they're such a weak opponent right now.
Yep.
So you take that Jets game out of it, and I don't think it's all that dissimilar to what the Texans face.
What week do they play the Jets? I'm just wondering if it would be at a point where they've given up on the season.
I'm on one of those annoying.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Okay, week 15.
Week 15,
December 14th.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna.
Immediately after the Jets game, they have the Broncos and then the Colts and then the Titans.
Okay. So we'll see what happens. I mean, look, I think the Jags are capable of losing plenty of those games. As far as the Texans go, I think if the defense is what it is, and unless this defense gets hit like the Ravens defense did with a bunch of injuries or something like that, if this is by and large the defense that you're rolling with, I think you could rattle off all their opponents. That defense is going to keep them in every single game, is my feeling. They may have one stinker like they did against the Ravens on Christmas Day last year, but over the course of 12 games, that defense is going to give you a chance to win in practically all of those games, this defense for the Texans. So that part I feel good about.
The biggest thing with the defense right now is that I still have concerns over their overall run defense. I know that sounds weird given the performance they just had versus Derrick Henry, but the game plan in that game, it was very much screw Cooper Rush. We're going to worry about Derrick Henry. We'll take care of Cooper Rush in due time, which they eventually did with 3 interceptions. But they're gonna squash Derrick Henry and Justice Hill. That's one of the reasons the pass rush wasn't as ferocious as you expect out of the Texans. Is they were playing more conservatively than their normal style. When you go against a more balanced offense and you can't just load up against the run, it'll be interesting to see exactly how they handle some of their strengths and weaknesses. I think EJ Speed being more involved is going to be a good thing versus the run.
I agree.
Because he just keeps showing up. It plays.
Yep. Text message, can you all ask Caserio about Tank Dell? We did. We asked him about Tank. And nothing firm in terms of a time frame of coming back or anything. He's just happy to have Tank around the team, and Tank's good.
What did you think when I probed and said, hey, could this be one of those situations where Joe Mixon could have, gone on IR, but he wanted to give it a swing, just kind of like Isaac Paredes did. He didn't really give a substantial answer.
Yeah, it didn't move me one way or the other on that. Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that. Look, for one, if it was a devastating injury that they knew for sure he wasn't going to play, they would have just put him on IR already.
Yep.
So I think there is an actual potential that he's going to play, and maybe it was one of these things where, boy, whatever the injury was, he could have easily justified saying, no, I need to get surgery now and I'm going to shut it down, but I'd rather give myself a chance to play this year.
He did say that Joe's presence has been a mix of being around the team and being away. Not to what degree he didn't expound upon that. He didn't say 60% of the time he's, in LA and 40% he's here in Houston. I don't know where Joe makes his off-season home. I have no idea. So yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out in a few weeks about Joe Mixon. So if you missed the interview, did ask about Tank Dell. You can hit it on the Odyssey Rewind, or you can download it on the Payne and Pendergast podcast. And while you're there, hit the subscribe button. And so make sure you get it every day. All right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's circle over for a few minutes to how we're feeling about that. And Seth and I will play a little game called To Tender or Not to Tender for the Astros arbitration-eligible guys. Buy or sell, yeah.
I thought it was TOO tender. That's it. Who on Sports Radio 610 is the most tender?
Oh.
Who's got the most tender ego? And it's probably me.
We could power rank that, I suppose. All right, so we'll do that coming up next. But before we do that, I want to remind all you guys out there to get to the Men's Tea Clinic. If you're feeling a certain kind of way, if you're
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you on a Wednesday. If you missed it, we talked to Nick Cacerio about an hour ago. We finished up with him about a half hour ago. If you want to listen to that conversation, you can get it on the Odyssey app, Payne and Pendergast podcast, Rewind, etc. Fun conversation with the Texans GM. Speaking of GMs, Dana Brown going to be back next year. Joe Espada going to be back next year for 2026. So I would say, Seth, if you're Jim Crane and you're evaluating Joe Espada and Dana Brown and judging, okay, should they be back for another year? First of all, they did win 87 games. It's not like this was they just missed the playoffs, which obviously is not optimal, right?
They did the same as the Detroit Tigers, and it's despite having the most games lost to injury in the league and setting some records in terms of how many injured guys they have. If it was 2015 and this exact same thing happened, the feeling would be different. Now, obviously, in 2015, you still had a low payroll and everything, so it wasn't the same as
you were
it wasn't the same as now.
Yep.
But I think the expectations obviously were a lot higher, or are a lot higher in this fan base. The fact that you got so little out of so many of your high-paid guys at the end of the year, it just feels like, come on, guys, what the hell are we doing? The injuries play a huge part in that. Some of you were also some of your least available guys like Yordan Alvarez and Isaac Paredes. Jeremy Pena missed a huge chunk of games, and it adds up. It adds up, and we haven't even gotten to the pitching staff.
I can guarantee you, if they don't make the postseason next year, and I'm guaranteeing you this based on sports talk host bravado, not on any information whatsoever.
Yeah.
If they miss the playoffs this season, I think Dana Brown and Joe Espada for sure, I think, will be gone.
This will be the big thing. Without being able to put your finger on it, Jim Crane's got a better feel for how everybody's doing their job, obviously, than any of us do. Is there at some point does Jim Crane say, yes, we expect our higher paid players to perform up to their historical standards, but what about the environment, or what about Espada and his lineup decisions and everything else are leading to perhaps this? Like, where's the cause and effect here? The biggest thing that I'd be asking questions about if I was Jim Crane would be, all right, you're my manager. Your stated goal, one of your huge stated goals during spring training was to have better judgment at the plate, get back to where we used to be.
Yeah.
Why are so many guys displaying such atrocious judgment at the plate, including guys who are known for their judgment at the plate, like Christian Walker? Tell me what you're doing about this. Tell me why this is or isn't your fault. Like, I need concrete reasons for why we didn't improve on one of the stated goals of spring training.
Well, one of my locks going into this period of the offseason was that they will be hitting coaches. And I'm not saying it's Snitker and Cintron's fault necessarily that they are so bad with runners in scoring position and they exercise such poor plate discipline, because they were the hitting coaches when this was a team that exercised excellent plate discipline and
incredible plate discipline,
and did get hits with runners in scoring position. But you're not going to run the same solution back, and you're not going to fire a ton of players. It's very easy to bring in a hitting coach or two that might have a different approach that resonates with some of the guys, maybe not all of them, but enough to where it makes your lineup more effective than this bottom third of the league that it was in so many categories this year.
I think, honestly, the one that would have made me most nervous if I were on the Astros staff right now, the article was the one in The Athletic about Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
And where, when he got to Boston, they realized that they picked up a couple little hitches that he had that Bregman hadn't noticed, nor had anybody in Houston. And you're reading that as the owner, and you're thinking, okay, well, wait a second, why do we do this? I mean, without full credit to those guys for being the hitting coaches back when the Astros had incredible judgment at the plate.
Yeah.
Maybe it is time to tweak the process and the organization in such a way that there's either blind spots or something that you got to figure out. Why are we not as good at this as we used to be?
People that are good at their jobs lose their jobs all the time because the results aren't there, and the results aren't there. So I don't think it'd be out of the blue or anything like that. All right, let's play a little to tender or not to tender. T-O, not T-O-O. So the Astros have decisions to make. Several arbitration-eligible players And the outlet that they use here to come up with the estimate as to what these players would get in arbitration, I think it's a pretty reliable projector. I can't remember what it is, but Spillane and Chandler Rome both vouch for it. So these numbers look right.
It's MLB Trade Rumors.
MLB Trade Rumors is that posted this. Okay, so the Astros, would you bring these players back at this dollar amount? Because the Astros can either offer arbitration and make an offer to these players, or they can just non-tender and they walk and they can go play somewhere else. We'll rapid fire these just for the sake of time. Mauricio Dubon, $5.8 million, Seth. His final arbitration eligible year.
Tender him.
I would tender him as well. You got to have Doobie on this team. Now, I would non-tender Ramon Urias at $4.4 million because I feel like there's some redundancy with those two guys, Dubon and Urias. So I would say non-tender Urias at $4.4. Stephen Okert, $2 million.
Non-tender.
You would non-tender Stephen Okert?
No, wait, no. I have to tender him. Sorry, the dollar figure was mixed up in my mind.
$2 million bucks.
Yes, tender.
Okay,
yes.
Here's a complicated one. Luis Garcia, $2.2 million, and he's not going to pitch next year.
I love him, but I do not tender him.
I wouldn't
because I do not heart him or any of those things. No emoji, no because he'll be a free agent at the end of next year.
Yeah.
And he's not going to pitch next year.
Yeah, and it was a bad injury this time around. It was a UCL and a flexor tendon. I would not tender
after
him.
Having an incredibly long rehab from his previous UCL. So I feel bad for him, but no, I cannot tender him.
A few no-brainers just to get out of the way. Brian Abreu, $5.9 million.
He's tendered.
I'm going to skip down. Isaac Paredes, $9.3 million. Tendered for sure.
Okay. I thought you were doing no-brainers, and you skipped over De Los Santos.
Would you tender De Los Santos at $2.1 million?
No.
Okay, yeah. Well, I meant no-brainers to tender, like to bring back in.
Okay,
yeah. I think Jeremy Pena, $7.9 million, no-brainer, obviously. He's an all-star. Hunter Brown, $5.7 million, might be one of the best values in baseball, obviously. Mm-hmm. Yainer Diaz, $4.5 million.
Yes.
It's a no-brainer as well, yes. Okay, now we get to the ones that are maybe not necessarily no-brainers. Angel De Los Santos, you said no at $2.1 million. I'm with you. They pulled him off the street late in the year, and he pitched way too much. Jesus Sanchez, $6.5 million.
Oh, no.
No. Okay,
no.
Yeah, I would say.
Why'd you skip over Chaz?
Oh, sorry, I did skip over Chaz. My bad. Sorry, I'm skipping around on this. Chaz McCormick, $3.4 million. That's complicated right there.
Is it?
$3.4 million is not that much for a reserve outfielder.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
$3.4 million. Yeah, I would. I had to look at it. Yeah, tender him.
You would tender him? See, I would say no, just because.
Okay.
Yeah,
maybe I'm being a little too liberal with Jim Crane. $4 million, whatever. It adds up. These nickels and dimes add up.
He's just been so bad since he wasn't.
All right, I take it back. No tender.
Okay, all right, then $3.4 million. Jake Myers, $3.5 million.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, okay. This is the problem. It's the Jake Myers injury situation and how it factors in with everything else. If they could figure out if it's just been dumb luck or if there's actually something they can do to stop it with all of these long recoveries and recurring issues. Going back to when Jake Myers probably came back from his original arm injury too soon.
Yeah.
That it would make it a whole lot easier. I'd be able to say, well, he's had bad luck. But I can't give up on the upside of
No.
Myers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He showed me enough in the first half of at $3.4 million, Chaz hasn't shown me anything in 2 years. Jake Myers was in all-star conversations for the first half of the year. I would bring Myers. 3.5, I'd do Myers in a heartbeat. The ones that are under $2 million, Hayden Wisniewski, only 2 years into his major league career. Is he a guy you pay $1.5 million to rehab his Tommy John surgery? I think so.
He got injured early in the year. He's still not. If he comes back next year, it'll be late in the season, right?
Yeah.
But he's what, $1.5 million?
$1.5 million.
Tender him.
Yeah, I'd tender him.
Plus, I still need I need as many. I need as much fodder as possible to lord that trade over the Cubs potentially.
Yeah. He's part of the Kyle Tucker trade. Good point. Bennett Sousa, $1.1 million. Why not?
Yeah.
Although he had an arm injury at the end of the year. Did he have Tommy John? I lost track of who's had Tommy John hurt at the end of the year. Taylor Trammell, $900K. Why not?
Well, yeah, I mean, you brought him in for about that same amount, right? When they traded for him.
Yeah,
so, go ahead.
I would tender him. All right. Spillane said on his tweet of this, I'm not sure the Astros have had as many non-tender candidates as they do right now. I think you and I only kicked like 3 people out of the building in this exercise.
Yeah.
Are we?
I don't know. Well, part of it too is I guess they've got the minor league system and the pipeline is just so decrepit at this point too. That I think maybe what he meant was like non-tender, the guys that would typically be non-tender, but you're going to go ahead and tender them.
Maybe.
I think there's some decisions right now that you're making on some of these guys where you're going to tender them. Where in previous versions of the Astros, you're like, I got no space for that guy. You know, like you'd be looking at Arias on previous versions of the Astros and be like, what the hell are we even talking about here?
Right.
No, we're not going to tender him. You're like, oh, we need all hands on deck.
Yep. All right, you can weigh in on that, 713-572-4610 if you would like to do that. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. It's the bye week for the Texans, so this is an appropriate juncture, I think, to do a quick bye week report card. Not on all 53 guys, but who's on the honor roll for this team, and what are the grades for some of the other noteworthy students on the Houston Texans. We'll go through that exercise coming up next, but first, grilling. It is, man.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. Texans.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So multiple people texting in. Crane needs to non-tender the medical staff. That'll be the news of getting Espada and Dana Brown coming back next year is not super surprising. It wouldn't have surprised me either way with Jim Crane. I could have gone either way with that. I will be very surprised if we don't hear about any operational changes behind the scenes with this team.
Or just whatever the investigation into whatever the hell's going on.
Yes.
And, I mean, one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in sports this year was when, on the day we found out that Yordan Alvarez had it was some big revelation in Alvarez's hand issue, that it had been misdiagnosed, or there actually was a break, whatever it was.
Yeah.
That was the day that they honored that.
Well, they let him let him go back to hitting live pitching, and then decided to take a look at, there's a break right there. Yeah.
But it was the day. But the day I'm talking about was then we learned that news. And on that day, they honored the
hand guy, right,
for the Astros.
Yeah. That felt like something out of The Onion. You know, like that.
Right, I know. I thought I was double checking everything. It was it was a day game, if I remember properly.
I'm like, is this front porch sports?
I'm reading one article by Chandler Rome about Yordan's hand being mishandled, and then I'm seeing another tweet that they're going to honor this hand specialist for the Astros.
Like, no, that's not true. That can't be true. No.
Yeah.
Totally. That's just wild. What a weird thing. Like a lot of people out on the Astros medical staff. So we'll see what happens. I think they said they're going to look at everything, and obviously they've made their appraisal of the GM and the manager, and they're going to run that back. For at least another year. So we'll see. Bye-week report card. So we're 5 games in, a third-ish of the season, thereabouts. Probably an appropriate week to do something like rate the performance of people. The way I did this, Seth, the guys who are performing at a high level right now, who we'd be giving A's and A-pluses to, I just put them on the honor roll. Like, who are the guys that are performing? And I'm just going to rattle off the guys, and you tell me if you feel like there's a name that I'm either missing or that shouldn't be on this list right here. I've got 7 Texans that deserve to be on the honor roll for how they're playing their positions. And these are offensive and defensive guys. I don't have Kaimi or Tommy Townsend or special teams guys on here. The honor roll for me is Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter, Jalen Petrie, Tim Settle, Ed Ingram, Nico Collins, and Kamari Lassiter. I think those are the guys that have performed their jobs the best this year on this team.
I guess the one guy that I would, and I know you're going to have him in a different category here. I think Derek Stingley is, if I account for the fact that he's been battling through this flexor issue, but I want to almost give him extra credit for doing that, because a lot of defensive backs especially do not like being out there when they're not 100% get exposed because of it.
And Stingley likes being out there.
Yeah, and I think Stingley also, he's in that category of defensive back now that isn't going to show up as much because teams aren't going to target him.
Okay.
So you see more Kamari Lassiter and more action there, but partly because Derek Stingley's being ignored more often by quarterbacks. And then if you're going to put Ed Ingram on there, I'd put Titus Howard down there as well.
Okay, yeah, I was giving Titus a B+, so you'd bump him up a little bit.
On the sum total of things, that right side of the line has been good for them in a lot of ways. The issues in pass protection have been more about the left side of the line and running backs and tight ends. Sometimes the pass protection issues are on CJ and the receivers. But those guys have been pretty stable.
I can get with both of those. I'll add both those guys to the honor roll. I'm one of the professors that the students like to be in his class because he's a very flexible grader. I'll be that guy. So Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Jalen Petrie, Tim Settle, Ed Ingram, Nico Collins, Kamari Lassiter, and we'll add Titus Howard and Derek Stingley. Not a big surprise. Skews heavily to the defensive side of the football, I would say, for the Texans. Okay, so now the noteworthy non-honor student players. You tell me if I'm grading too hard or too easily. We'll start with the big one, C.J. Stroud. I give C.J. Stroud a B for this season so far.
I don't. I think that and there's a lot of reasons behind it, but I feel like people have gone really far towards trying to give the offense more credit than they deserve in the last couple weeks, just because they're not as bad as everybody says they are. You still have to accept that it still hasn't been a good product over the course of 5 games.
Right.
They've been a bad offense by and large for the vast majority of the first 5 games.
Yep.
The CJ's sack rate is still one of the higher ones it's still below average in a bad way in the league.
Is that on CJ? Because we're talking about him specifically.
No. I'm talking about I'm talking about the offense, but then CJ is the architect of the offense. Sometimes it is about CJ, or it's about the receivers.
Yep.
Pass protection isn't just about the offensive line. It's the tight ends, it's the running backs, it's CJ making the calls. And there have been a lot of protections that we'll go to that really fast Jeffrey Simmons sack. Ultimately, that's on CJ.
Yep.
Why is it on CJ? Because the call wasn't communicated. Now, the offensive line they didn't all get the message. That's on CJ to be sure everybody's getting the message.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he hasn't put up good numbers. He's not one of the better quarterbacks in the league right now.
What would you
I
rate
wouldn't
him?
put him on. I would give him a C, I guess.
A C?
So far.
Yep.
Yeah. And I'm not crushing him for it because he's worried. There's a lot that he's I'm not blaming him for all of it, but I'm also just not going to say because it's been kind of hard.
Right.
I know you've had some struggles, so I'm going to give you a B. No, I'm not that kind of.
Do I sound like that? Do I sound like the mamby-pamby?
You sound like if a kid wrote a letter saying, I've been having family difficulties, you'd be like, okay, I'll give you
It might move the way you were right now.
Yes. Like Mr. Burns.
I didn't even see
but without the viciousness that lurks beneath him, yeah.
How's CJ Stroud been? Excellent. Excellent. Nick Chubb, B-. B as in boy, minus for Nick Chubb.
Sure. Okay. I don't where's the I'm optimistic about what the offense has done over the last couple weeks. But it's been versus bad defenses, and by and large, if we're grading the first 5 weeks of the season, there just hasn't been a lot of good on the offense. It's not. We're grading the first 5 weeks, not the last 2 weeks. The first 5 weeks of the season.
I'm bracing myself. I'm picking up my shield right here, and I'm getting ready to duck behind it. I gave Dalton Schultz a B. Peeking over my shield. I haven't been hit yet.
I'll get I can roll with it.
You don't have to do the whatever, Sean.
Yeah.
Give it a grade. You don't have to.
A C.
Okay, that's a C. What's so hard about that? All right, Aziz Al-Shaair, B.
We'll go with that. I think Aziz is what he is. I don't think he's ever going to be awesome in pass coverage or anything, but there's a certain oomph he brings to the defense that's vital and crucial.
Here we go. Here's tough grader Sean walking in the door. You ready?
It's a 2-3 football team.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, these are the there's plenty of D's and F's, but we can't go through all 53 guys.
I got you.
Kalen Bullock, C.
Okay, yeah. That's appropriate. Still a young player, and he's doing a lot of good things. He still needs to continue to improve.
Yep.
But yeah, for sure.
All right, let's do the coaches here and see if you agree with me on these. And if you don't, that's fine. DeMeco Ryans, B-. Understanding they're a 2-3 football team right now.
Yeah. No, B- seems fair. Because he's the head coach. He's not the defense. He's not even the defensive coordinator anymore. So given that he's the head coach of a 2-3 football team, but the offensive coordinator that he brought in himself was also, I think, going through a lot of first-time offensive coordinator things.
Yeah.
So by and large, the fact that they did, for the head coach, I'll give him credit for showing improvement over the course of the first 5 weeks and addressing the issues that were most needed to be addressed.
I'll tell you what the big reason I gave him a B-. Obviously, 2-3 is not acceptable. They need to be better than, if they're 2-3, that means they're going to finish 6-11 or whatever. That would be a bad season. As I pointed out yesterday, I've seen a lot over the last few weeks in the way that DeMeco has operated that have been very encouraging. Him pulling the plug on players that I think he wouldn't have been as quick to pull the plug on in previous years, him delegating to Matt Burke, which for some reason everybody over there in the building wants to downplay Burke calling the plays on defense, including Nick yesterday in his press conference. I think just the act of doing that and delegating is kind of a big deal for DeMeco Ryans. And I think I give him big points. I know the Ravens were a B injured. In previous years, he's lost or played close games against teams like that, and they went in and pounded that team, and by the fourth quarter, they were pounding the Tennessee Titans. So, and it's not like a B- is an A or anything like that, So that's why I give him a B-. I think it's that's what I feel. Caley, I don't think you're going to like my Caley grade. I give Caley a C. That's probably too high right now for what the offense has been this year.
Yeah, I guess for a very below average offense to give the offense coordinator a C, you have to be down there around a C- or D+. But he can work his way up.
Yeah,
you can be that good story of a kid that was a C student, then all of a sudden learned better time management skills. And vaulted himself up into there. Yeah.
Matt Burke I gave an A to just because this has been an excellent defense, and he's the defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
he's called 2 games, and they've averaged 5 points given up in those 2 games.
They've got the number 1 scoring defense by a large margin at this point. I think they're 3 points per game better than the second-place scoring defense, who I think is Denver.
Yes, it's Denver, yeah.
Yeah, they've been very, very good.
Yeah,
yes,
unless Burke is some kind of unforeseen nightmare behind the scenes, he gets an A. And I gave Frank Ross an A-. Largely, the special teams have been good this year. Tommy Townsend's been a little up and down, and there's been a few games where the special teams has been average, not great.
This is where the Nick Chubb thing. Part of the reason, look, I'd love to give him a B+ for effort and all that, but he's the 24th leading rusher in the NFL right now, 25th leading rusher in the NFL right now. This is what annoys me. I cannot turn on the TV without somebody gushing about Cam Scatabo, and he's the 26th leading rusher right now.
Yeah.
People won't shut up about Cam Scatabo.
He had a rough one in the game. Who did they lose to? New Orleans, I think, this past weekend?
Fumbled, right?
He had a fumble in that game. He had a rough game there.
He's averaging 3.8 yards per carry.
Yeah.
It's great. It's cool. I don't know. He comes off of I see a photo of him. He's got a dirty jersey, and they're showing how gritty and grimy he is. And it's some game where they're playing on AstroTurf. How much of Cam Scatabo is he rubbing dirt on himself to try to create some image of himself?
We live in a world where just a decade ago, Peyton Hillis was on the cover of the Madden game. Do I got to spell it out for you?
Well, Peyton Hillis actually was the leading rusher in the NFL.
Do I got to spell it out for you? When you get a big white dude like that, like Cam Scatabo, that's got a little bit of wiggle, people fall in love with him.
Well, but Peyton Hillis was the leading rusher in the NFL.
And then he wasn't,
I get you there.
Yeah.
Well, he also went crazy.
Yeah, he did.
He went legitimately crazy.
He did, but didn't he save somebody from drowning last year or something like that?
He did that as well.
Yeah. I feel like you need a little bit of crazy to run into the ocean and just start saving people like that. So maybe the crazy was good. So, yeah, the Scatabo thing was a little much. I'm with you on that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. People are texting in their grades. B, for just the last 2 weeks, it's for the season. A B is crazy. People are agreeing with you on the my CJ grade was a little too
I don't feel like I'm being a jerk here. I'm just being what it is, calling it what it is.
Nick Cacerio can't be higher than the ceiling is a...
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you there. I mean, that's what, and again, I think people are trying so hard to try to be the intelligent ones that say well, actually things have been just fine.
Yeah.
But no, they have not. They've been atrocious versus good defenses. It's not. They've shown signs of improvement these last couple of weeks, 100%. Yes, but there's glaring issues on the offensive side of the ball. I'm optimistic that they're going to get better and that they have gotten better. But, yeah, looking at the course of the first 5 weeks of the season, that's great that they lost a couple of close games or a few close games. It's not because the offense was doing anything good at all that they almost won those games.
They had elite
if the defense had played the way they did. Yeah, it was an awful, atrocious offense for the first 3 weeks of the year and for the first 2 quarters of the Titans game.
Yeah. I like how the over-under is 2.5 of my grades before you're just whatever, B, fine. It was Schultz. That was hilarious. After I overgraded CJ and Nick Chubb, I'm like, Dalton Schultz, B. All right.
It's my fault. I should have done more research before we did that segment about exactly where, exactly where Schultz is. Because, again, Schultz was really good in this last game.
Yeah.
But they're all.
even when the offense was bad, that's okay. And I know I cling to the Pro Football Focus grades way more than you do. But even with that, he was 20th out of 70. And I know what your counterpoint is going to be. Like, 2 starters and he's 20th, which is a great point. Yeah. So I'm just going to shut up now and let you say what you were going to say.
You give credit to Nick Cacerio in that game last week. Look, you've got backups and rookies out there on the field, and they attacked those poor SOBs.
Yep.
They're like, hey, CJ looked confident. Yeah, because he knows he's got Nico Collins versus zone with 3 backups there. They're going to be standing. CJ knew that those guys were going to be standing exactly where he wanted them to stand.
Mm-hmm. D for Cacerio at the start of the season, but a B for the last 2 weeks. C overall for him. I had him as a C, but it's 3 weeks versus 2, and the last 2 weren't against great opponents, so I could see going C- or D+. That was fun.
And I'm not saying that it wasn't promising. It's like if your D student all of a sudden gets a B on a paper.
Right.
They're like, okay, look, you've made improvements. There we go.
The equivalent of tutoring is all the collaboration that Nick was talking about the offense. Nick Cacerio got an F for the first 2 weeks. He went to tutoring, and now he's getting B's.
Now what we need is one of those celebrity parents that bribed their kids way into Ivy League schools.
They just got divorced. I think Lori Loughlin is a deplorable human being. She just got divorced from her husband that they the one they collaborated on cheating on all the tests for their kids with.
Oh.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
Is she still in prison?
No, I think she's out now. No, because she's in a new relationship. But who knows? Maybe it's a conjugal visit relationship. I got to check. Lori Loughlin. All right, Payne and Pendergast and Lori Loughlin talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Have you ever involuntarily flipped a bird at somebody before? Because that's an excuse that's being made by a very prominent bird flipper this past weekend. That is coming up next.
Hey.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, is it possible to flip an involuntary middle finger at somebody? Jerry Jones was fined $250,000 yesterday for flipping a middle finger from his suite at MetLife Stadium on Sunday, late in the game during the Cowboys' 37-22 win over the New York Jets. My immediate assumption when I saw the headline and saw the story was he was flipping off a bunch of Jet fans, but that's actually not the case.
According to him.
According to him, yeah. He's my source on this.
Your willingness to take people's word at its face value.
Well, this doesn't feel like something that is like be nefarious to lie about or anything, right?
Oh, it does. Okay, perhaps, and then listen to the explanation and tell me if the explanation makes any sense.
Okay, let's play it here. Yeah. This was Jerry Jones on our sister station 105.3 The Fan explaining his middle finger to a person right outside or people right outside his owner's suite.
You know, that was unfortunate that was a kind of an exchange. There was a swarm of Cowboy fans out in front, not Jet fans, Cowboy fans. And the entire stadium was brimming with the enthusiasm of Cowboys, and certainly late in the game. And that was inadvertent on my part because that was right after we'd made our last touchdown, and we were all excited about it. There wasn't any antagonistic issue or anything like that. I just put up the wrong show on the hand, but that was inadvertently done. And I'm not kidding. It was, if you want to call it accidental, you can call it accidental, but it got straightened around pretty quick. I've had a chance to look at it. It got straightened around pretty quick, but the intention was thumbs up, and then basically pointing at our fans because everybody was jumping up and down excited.
Okay, you and I are on the same page about 90% of this, I think. My point was that about the people it was directed at. Like, I feel like if it wasn't Cowboy fans he was pointing towards, we would have heard from somebody. Like, that feels like there's plenty of witnesses that...
And that's, okay, then are we also to assume that he'd never have any reason to want to give the finger to Cowboys fans? Have you seen what Cowboys fans have been saying about Jerry Jones? All these.
No, that's fair. Yeah,
his whole contention was that he says it was inadvertent that he meant to do the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Like, that's... No, nobody does that.
I agree with you on that.
You inadvertent, accidental, no. You may have playfully meant to do like that. You didn't mean it in the classic, like, angry, I'm insulting you way. He was doing it playfully or something.
Yeah.
But there's nothing. There's no middle finger when you mean to do a thumbs up.
I'm in total agreement with you on that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that part I agree with you on.
Like some politician comes out to address a rally, and after he wins an election, and, I meant to do 2 thumbs up. I don't know why I flipped everybody the bird.
Yeah. I would be curious what exactly was getting directed at him that prompted the middle finger.
I can see a lot of Cowboys fans still yelling, like, yeah, great, you beat the Jets.
That's
awesome.
True. Yep.
Yeah, good job. Good job, Jerry. You beat the Jets. Your defense still sucks. Something like that.
I could see that.
They've been really, really harsh on Jerry. Finally, people in Dallas have realized, like, hey, wait a second. We haven't done anything in 30 years, and Jerry won't shut up about how awesome we were 30 years ago. That's why the training camp attendance, everything's was horrible for the Cowboys this year.
You're absolutely right. They're 2-1 this year so far. I mean, they're literally right at 5. Well, everybody thought, especially with the defense, everybody thought they were going to be trashed this year. And Dak Prescott is an MVP candidate right now. Like, he's got to be a top 5 MVP candidate right now in what's a very strange NFL season so far, where 2 of the candidates are out for most of this. It felt like in the top 5, there were 2 spots reserved for Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson, and those guys are both out now. Mahomes, they're 2 and 3, so he's not really in the mix. Josh Allen is the only guy among those tippy-top MVP candidates coming into the year that's having anything close to an MVP season.
So for the lofty standards of the Dallas Cowboys being a half game better than where the Texans are right now, it must be
they're probably like, hey, man, you're only a half game better than the Texans. And he's like, screw you. And he flipped you off. So that was Jerry. Jerry got fined $250K for that. I'm sure he just reached into his pocket and handed $250K to Goodell.
I hope he flipped him off as he was
doing it, like on Breakfast Club. Find me another $250K. You got 2 months now, Bender. Cleveland traded Joe Flacco yesterday. We're kind of jumping around the NFL a little bit here. Joe Flacco in a 6th-round pick. By the way, we'll hear from Nick Cacerio in the final segment. He was on with us earlier today for about 45 minutes. Good conversation. Joe Flacco in a 6th to Cincinnati for a 5th-round pick. The thing that surprised me the most was that I get doing what's in the best interest of your team, but why are you sending a quarterback to Cincinnati? Why are you helping out your fellow
to a divisional opponent?
Yeah,
right.
To jump up 30 spots in day 3 of the draft next year.
I think that they just wanted to get him out of the building and just we can have Shedeur Sanders as the backup now. He's not the 3rd-string quarterback. It is what it is. We're not going to the playoffs this year, and I think they just don't care.
Yeah.
They know that whether the Bengals make the playoffs and figure it out somehow this year or anything, it has actually no effect on them right now. And they probably also think, honestly, if I'm the Browns, I'm thinking, watching the way Flacco has played, I'd say, all right,
poison
good luck.
pill.
Yeah.
It's a poison pill.
This is what you're missing. This is a geriatric Joe Flacco who goes to a situation where he has better receivers, but still a horrific.
Well, even last year in Indianapolis, where they benched Anthony Richardson for a lack of professionalism and for tapping out of the game against the Texans on 3rd and goal, and they put Flacco in there. Flacco was awful for the 2 games. Richardson was back in there by week 11,
He's only been good. The only time he's been good outside the Ravens was that one season in 2023 in the regular season, and he very much turned into a pumpkin versus the Houston Texans. After breaking records in the regular season, he just fell off a cliff completely.
Here was Deion Sanders in his press conference in his role as Colorado Buffalo's head football coach. He was asked about the trade of Joe Flacco.
Yeah, I got that text during practice.
I was just wondering what your reaction is.
I don't give a damn about the Browns at all. I care about the Colorado Buffaloes. I do love me some Shedeur Sanders, don't believe that. I care about him. The rest of that mess, I don't, okay? I'm a coach trying to win just like they're trying to win games, but I could care less of they traded.
All right.
Yeah, okay, him using the word mess. It just flew right over my head the first time, and I just thought of it kind of like casually. People talk about like, oh, that's not my mess or whatever, but like, maybe choose your words a little bit more carefully. I guess.
That's what I thought.
I don't think he meant anything by it, but he might have genuinely. I don't know.
It would seem as bad as Deion has been at giving advice to Shedeur on how to handle his business since about the time he left Colorado after the season last year. Deion knows I'm not going to take shots at the team that employs him.
I'm not going to look like a helicopter. I'm not going to be the annoying parent of
the very team you manipulated his way onto. I mean, Deion was very open on that New Heights podcast with the Kelseys that they didn't want to go to Philly. They didn't want to go to Baltimore because you're going to be behind Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson forever, and that they were perfectly fine with going to Cleveland and competing with Dylan Gabriel.
You know why I'm upset about the story that the Sanders family gave the stiff arm to the Ravens when the Ravens wanted to draft him is that could have been so much fun last week.
Yes.
If the controversy was, wait a second, why are you starting Cooper Rush over Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, man.
Or vice versa, Shedeur Sanders was actually going to play.
That's where I thought you were going. Like if Shedeur Sanders actually played and got steamrolled by the Texans defense.
Yeah, I don't think he would. I think Cooper Rush would have played, and people would have been livid about that.
Yes.
They would have forgotten that Cooper Rush has a 9-5 record as a starter and has been there and a veteran quarterback and all that.
I could tell you up in Cleveland, as you know, as out-of-market Houston stations that I listen to go, Cleveland is pretty high up the list. A lot of times just because Houston's done a lot of business with Cleveland, especially on the football side of things. But I was listening to them the last couple of days because this has been pretty compelling, this Flacco trade. And they, at least the morning guys up there, they're like, what are they doing? Like, this is a disorganized mess. What the hell is going on?
The other part of it is, I don't know. Sometimes it's overrated having a veteran voice in the quarterback room. But I think sometimes it's very, very valid. And everybody gushes about how cool Joe Flacco is with everybody. And probably would have been a good resource for both those younger quarterbacks as an elder voice
now, that is
in
true.
the quarterback meeting room.
That is
every single one of these articles. It's hilarious that they talk about the quarterback room, and then at some point you can see the writer remembering, oh, yeah, I mean, Deshaun Watson is still there rehabbing his Achilles tendon. So Deshaun Watson is in the room.
It's the strangest thing because he is operating more now on social media, which is all we have to go by with Deshaun. It's not like he's doing press conferences. It's not like we're up there. He is operating way more on his social media like he's a Cleveland Brown now than he ever operated when he was the actual starting quarterback for the team. He's putting up videos every day of workouts, and he's wearing Browns stuff. When he was the Browns quarterback, you got more posts from him like in Italy or Cancun and places like that, or driving his new car than you did with him playing football. It's wild.
It's got to be an awkward feeling walking around the building and knowing that the reason the organization really can't move forward aggressively is because of you specifically.
Right.
That your contract, which you are not living up to or even playing on right now, is the very, very big thing holding back the team right now.
Yeah, he doesn't.
So he probably feels, like he's trying to do the best he can right now is just to do his rehab and to say nice things on social media.
I got to tell you, Seth, he doesn't seem all that bothered by it, from what I can tell on these videos. He doesn't. He's just doing his thing, man. Just out there grinding those workouts.
Do you think he plays? Okay, does he play again in the NFL, and is it with the Browns?
I have said all along, I don't think I backed off on that, but I don't think he plays for the Browns again. I just think they want to move on from the whole thing.
Unless he recovers from the Achilles tendon, and then both these young quarterbacks either get injured or they just say maybe – because the Browns have a bad offensive line, so I'm not being anti-Shedeur here. I'm just saying if Shedeur goes in there and he's getting beat up and a rookie quarterback behind that offensive line, they just at some point decide, all right, this isn't helping him in his development. Let's get Deshaun out there.
Get him out there again.
Twice torn Achilles tendon.
I will tell you, there's way more talk up there about what they're going to do with their pick and Jacksonville's pick that they have to go get a quarterback than there is about Deshaun or even these two guys that they've got right now in Gabriel and Shedeur.
And then Cleveland, they're not looking at Shedeur as the future.
Not right now.
At it as they got to draft a guy high.
That's what they think the probability is they'll have to do that. Yeah, next year.
Where's Arch's draft status right now? If he chose to come out,
undrafted free agent. He's a day 3 guy from all the draft people that I read.
I thought he was a generational talent.
That's what I was told. Several people said he was a generational talent, and I don't know. I haven't seen
many of them. I can't wait until
lately.
The press conference where he announces that he's decided to return.
It'll happen. It'll happen.
I know.
All right, Nick Cacerio was on with us earlier. He had a hilarious answer about Jalen Knowles' celebration after his touchdown and an update on Tank Dell as well. We will get to all of that in the final segment. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on as well. But first, let's get you guys sleeping better at night.
22. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I was definitely surprised by it. I've been on the offensive guys a lot for the past couple of weeks about making sure they have some celebrations ready, right, for the end zone. Like, it's just a psychological thing to me. If you're thinking about celebrations, then you'll get in the end zone. So I'm happy that we're getting a little swag on the offensive side, and we're getting in the end zone, and we have some celebrations ready to go. But Jay Noel did surprise me with the Ray Lewis.
Surprised him with the Ray Lewis. D'Amico did not have a definite take on what he thought of the Ray Lewis, other than he was a little surprised by it. Welcome back in, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a little bit. Luke Morrow in for Reggie Atatula today. So that was D'Amico on Jalen Noel's celebration, which is still getting attention. It was looking up at the TV, and here today, Dominic Foxworth does a segment called Zero Fox Given on ESPN, and that was one of the cuts they had on there was Jalen Noel doing the Ray Lewis celebration. So we asked Nick Cacerio this morning. We had the Texans GM on earlier this morning. You can hear the interview on the Payne and Pendergast podcast, or you can rewind on the Odyssey app and find it. Good conversation with Nick. We asked him, where is he on the whole visualization of touchdown celebrations leading to guys maybe scoring more touchdowns like D'Amico. We just right there.
We want the players to be excited when they score. I would say discretion sometimes is the better part of valor. I mean, I love Jay Noel, but that was an asinine move, so hopefully he can come up with a different dance next time.
That's where I was, because that's not Jalen Noel's personality. So I thought it was I thought Jalen Noel might have misguidingly thought that this was going to be a nice tribute to Ray Lewis. But
I wonder if he even knows who Ray Lewis was. Jay, he's a young kid, but Ray's one of the best players in the history of our sport.
That's funny.
So
See, Nick,
you just want to make sure. I want to think about really what you're doing.
Yeah, there you go. And I went on to say there, I'm like, man, I don't know where I was. I was a little surprised that card-carrying WWE fan Nick Cacerio was anti-Ray Lewis celebration by Jalen Noel right there.
I think it's a kind of a respect your elders thing, and sure. I still think that Jalen Noel might have just genuinely meant it as a tribute to him. Now a lot of people have said, "Boy, man, the Ravens are going to remember that." I don't know. Just like Jalen Noel probably does. He's seen Ray Lewis highlights and everything. I think everybody knows who Ray Lewis is, obviously. Like Jalen Noel knows he is. But how many guys on the Ravens right now, not a single one of them was playing with Ray Lewis or anything. Are any of them going to be like, that's it, nobody does that to Ray Lewis, not in our house?
The only one who actually did that, who got upset about it, was Jair Alexander, who's been on the team all of a month, and
who might have just been objecting out of his normal weirdness.
Yes,
more so than anything else. Yeah, it was like, nobody knows how Jair Alexander, the thing he does.
My feeling was...
He's a weird dude.
Totally. My feeling was, hey, man, let's take this show on the road, and now whenever we go, the Texans go to a road venue, you do whatever the celebration is that, most famous, like I brought up when we were talking to Nick, I'm like, well, in Cincinnati, every touchdown, let's do that Icky Shuffle.
The Icky Shuffle, yeah.
Icky Shuffle. Like the Atlanta Falcons, remember they had the Dirty Bird back in the late 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Jamal Anderson.
Dirty Bird go?
Jamal Anderson. He was doing flapping his wings or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Dirty Bird is one that definitely, if you don't do it right, it looks really, really stupid.
Yep.
Like you just look like you're doing the chicken dance or something.
We've seen, yes, that's exactly right. We've seen this one before. It's not the smartest thing to do, where opposing players will do the Lambeau leap in Lambeau.
Oh, yeah, and try to do it in Green Bay.
Yeah.
And they always get rejected,
thrown
but it's
back
fun.
like a lumberjack match.
But that's one that you're going to get rejected. You're right. We see that all the time. They do it. So somebody did the Namaste once in Houston.
Yeah, who was it?
And I can't remember who it was. I bet one of our listeners will remember. Text it in, 713-572-4610. I can't remember whether people were upset by it or if they thought that was like a show of respect to Arian Foster.
The Redskins had the Fun Bunch back in the day. Remember, all the wide receivers would get together and do like a group celebration thing.
Didn't they? Isn't that what ended up being causing the original outlaw of group
probably
celebrations?
The timeline lines up with that. Yeah.
Somebody came in and busted up the Fun Bunch one.
Who was? I think it was somebody on the Cowboys, or I might be thinking of when when the Cowboys came in and knocked Terrell Owens off of the star that one time.
Well, no, they both happened. Yeah,
they both happened. No, I couldn't remember if it was the Cowboys.
Because the Cowboys part.
Who tried to break up the fun bunch. Yeah. All right, one more here from Nick Cacerio, because a couple folks asked about it. Did you guys ask about Tank Dell? We did. Here's what Nick had to say.
Tank's worked really hard. I mean, he's worked really hard since the day that we drafted him. That's his mentality. That's his mindset. So he's had a good attitude. He's had a good spirit. He's doing everything that we're asking him to do. And having him around. I mean, Tank has a, infectious personality. He's got a great attitude. He's a great approach. So, I mean, it's good to have him around. I mean, he's been here more than he hasn't. There's been times where, maybe it's a little bit lighter than others, but Tank's a great kid. He's great to have around. He's got a good relationship, with a lot of the players here in the building, which a lot of our players do. So he's working hard. He's making progress. So, again, no real timeline on him or anybody like that. But, we'll kind of take it one day at a time. But, he's had a really good attitude. He's working really hard and doing everything that we've asked him to do.
All right. So it's almost the same as the Joe Mixon answer, except Tank is in the building all the time. Mixon's a little more absent. Not totally absent, it didn't sound like, according to Nick, but more absent than Tank is right now.
Well, I mean, we just know from some social media posts before the season or before preseason about Joe Mixon getting some treatment elsewhere in Florida, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing his rehab somewhere else.
Down there.
And this is just pure gut, or maybe it's hopeful optimism or something, is that this might be one of those situations where Mixon could have said, all right, I need to have the surgery. I'm not playing this year, but he's going to try to give it a go. Kind of an Isaac Paredes type of situation. I guess I hope that's what it is because, hey, with Paredes, it ended up working out. But the Texans aren't in a position to really make a decision on that until they see however the attempt lasts before Mixon decides to give in. And that's just me speculating more than anything else.
I think it's I don't think it's baseless speculation in so much as that aligns with what Mixon's personality has been like since he became a Texan. That seems like something that the Texan version of Joe Mixon would try to do.
In a good way, you mean?
In a good way, yeah. He's been a good teammate. He fought back from that ankle injury to get back last year, and he's been banged up before. Yeah, in a good way. Him trying to do the Isaac Paredes thing.
And I think that, people get frustrated because the Texans don't give out more information than they do. There's a couple things to that. One, I tend to defend organizations for keeping things close to the vest when it comes to any information at all that they don't have to divulge, because it's at the end of the day, it doesn't really affect us as fans. We get agitated about it, but there's just by having a philosophy of playing it close to the vest, you never know which information is worth keeping close or anything, or what one of your opponents might use against you. So you just have a policy of we always keep it close to the vest, no matter what. And then the other side of it is too, if Joe Mixon specifically told them, I don't really want people, they follow that there. If Joe Mixon said, go ahead, tell him exactly the situation, then he may not have said that.
Yeah, they're always going to do right by the player for sure. Maybe Larry and Stafford knows who namaste'd in NRG Stadium. Do you recall that, Larry? Do you recall there being a namaste situation that was a non-Arian Foster?
I kind of remember it, but I can't remember who did it. I don't know if it was either the Denver game or I just can't remember what player did it. But I remember somebody doing it over on Kirby, man. And, we were cool with it because it was just an honor thing just because Arian Foster was Arian Foster. But let me get on a couple of things. On this Joe Mixon thing, I don't think it's physical, man. I think it's just something that Joe may be going through, and they're just letting him, try to figure out if he still wants to play football or not. And because they have him on the PUP, so they have the ability to bring him back. Next thing, I was kind of shocked too, Sean, when Nick said it was asinine about Noel doing the Ray Lewis. We live in a world now where don't nobody give a damn about nothing, so anything goes. I hope they go to Carolina and do the Superman that Cam used to do and do the gritty in Minnesota and do the bucket naked in Denver. I don't give a damn. If Jalen Noel got a touchdown, he deserved to celebrate. And I don't give a damn if Baltimore is going to remember it or not, because we remember that Beyonce Bowl and we got their ass back. It's football, man. You got to have some fun doing it. And I enjoyed every minute of the celebration, especially when Alexander tried to get that ball back and tried to take that dude's ball from him, and he wasn't strong enough to get it from him. I'm all team Jalen Noel, man. Hey, look, yesterday I had a conversation with Clint and So about the scheduling and stuff. I'm not big on that strength of scheduling stuff, man, because the Jags still have to play the Colts twice. The Colts still have to play the Jags twice. The Jags have to play us again, and the Colts have to play us twice. We are 2-3, and going into the bye week right now, I feel like we are 5-0 because we have left on our schedule opportunities to go out there and really just make some room, man, after how we started. And coming out of Seattle, man, is going to really allow us to really see where we stand against those 4 teams that are coming up. But I believe this team is back. And Clint said something that don't believe that what we saw with Nick Cacerio is something that we're going to be able to see continuously. No, dog. Once I see a butt-naked woman, I want to see her again. Nick Cacerio got an offense over there that we ain't seen some truth in. Now you got to just be consistent with it, and I'll holler.
All right, thanks, Larry. Butt naked twice in that phone call.
It's a good point about the buck naked women.
Of course, yeah. I want to see
a true thing.
I want to see it again and again and again. Yeah.
It was T.J. Watt.
What's that?
T.J. Watt did the namaste.
T.J. Watt did the namaste. Okay, that's acceptable because he's related to J.J. who played with Arian Foster.
Yeah,
that's okay. That's acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to, if I were next time the Texans play the Cowboys, I want somebody to stash a Salvation Army bucket somewhere in the stadium, and after somebody scores, just bring the Salvation Army bucket out. The oldest underrated still, by the way, because I saw that a couple weeks ago. The fact that it, like, honestly, I felt like that takes a lot of athletic skill and confidence to just jump into that bucket without propping it up on your hand or anything like that you're going to hit the target right. Stupid thing to do, because I feel like the degree of difficulty is higher than you might think, and if he hadn't gotten it just right, he could have dumped himself on his head.
Yes. I'm still trying to find out who the player was that John Lopez might know. Mm-hmm. You remember the Fun Bunch, Washington, the Redskins back in the day? Yeah. It was Charlie Brown and Art Monk and all the wide receivers would get together and do the thing and then high five at the end. Seth is absolutely right in that there was a player who ran in one time to break it up, an opposing player.
Yes, there was.
Do you remember who it was?
I'm trying to remember. Hold on.
Right?
Yes, there was. I remember that game.
I feel like it was.
I want to say I watched that game live. It was it was a premier
remember.
game.
I can visualize it in my head. I just can't visualize who the player was that jumped in the middle of it. And my initial reaction is to say that it was a Dallas Cowboy because they had that rivalry going for, especially back then. Yeah. But then I'm like, maybe I'm conflating it with George Teague running up and knocking Terrell Owens off of the star in that playoff game that one time. Yeah. So, I don't know. But, Seth, you're absolutely right. The Fun Bunch was broken up by a new NFL rule that banned their choreographed group end zone celebrations. Mm-hmm. That's underrated in the Goodell era. Roger Goodell bringing back the group celebrations, I like that. That's a check mark in his favor.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Google tells me it was 1983, the Cowboys, defensive backs Michael Downs and Dennis Thurman stepped.
Cowboy Michael Downs. Those were safeties on the Cowboys. Good job, Luke Morrow.
I kind of remember watching it. Like maybe it was a replay, but I remember like, oh wow, like maybe it was live. It was a premier game. Primetime game.
Sorry guys, I'm distracted because Google took me to Greg Brady from the Brady Bunch getting injured playing football.
Oh that's right.
Remember, Greg Brady was a budding football star, and then he got that injury.
It was amazing how many actual pro athletes showed up at the Brady house back in the day.
The best Brady injury was
Joe Namath.
Oh my nose.
Don Drysdale. Yeah. That was the worst football injury on the Brady Bunch. Was Marsh's face. Yes, 100%. All right, boys. John Lopez, Luke Morrow are in. Question of the day.
Question of the day. First, I want to thank you guys.
Why? What did we do?
Just because you're you, and also
drop the mic right now.
You gave us a segment idea. 1020. We were looking at 1020. We have all our segments laid out.
Yeah.
Best touchdown celebrations by team.
By team. Okay, I'm looking at the Google of it right now. You're talking.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, we hit a couple of them in this segment because we played Nick Cacerio.
Right. That's what gave in honor of that.
Yeah. Jalen Knoll called it asinine.
Which, by the way,
the Ray Lewis.
Asinine.
Huh? Yeah, I was a little surprised.
It was pretty strong.
Yeah, that was his strongest take of the interview was on Jalen Knoll's touchdown dance. I was just a little surprised because Nick fancies himself, and he is a big fan of the theatrical arts known as professional wrestling, where that dance would be almost tame by WWE standards. Okay, good. So you're going to run through some ranches.
We know the Texans' most famous celebration.
Namaste.
Right. Now we're gonna spitball, get some fan reaction.
Okay, good.
Etc. Question of the day. So yesterday, did you see the lone Mariners fan sitting in the outfield had a shirt that said "Dump 61 here"?
Okay.
In honor of hoping for Cal Raleigh's 61st home run.
Yeah.
I'll be damned if he didn't catch Cal Raleigh's 61st home run.
So it's at the game yesterday?
Yeah, at the game.
61st, including the regular season. Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
So, and then he took his shirt off.
And then he took his shirt off, and it said.
Yeah, it said number 6. Same thing. Dump 62 here.
He painted it onto himself?
No,
another shirt.
Another shirt.
The guy was ready
wild.
to go.
Yeah,
and that is serendipity.
That is
there.
a fan in the stand story. That'll live forever. What is your best fan in the stands story?
Okay,
you personally. I can. Two popped immediately into my mind while you guys are thinking.
Okay. I've got one.
I was watching the San Antonio Spurs against the Memphis Tams.
Yep.
In the ABA.
Yep.
Back in the day, I was I want to say like 11 years old, and I was in the baseline. And before the game, George Karl, Spurs point
legendary.
guard.
He's a point guard back
then. Point guard for the ABA Spurs, waved me out onto the court, and like gave me something. I forget, a wristband or something.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I still have a picture. Somebody took a picture.
Do you still have the wristband?
I'm sure I do
somewhere.
I would never have thrown that away.
John Lopez is
George Karl's wristband.
John Lopez is. I was at a game where George Karl was playing point guard years old. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
All right, mine is also a basketball memory. I was much older than you were at the time of your George Karl memory. I was at a game with Amy back in the a Rockets game, back in the early on in our relationship, probably in that horrible like purgatory they were in where Kevin Martin and Louis Scola were their two best players. And we were sitting in some friends' seats at literal courtside on the baseline right next to the Rockets bench. And I was showing Amy something on my phone. Like I was on my phone and I'm on my phone. This is back in 2011 when I was probably way too into Twitter. And I'm on my phone and I'm showing her something on my phone and she's got her head down. And so we're not watching the game. The game is going on. And somebody whips a pass, and it goes right through their hands and smacked Amy right in the face. Hit her right in the
Did she get hurt?
Right in the face. Well, I mean, momentarily. Not a Marsha Brady situation. It didn't break anything, but I've heard about it now for 14 years since it happened.
Yeah.
And, so that's probably my favorite one, when my wife got hit in the face with a basketball.
Seth, when you were a kid and just a big old fan?
Yeah. I don't think I have. I don't have one. I've been searching the memory banks there. I'm sure I'll think of it as soon as the show is over. As far as the best team celebration ever, the one that I always wanted to see that I don't think anybody has pulled off before is I want to see somebody do Washington crossing the Delaware when they play the Commanders, like with the whole team. DK Metcalf tried to do it and it didn't look anything like it. He tried to take the musket from one of the guys on the but yeah, I want the whole team to just reenact it perfectly.
All lined up, same height as the pitch. Yes, I thought somebody had tried to do that. Yeah, it might have been.
Maybe they did.
Yeah. All right, boys. Looking forward to that. So 10:20 celebrations, 10:40. Big time fan happenings.
Fan in the stand story.
Fan in the stand story.
I got a Stevie Nicks story that's going to blow you away.
You do?
Yep, 10:40.
Fan in the stands, and it's a concert story.
You're damn right.
Okay, I love that.
Nobody believes me.
All right,
not even my family.
Well, we'll see what the audience thinks. This is Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston. An Odyssey sports station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and I hope you have fun with your fun bunch at your your neighborhood bar this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're going to
tell them I've dubbed them the fun bunch.
Fun bunch, sometimes fun for sure. Again, you're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. We are done. We are out of time. Luke Morrow in for Reggie. John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yes, sir. You can join the conversation throughout 713-572-4610. Also get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. Get to that question of the day later on. Send those answers in later on this hour. Also, the touchdown celebration. Start thinking about that as well coming up later on this hour. But we have to start with the Houston Astros and the reports yesterday that I guess make it officially official now, although it's coming from sources. But Joe Espada and Dana Brown will be back in 2026 for the Astros. Whether you're happy about that or not, let us know on the text line. But, John, what stands out? What do you think is Well, first, let me give you my. For me, I don't know why Joe Espada, why it was ever really a question personally. I like Joe Espada. I think he's done a good job the first 2 years. Is he the perfect manager? No, of course not. Is he the best manager in the league? No, but I mean, they exceeded the Vegas win total this year, so in a sense, exceeding expectations, despite having the most injuries in the league throughout the year. I know they missed the playoffs. I know the win total went down from the year prior, but I don't put it on Espada. I think he did the best with what he had to work with throughout the year. I think he actually deserves credit for the job he did with the Astros. So that one I don't understand. I think Dana Brown could come under a little more fire, but I haven't gotten understood the conversation the last couple of weeks about Espada being on the hot seat.
Well, let me ask you this. What are the Astros telling us? It was where I went. What are they telling us we're going to run it back? Are they saying we're good? We're good? We think these guys can, given some better health,
right?
Maybe an acquisition on the mound or two, that these guys are a championship combination. Are they telling us that?
I think so. That was my thought of those guys aren't the problem. Those guys are the right guys that can right the ship here, and that the bigger issue was the injuries this year. And so maybe try to address that, right? Maybe that's where you make the changes on the staff. But no, yeah, I thought that with this, hold serve if you're the Astros, roll with these guys because you still have the confidence that, these are the right guys under the right circumstances that can get the job done.
Well, okay, so I don't know. I'm trying to kind of parse it out and figure it out myself. That's one extreme. We're good. This is a championship combination. We're going to add some pieces. We're going to make a run. On the opposite end of the spectrum, I believe this. I think you can just argue it different ways. Is he getting Bo Portered? Is Joe Espada getting Bo Portered here? In other words, hey, we're going to have to rebuild. We know that Jose Altuve is going to be 37. We know that we have giant holes in the system. We have to rebuild the system. I mean, we're not just going to pay a dude off, just for the sake of another bad season next year. That's two ends of the spectrum. And the guy making the decision is Jim Crane.
Right.
So or does it fall somewhere in the middle? Kind of like what these guys are doing. Maybe they can maneuver a little bit, get us through a brief rebuild or retool, whatever you want to call. I have no idea what they're, but clearly this is a Jim Crane, production, and he's making the decision for one way or another in terms of where he thinks this club is, and I don't know exactly where he thinks this club is.
Yeah, that's fair. I thought this past year was going to be a soft rebuild, and I thought we were heading more in that direction. Then they made some moves to, you bring in Christian Walker, and you do some of the things that they did to try to bolster the team in the here and now. You go get Correa midseason, so things of that nature. So I don't know if they'd want to lean more into some sort of rebuild this year or still try to be competitive and go for the World Series. But regardless, I think this is a big offseason for the Astros. And I do think they need a decent amount of help this offseason. And so if you're keeping these guys around, obviously for the offseason it's more about the GM than the manager. You have to have faith that Dana Brown. I think part of it is when you look, Dana Brown came in, because the Astros fired the previous general manager after winning a World Series. And, things just, you had the butting of the heads in the front office. So also part of me is just that thought of, this might sound mean, but Dana Brown's more of like that yes man or more of that Jim Crane type of guy that you can not manipulate,
No,
but
absolutely manipulate. Yeah, I think.
So, so you keep him around to keep things a little more calm there in that front office or with the ownership. But this is a huge offseason for Dana Brown and the Astros. I don't know if he's the right guy to handle this type of offseason. They have gone down in victories each of his years leading this franchise, and I think they're in a much different spot now than when he took over, and not for the better. But yeah, I think that plays part of it too for Jim Crane of just wanting to keep it status quo, not bring in somebody new that might disrupt things. And you have Dana Brown who, you seem to have a good enough working relationship. So just move forward with that and hope he can figure it out.
Well, and you also have to realize that, in a weird way, Joe Espada got bailed out by the injuries. Now, maybe had they not gotten injured, we'd be talking about a World Series run. So we don't know of that part. But the fact that the injuries were so abundant, it was almost impossible to let him go. Like, because not because you get criticized, but maybe you don't even know. Like, man, injury after injury after injury, and he did make a big run in the midseason where they were 20 games over 500.
Yeah,
they were running away with the division, and it was largely because of how Espada was kind of managing the roster as it came to him because it was turning over so much, and a new pitcher here. and you pitch and you shortstop and you this, and you that. So he does get credit there, but in a weird way, let's say they had stayed healthy and they'd fallen flat, then he'd be out.
Yeah.
Like he'd be out.
Right, I could see that. That's true. He does kind of get a mulligan, fair or otherwise, for this year. But that's why I thought he should. I was surprised by the rhetoric when the season ended. Like I thought he should. I thought he deserved credit for the job he did. That they still won 87 games. They were right there with most of the teams in the AL, despite all of the injuries. And if you look at the metrics, they lost more value to injuries this year than any other team in Major League Baseball. The injuries, it's not just some lame excuse that you use as fans. Like it was unbearable at times this year. And so still to be competitive and in the race to the very end, I thought Espada actually deserved credit for that. Shouldn't be getting the criticism and blame. It's my understanding he has 1 year left on his contract, so that's why I get like 2026 is that prove it year where you hope you have more health. Now, let's see what you can do, and he will be on the hot seat this year. I don't know about Dana Brown's contract, but if I were to make changes for the Astros, I believe Alex Cintron's contract is up, and I think hitting coaches get too much blame and also too much credit at times. But you do look at, the Mariners brought in a new hitting coach this year, and that seemed to change things. The Blue Jays brought in a new hitting coach this year, and they had the best offense in the AL. So I do think the hitting coach can certainly have an impact. And if we're looking at the coaching staff, that's where I would put more of the blame for the Astros, fair or not, as opposed to Joe Espada. So if I'm bringing back Espada and Dana Brown, I might make a change with the hitting coach, and then obviously something needs to change with the whole medical.
Yeah, I think we should expect some changes like that. Medical staff for sure. There's no way you could. Yeah, even Jim Crane, if that's his cousin, that's a doctor that's there.
Yeah.
There's no way. You have to make changes there. The athletic training staff. Hey guys, I get it. It's a rough world out there, and good luck in your next venture. But you can't bring these guys back. You just simply cannot.
No.
I think Cintron is an interesting, batting coach, maybe pitching coaches. Who knows? Bench. Who knows? Could make changes, but you have to make some changes there.
Yeah.
And keep this in mind as well when it comes to Joe Espada, and maybe he's just sort of keeping this, I mentioned getting Bo Portered. That's happened in this city twice. Not just Bo Porter, but Lovie Smith.
Yeah.
David Culley. I mean, Figure will remember this. When they hired David Culley, I called him an empty suit on this airway, though, either the day of or the week that he was hired. You could tell he was just here to sort of bridge the gap while they're trying to rebuild the roster and all that stuff. I could easily see where they're doing that with Joe Espada.
Yeah, and I always feel bad for those guys.
Yeah.
And it happens a lot like in the NBA, too, where you take one for the team as they rebuild, and then when they're finally good, they're like, all right, you don't get to reap the benefits. You're gone. Let's go get an actual coach.
Yeah.
So, maybe there's something there with Espada. I just don't know. I thought that this past year, if the Astros are going to tear it down to the point where it is a rebuild, I thought they would have or should have done it this past year, and they kind of dipped their toes in those waters by letting Bregman go and trading away Kyle Tucker and getting somebody for him. But then, like I said, then you still made some other moves to try to be as competitive as possible. And that's go get a Correa and still try to improve the team because you have a chance during the season. But my point being, if they didn't do it then, I don't know if I believe this front office will be willing to kind of do a full teardown or rebuild now. And I've said this all along, that the Astros are one of those probably 5 franchises that I don't know if you ever should tear it down and rebuild. I would almost compare them, actually, I think I have in the past, to the Red Sox, where the Red Sox fired Dave Dombrowski months after winning the World Series in 2018 and setting the franchise record for most victories, because the Red Sox said, you're spending too much money. So let's go get this guy from the Tampa Bay Rays so we can spend less money. And it's like, you're the Boston Red Sox. And so the Astros, I think, are similar, where you fire your GM after winning a World Series. You go get Dana Brown, who's worked for a lot of small market teams and is used to building, on a tighter payroll. And they have reduced the payroll the last couple of years. I know they're still up to, in the top 10, but they're not where they were just a couple years ago. And it gives me the sense of they're almost trying to operate like a smaller market, where I put the Astros with the Red Sox, the Yankees at this point because of the Astros' success, even throw in the Mets if you want, the Cubs, the Dodgers, where these are teams that should be spending money every year, should be at the top of the league in payroll, and then should be competitive to the point where you can't sell your fans on, hey, we're going to be bad the next 3 years because we're going to rebuild, like the Baltimore Orioles or, whatever, the Kansas City Royals at time. This is the Astros, where I don't know if you have that luxury of being able to, because of the success of the past decade, of taking the next few years to tear it down and build it back up.
Well, but here's the problem. And let me ask you this as a question: does what we're seeing in the postseason this year factor into what the Astros' big plan maybe no team in baseball better positioned for the next 3 or 4 years than the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah.
They have a lot of players under 25. They got young pitching. They got Cal Raleigh, who's obviously, an MVP type player. They're going to have money. They have, I think, the number, I don't know. They're a top 5 farm system. So the Mariners are sitting there where the Astros were, back in the day. Could that be a factor in your big picture? And maybe you're like, hey, we got to start fresh because these guys aren't going anywhere. And for that matter, the Guardians are in a pretty good shape.
Yeah.
In terms of youth and money and farm system and all that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. There's 2 ways to look at that. That's kind of what the Baltimore Orioles did, where they looked around at the Red Sox, Yankees in their division. The Rays were always good, the Blue Jays the last couple of years. And it's like, if we're going to compete, we're not going to be able to outspend them, so let's build through the farm system, and that's certainly what Baltimore did. Now, they had a terrible year this year, but that was their approach. So I guess those are the 2 sides of the coin of either, like, the Mariners are really good right now, let's try to take a step back to be able to take 2 steps forward.
Or spend.
Or that's the other idea. It's like, we got to catch up to them right now. The Mariners are good. We got to bolster our roster right away to compete with them right now today. And I think for the Houston Astros, I wouldn't have said this in 2013, but because the last decade, I think the Astros, like I said, are that type of franchise that you do need to spend big money every year. That should be the expectation for this team, and you should be competitive year in and year out. I don't think you can sell a fan base on what the Orioles tried to do, where we're going to lose 100 games. I'm not saying it's going to be that bad here, but the idea of like we're going to tank for the next couple of years and then try to build up through younger players and we appreciate your patience. I don't think they have that luxury.
ESPN's MLB core rankings, Dodgers are number 1, Seattle's number 2.
Wow.
Farm system, Seattle is number 3 in baseball. And they also have, Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh and all that. They're not going anywhere.
No, they're a good team. They got pitching. They had hitting finally this year. If you're an Astros fan, what do you think about the news yesterday? Espada and Dana Brown coming back. On the text line, someone said Dana was operating with one hand tied behind his back. Crane dumped a mess into his lap with all the dead money. Someone said rebuild the medical staff. Someone said felt like Espada lost the locker room. Monumental collapse after the All-Star break. That is true. They were bad from July 5th on after sweeping the Dodgers, but to me, I thought that was more about the injuries piling up than it was losing the locker room. Maybe not, but that's why I give Espada a pass for this past year. Let us know what you think. 713-572-4610. Espada, Dana Brown leading the Astros in 2026. Do you like it? Let us know. In the meantime, when we come back, we got an idea from the fellas just a little while ago, Sean and Seth. They had Nick Cacerio, the Texans GM, on this morning for almost an hour. They were talking about that Jalen Noel touchdown celebration on Sunday, and then it led into another conversation about the best touchdown celebrations by team. So we're going to pick that up and continue that conversation next. What are the best touchdown celebrations by team in the NFL? Let's talk it out next. It's In the Loop.
Kick back, relax, and start your bye weekend early with Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my favorite. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
What did the Texans GM think of that Ray Lewis dance on the grave of the Ravens on Sunday? We'll get to that here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig as well, who celebrated a birthday yesterday. Fig, how was the rest of the birthday?
Man, how was it?
It was cool, man. Just real laid back. I played the video game, which I really
do what you want on your birthday.
Yeah, I really don't play the video games throughout the week like that. But put on some MLB The Show.
You told her, get out. I'm going to be playing video games.
I did not say that. But, however, we did have dinner reservations for 8:30, which was kind of late for me.
You're living large.
Yeah, went to a cool little spot I'd never been to, so it was cool. Right. Place called Taste of Texas.
Oh, yes. Been there. Good place.
Pretty good, man.
Yeah.
I was impressed. Pretty good.
Perfect. I'll add it to the list. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
Glad you had a good birthday, though. Nice chill.
Yeah.
That's the other thing, too, about birthdays. It's like, yeah, it's nice, I guess, to spend the day celebrating yourself, but then you wake up the next day, and it's like, back to work. Like, it's just another day.
It's over.
Yeah, right. Another day.
Yeah, the spotlight is off of me now.
Yeah.
That's right.
Back to normal.
Moving on.
Still have to go to work.
I still get a couple happy belated birthdays and all that stuff, but, it's like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's the other problem about a birthday, too, is it almost becomes a chore when everyone reaches out wishing you happy birthday, and then you got to spend the time to text them back or like on your Facebook wall or whatever.
I did a good job with responding to my text messages and stuff like that and Instagram. But Facebook, I'm just like, man, I might just have to write a bit post and everybody salute.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, man, it was over 100 people.
That's what I'm saying. It becomes a job. Just trying to, I appreciate the well wishes, but then you spend your birthday just sitting there responding to everyone.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You tried to switch it up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's where maybe AI can come in handy, help you out. Hey, so Nick Cacerio, the Texans GM, was on with the guys this morning for almost an hour. You could go back and find that after we're done here. And go back and listen from 7:30 to almost 8:30. Nick Cacerio was on with Payne and Pendergast giving all sorts of great stuff. But maybe the one thing that did stand out most, or
it was the highlight.
Yeah, caught my attention the most, was Nick Caserio's response or his thoughts on the whole Jalen Noel, Ray Lewis celebration dance on Sunday. Here's what Caserio about that with the fellas right here on these airwaves.
We want the players to be excited when they score. I would say discretion sometimes is the better part of valor. I mean, I love Jay Noel, but, that was an asinine move, so hopefully he can come up with a different dance next time.
That's where I was, because that's not Jalen Noel's personality, so I thought it was like, I thought Jalen Noel might have misguidingly thought that this was going to be a nice tribute to Ray Lewis. But
I wonder if he even knows who Ray Lewis was. Jay, he's a young kid, Ray's one of the best players in the history of our sport.
So that's funny. See, Nick
just want to make sure. You just want to I want to think about really what you're doing.
Come on, man.
Bucket of cold water.
He is just what do they call it? A bump on a log?
Yeah.
Hey, Nick. Have some fun,
Imagine Jalen Noel. I'll be scared to walk past his office.
Have some fun.
I had to cover my face.
Enjoy yourself a little bit. Have some fun. How was that offensive, outside of Jair Alexander, who was just kind of silly himself? But
it's an asinine conversation.
Okay, even Patrick Creighton. Come on, man. Have some fun. Asinine.
That's strong.
It's just kind of... It's silly.
When you use the word asinine,
yes,
man, that's a strong take.
Just have a little fun.
Yeah,
have a little fun.
Already on the text line saying hitting the Ray Lewis dance in Baltimore was legendary.
Legendary. I agree.
3 exclamation point. I agree. I liked it.
Nobody's going to forget it.
No, that's true.
Nobody's going to forget it. But it did get us thinking, and I don't want to look at any lists. I'm sure the internet has some lists of whatever, AI, whatever. I want to just kind of talk through this. It got me thinking, like the most legendary, if you will, celebrations by team. I think we can all agree on the best celebration in Texans history, although some may disagree. I think it's the Namaste. I think it's Arian Foster.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Now I know JJ's salute.
Some people might go Antonio Smith, the sword.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Some people might do. Well, we was tailgating with him. I want to say last week, and everybody kept trying to take a picture with him, tell him to do the celebration.
Yeah.
So I think that one slept on a little bit.
So, yeah, I think you're right. So is it not Namaste? I thought it would be.
Maybe the JJ. I would not.
JJ
have
did the salute. Didn't he also do kind of like a dance?
I think it's the Namaste, though. I think.
I still think it's the Namaste.
Probably so. Yeah.
So let's go. I'm gonna start spitballing some teams, and I want to do this organically because I think we talk through it'll be a lot better, like we just did with the Texans. So Atlanta to me is clearly Dirty Bird.
Yeah, I love the Dirty Bird.
Right?
Actually, that was a good one.
Yeah,
with Jamal Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I only came up with 4, and I want to see what you guys think. Patriots, Gronk, Spike. Is there a better one?
I don't think so. They're such a boring franchise.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I didn't even know they had a celebration.
No, yeah,
maybe somebody had
one.
Maybe Nick Cacerio got a hold of him.
Yeah.
You know what? That's a good point.
Boys.
Yeah,
discretion,
that
boys.
might
That's
be
right.
Point.
And Gronk told Nick, "I got your discretion right here."
How can I forget the Patriot way? No wonder he didn't like that dance.
And then the other one I thought of, Cincinnati Icky Shuffle, right?
Of course,
open
classic.
and closed case.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Ocho Cinco had a bunch of different ones, but nothing that is like synonymous with the Bengals.
Right.
Icky Shuffle's bigger.
So now I'm drawing a blank. Let me see what the listeners think of, what you guys think. I was trying to think. I don't know why New Orleans. What's the most famous New Orleans? The Saints.
Joe Horn getting the cell phone out from under the field goal post.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what the Saints are. I don't know.
But that wasn't like a consistent
No,
one.
right.
That was
That's
a
right.
one-off.
If you
Fans
wanna go,
wearing brown paper bags over their heads.
I was gonna say if you want to go old school, I don't know where. I guess this had to go with the Titans with the funky chicken.
Oh, you talking about the Oilers?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that might be it. Billy White Shoes Johnson.
Yeah.
You know what? I think that is.
Yeah, I don't know where to put that. It's Houston Oilers, of course.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't put that with the.
They're claiming it.
Yeah,
they're claiming it in Tennessee.
That's theirs. It's kind of weird, but it's theirs.
So I'm just kind of looking at the NFL standings.
Yeah.
Do the Bills have any?
No, not the team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
I know our listeners are going to come through with some answers.
Yeah,
here.
right.
Yeah.
Steve Johnson was a fun receiver there, but I don't think he had anything consistent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so for the Bills.
Ravens we know because Jalen Noel just did it.
Of course.
What about the Packers is jumping in the
Lambeau Leap.
Lambeau Leap.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Roy Butler, is that who it was?
I think it was the first one, yeah.
Started it. Yeah, I was thinking, I guess the Vikings, because I think Sean mentioned it, is like the gritty now with Justin Jefferson.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's taken over for them.
Yeah. I could see that. I was going to say the Randy Moss move.
That's the most memorable. He did it just the one time, but that is the most. If you ever score a touchdown in Minnesota, you should do the fake move.
Yeah, you should do it in front of Joe Buck.
That's right.
Get them pissed off.
Yeah, see what he thinks. That was so lame from Joe Buck. And he's apologized for his reaction years later. Yeah. He was so corny. Steve Smith for the Panthers used to do like the row the boat one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know any others for the Cam Newton, I guess, the Superman for the Panthers.
Uh-huh.
So if you ever scored a touchdown in Carolina, maybe you do the Superman.
That's got to be it for the Panthers,
or the
right?
DAP.
Oh yeah,
that's true.
Yeah.
He did it for like a year though.
Mm-hmm. Is Dion the Cowboys the high stepping? Or is there a better one for the Cowboys?
Either that, or I think they also mentioned it earlier, the Ezekiel Elliott. But did he do that just once, jumping in the what was it, the Goodwill, whatever it was? Yeah, around
it was it was Salvation Army.
Salvation Army, yes, thank you.
Yeah,
probably Dion.
It'd have to be the high stepping, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
Oh, Bills is the fans. Good one from the 832 going through a table.
Yeah, going through the table.
Jumping over. Electric slide. That was an Oilers one too. They had two good ones there. Ernest Givens with the electric slide. Dion high step and count.
The Eagles would be the Brian Dawkins.
Fly Eagles fly.
Yeah, like the flapping the wings.
Yeah.
Right? Wasn't that Brian Dawkins?
Yeah. But now everybody does it.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Like some of these teams, you're thinking, okay, maybe they don't even have like a signature is best. Maybe the best way to put it.
No, someone said for the Giants on the text line, they said the Victor Cruz salsa dance.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of any others for the Giants, so that's probably a good one.
How about the Chiefs? All the Super Bowls, everything else, do they have a signature celebration? I'm trying to think.
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Has Nebraska copied anything?
Yeah, it's the little fingers waving in the play or whatever.
Or Travis Kelce doing something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think the Chiefs do.
Mm-hmm. Well, what we're finding out here, some of these teams need some help, man. They need a signature celebration.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if the text line for the Lions, it's just handing the ball right back to the ref like Barry Sanders.
Yeah, could be.
Someone said on the text line. For the Chiefs, someone said Tony Gonzalez dunking on the field goal post.
That's
it right there.
That is absolutely it, 100%. So I guess you could claim one for Chargers. Chargers have one.
I don't know. Did LaDainian Tomlinson
having kids?
Yeah, Phil Rivers. Yeah,
Phillip Rivers. You celebrate by impregnating your wife.
Yeah, maybe back in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Antonio Gates. What did he used to? Didn't he used to do something? I can't remember.
Or what about Sean Desperation? He must have done something.
Oh, who was the linebacker that passed away?
Oh,
he would do the bolt.
Oh,
Junior
Seau.
Junior Seau. He would do the bolt. That's it.
Okay.
He would do the bolt. That's the Chargers. And I did it very weakly there, by the way. but yeah, the bolt from Junior Seau would be that one.
Multiple texts saying, I mean, we said Lambeau Leap, which I think is better, but people are saying for the Packers, you do the Aaron Rodgers discount double check.
I still think it's the Leap.
Yeah.
The Lambeau Leap is legendary.
Mm-hmm.
I think even the opposing teams want to do the Lambeau Leap.
Oh, yeah? It's not asinine?
No, I think it's fun. I love it. LaDainian Tomlinson.
It's an asinine conversation.
People, thank you for the reminder. LaDainian Tomlinson used to do like the finger roll.
Oh,
of
yeah.
the football.
Yeah.
I think like the hand on the helmet, too.
Mm-hmm.
I knew he had something. Antonio Gates, they said, used to also dunk on the goalpost, just like Tony Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
Looking if anything else is coming on the text line.
Seahawks, Rams, Cardinals. Can't really think of anything.
I know.
These guys need help, man.
Cardinals were another one, kind of like the Barry Sanders, where Larry Fitzgerald always just, handed the football back, ran away. He scored a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I always appreciated that too. Like, act like you've been there before.
Mm-hmm.
The Larry Fitzgerald was used to scoring touchdowns. He didn't need to dance. Jalen Noel, you score your first career touchdown. You do it in Baltimore. I'm all for it.
Yes.
Larry Fitzgerald scoring his 100th career touchdown. I don't think finger roll every time like Tomlinson. Yeah, Merriman, thank you. Also on YouTube, Sean Merriman had the lights out dance. I knew he had something.
Yes.
His sack dance for the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, you could keep sending those in as well. Seahawks, someone said beast mode. It's not really.
That's like more of a play.
Marshawn had all sorts of different things.
Mm-hmm.
But keep sending those in. Also, you can send in your answers to the question of the day as well, because it's time for that. What's your favorite fan in the stands story? And this comes out of the game yesterday between the Mariners and the Tigers, where a Mariners fan wearing a shirt said dump 61 here for Cal Raleigh's 61st home run. He was wearing the shirt, and then he also caught the ball for Cal Raleigh's 61st homer. I mean, the way that works out is unbelievable. So what's your favorite fan in the stand story from your own or games you went to and you saw from other fans? Let us know. Text those in 713-572-4610, and we'll get to those answers next. It's in the loop.
made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day. What's your favorite fan in the stands story? Let us know, 713-572-4610. Also on YouTube and Twitch. I'm Luke Morrow in for Rex and Fig. Appreciate you hanging with us here on a Wednesday. It's the question of the day today because in case you didn't see it, and I mentioned it going to the commercial break, but in yesterday's Mariners-Tigers game, which the Mariners ended up winning, they take a 2-1 series lead. I believe all 4 series are going on today, by the way, as a side note, and they're all elimination games, so it's a fun day of baseball if you're a baseball fan. But yesterday in that game, there was a Mariners fan in Detroit wearing a shirt saying "Dump 61 here" in regards to...
That sounds so wild.
The big dumper.
Yeah. In regards to Cal Raleigh. I know there's other Mariners fans there in attendance that have the Raleigh jersey, and they personalized it to say "Big Dumper" on the back. Like, it's all...
Dump 61 here.
Dump 61
That sounds so
here.
nasty.
That is nasty. That's why it sounds that way.
Well, the guy showed up in the shirt. It wasn't for naught because he caught the home run, number 61 this year for regular season and postseason for Cal Raleigh. And then after he caught the homer, he took off his Dump 61 here shirt and was wearing Dump 62 here. So he was ready for the moment.
He was ready.
The ball was hit to him. I mean, I don't know what the chances are of that. He was in the outfield, but the fact that there's this one guy there with this shirt on and he catches, not only that Cal Raleigh hits a homer, but he hits it to this guy, it still blows my mind. But anyway,
surrounded by Tigers fans.
Right, it's true. He's the only Mariners fan there in the shirt, catches the homer. And it leads to our question of the day. What's your favorite fan in the stands story? Either about you yourself or maybe something you experienced while you were at a game. You know, you saw something involving another fan.
I'm looking forward to this one. I think everybody has that story, especially when you were a kid. Now, me as an adult, you know, obviously I'm generally covering. I go to games as a fan. I go to a lot of Astros games now since I'm not really, you know, in the clubhouse anymore as fans. But I don't have a story like that. But 2 came to mind. I shared the one. And the second one, you're just not going to believe. You know, my family doesn't believe it, but it is 100% true. I'll get to the second one in a second. First one, I was about 11 years old. Let's see. I think I was 11 years old. Went to an ABA game, and it was the San Antonio Spurs, yes, ABA, San Antonio Spurs versus the Memphis Tams was their name.
It's quite a name.
The Memphis Tams. And I'm sitting in the baseline seats, not too deep into the seats, like 3rd, 4th row, and they're warming up. And George Karl, who you may know as a coach and an executive, was the point guard for the Spurs, the ABA Spurs. And I'm just sort of doing whatever, acting a fool, and he calls me out onto the court. This is before the game, and gives me, I believe it was a wristband, and then kind of puts his arm around me. And back in the day when you had the old Polaroids, remember the old Polaroids?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody took a Polaroid.
Oh, cool.
And I still have that picture of me.
Oh, that's cool.
Me and George Karl, and I still have that wristband somewhere. So that was a really cool one. And when I became an adult and he started coaching,
I was going to say, you ever get the chance to?
I actually talked to him a few times. I think one time I mentioned it, and obviously he didn't remember it, but he was, he thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, that is
and
cool.
he liked reminiscing about the old ABA days and stuff. But the one that no one believes, I am here to tell you, what is my hand doing right now? Figgy.
Give it a high five.
Hand to God.
Oh, really?
Hand to God. So I was covering, this is when I was writing for the Chronicle, I was covering the Pistons and Lakers NBA Finals.
Uh-huh.
At the old Pontiac Silverdome or whatever.
Yeah.
And the NBA public relations director had some tickets for it was an off day, had some tickets for a Stevie Nicks concert. 4th row.
Wow.
Center stage, Stevie Nicks. There was about 6 or 8 of us that went. And I'm sitting there, and Stevie Nicks is singing. My family's probably rolling their eyes right now because they give me such a hard time about that. And she's singing Edge of 17, whatever.
Yeah.
And she looks right at me, like makes eye contact with me, and puts her hand out like this, and then just kind of raises it as I'm dancing or singing. She looks right at me and points her hand to me, and then raises her hand. And I'm like, Stevie Nicks is singing to me. Stevie Nicks is singing to me. And so, hand to God, She did that. Everybody who I tell that story to rolls their eyes and calls me a big fat liar, but it is 100% true.
I thought you were going to say when she put her hand, she was going to call you up on stage or something.
Boy, in my mind.
You were right up there. That's right.
And then
right
backstage, and then who knows?
Yeah. One could dream.
I kind of had a similar story. I went to a concert. A lot of people probably ain't going to know this group, but it's a group from Canada called Tegan and Sarah. They're twins, and they do kind of some rock type music, alternative type music. But I went to their concert, and kind of the same thing. She was kind of getting off the stage, and I did a little peace sign, and she threw the peace sign right back at me. So I felt special.
Yeah, but she wasn't singing to you.
She would have.
She would have.
She would have.
She was telling you, yeah, peace. I'm
out.
See you later.
She gave me a spot. She gave me a nice little smile.
She said, peace, I'm out. Stevie Nicks kind of wanted me, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
No, she said, get your ass up out your seat, man. What you doing?
Yeah, that's right. Lindsey Buckingham was very upset to hear this story.
He's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. He's like, who's this guy? Where is he? Who do I have to go see? Yeah, I don't think I have anything too crazy from my own perspective. I remember going to a game. I used to be an autograph guy as a kid. And so I remember I was at a Yankee Stadium, the old Yankee Stadium, and Jim Tomei walked right by. I could have reached out. I was in the front row during batting practice. I could reach out and grab him. And I said, hey, Jim, can you sign? And he just ignored me and kept walking. And so I didn't like that. So later in the night, I was heckling. We had good seats. We were behind the White Sox on deck circle. So I was heckling Tomei all night. Which usually I'm not for a fan, but in this case, Tomei,
you were mad.
Yeah, he did me dirty.
Yeah.
So and I was a kid, and so anyways, the Yankees blew out the White Sox that night, so the place was empty by the 8th inning, and Tomei came up, and I stood up and I was yelling, Tomei, you suck, Tomei, and this woman behind me felt really bad, and she's like, don't listen to him, Jim. Anyway, he ripped as soon as I'm heckling him, he rips a double off the wall and gets a second. And I was like, all right, I'll sit down. But I was so ticked. I still don't like him to this day because he burned me.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Stiffed you.
Yeah, that's right. I was just a kid wanting an autograph. He ignored me. I could at least said, not right now, or no thank you.
Yeah, I got some other ones. I was older, though. I didn't really have a lot of childhood stuff like that. But as I got older, one of them, actually both of them happened when we went to Army-Navy.
Okay.
It was one of them. I don't think you was there, Lopez, but I was standing off on the sideline, and I seen Rachel. What's her name? Rachel Steele? Sage Steele.
Oh, Sage Steele.
Yep, she was just sitting there, and she was taking a picture with somebody, and then she pointed. She said, "Who is that guy with the cool hair?"
Oh,
Talking
wow!
about me.
Wow!
I'm like, hey, how you doing? And then she wanted to take a picture. We took a picture.
There you go.
And she wanted to take a picture.
Yeah,
that's cool.
And then the other one was, I forgot which one this was, but Urban Meyer was there, and he was walking in the tunnel, and I was like, "OH," and he turned around, "IO."
Oh, nice.
Most people would say you suck.
Yeah.
That was the highlight of my career right there, getting the IO from Urban Meyer.
During warm-ups in 86, says the 346, Jose Cruz gave my mom a baseball. She cried with joy, made me love the Astros even more. That's what it does, and a lot of athletes get it. Like, even just that one little moment can change somebody or get you in their corner forever, But, there's a lot of them like that.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, that's why I don't like Tomei. I don't like Jay Williams. To this day, I can sign for you. I'll come right back out and sign. And blew me off. So, you too, Jay Williams?
Andre Johnson blew me off.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I never asked for pictures and all that stuff. I just kind of stayed low-key. That one time I was like, you know what, let's try to get one with Andre Johnson, He just kind of blew me off a little bit. And I'm like, dang.
We were as kids also.
Ain't speak to him since.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm good.
Good on you. That's what you got to do. Yeah, it was like a charity event when we were kids. This has now morphed into a different conversation. But and it was Ray Allen, and we were waiting outside. And they said, yeah, he'll be right out. He'll come sign autographs. Anyways, then he ran out the back door, ran into his running limo, and peeled out of the parking lot.
Wow.
And we were all left standing there like, what? What was that?
What a jerk.
Yeah.
So forget Ray Allen, too. You're on the list.
Yeah, I know you signed with KG on this one.
That's right.
Yeah. Never have forgiven those guys since my childhood. Hey, you can keep sending those in, by the way.
Some
What's
good
your
ones coming
favorite
in.
fan in the stands story? 713-572-4610. Someone just said, Big Papi shook my hand at the Astros World Series. It was my birthday, too.
All right.
That's pretty cool. There you go. Keep sending those in. When we come back, though, it's time to go around the NFL, including a couple of ridiculous fines in the NFL. We'll get to that next in the loop.
All right, Driftwood Shores, guys. Let's get you.
8 is none in 8.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie as we're set to go around the NFL here on In the Loop. But first, before we do so, we asked last hour, what's your favorite fan in the stand story is the question of the day. I did just want to mention a couple of these real quick that came in during the break. Someone said they caught a rose from Alanis Morissette at a show in the early 90s when she was up and coming. Show was here in Houston.
Was it ironic?
Grocery store.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably
to
not.
you in that song.
Yeah,
that's right. She was a wild one.
Mm-hmm.
And then I love this one from the 832. Had close to courtside seats at a Mavs-Warriors game back in the day when we were kids. They let us go in the tunnel to shake the players' hands.
Oh, wow.
My little brother walked out in front of Latrell Sprewell on accident and got a face full of his junk. He could never look at Latrell the same way.
Not. I guess not. Hey, kid, how'd you get that black eye?
Well, probably like, I know what he working with.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Funny story.
Yeah. He felt like PJ Carlissimo in that moment.
Yes.
So there you go. You can keep those coming in. Someone got a ball from Nolan Ryan, got it signed afterwards. That's cool. NFL. And perfect timing because the news just came out. They announced the award winners for the week. And your Houston Texans quarterback, C.J. Stroud, congratulations. He was named Offensive Player of the Week for that onslaught of the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday. So a nice little accolade heading into the bye week.
Yeah, big time. 23 out of 27. 244 yards, 4 touchdowns, 143.9 passer rating. Stroud gets AFC Offensive Player of the Week, which is interesting. I'll play a little game with you guys. That is his third Offensive Player of the Week award in his young career. First one since 2023, Week 9. Excuse me, Week 18 of 2023.
Okay.
Week 18 of 2023.
That was the last game against the Colts.
Yeah. Okay. So that's his third Offensive Player of the Week award. 4 Texans quarterbacks have won AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Can you name them?
4 quarterbacks. All right.
Got to be Matt Schaub with that.
C.J. Stroud,
Schaub, and Deshaun, you would think.
Yes, and yes.
And then, did Carr ever win one?
Figgy?
I'm going to say... I'm going to just shoot in the dark and say, I'm going to say Brian Hoyer.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh.
Week 13 in the 2014 season.
What was his stats looking like?
I don't know.
Yeah,
but
let's look it
up. Week 13 of the 2014 NFL season. Here's the other thing that I don't know if it means anything, but the most Offensive Player of the Week awards, something like that, by a quarterback is 5 by Deshaun Watson. Second most is 4 by Matt Schaub, and this is C.J. Stroud's third. We kind of forget Deshaun Watson was on a tear.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was on a tear there for a while.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, he did not play the previous 2 games. He comes in Sunday, November 30th, 2014. The Texans beat the Titans here in Houston, 45-21. The Titans were 2-10. Texans got to 6-6. Anyways, Ryan Fitzpatrick in that game, he went 24 out of 33, 358 yards, 6 touchdowns.
Oh, baby.
No turnovers.
Goodness gracious.
That'll do it. That'll do it. Yeah, so only 4 quarterbacks. Ryan Fitzy. Fitzy's one of them.
Oh, that was the game Hopkins had 238 yards against the Titans.
Yeah,
so.
just throw it up to Hopkins, see what happens.
Yeah. Yep, so there you go. Congratulations to C.J. Stroud, latest offensive player. And as you said, first one since his rookie year. And so, that's good to see. I guess that goes back to what I was complaining about yesterday of C.J. Stroud is back. Here he is now.
He had 2 in his rookie year, right?
He had 2 his rookie year,
and then this one.
And then this one.
The first one had to be against the Bucks, right?
The first one was Week 5. Let me make sure here. Yes, Week 9 of 2023. and then Week 18 of 2023.
Oh, Week 9. Okay.
Yeah, that was the Bucks. Is that what you said, right?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Bucks and then Colts. So, congrats, Stroud. Hey, elsewhere in the NFL, as we go around the NFL, we'll spend a little more time on this a little later on, so we don't have to dive too deep in it, but the Cardinals fined head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for what happened on Sunday. Probably a surprise to some, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to we'll talk about it more later, but were you surprised to see the fine come down?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is a true, I know that there are lines that you can't cross, and he did he kind of flicked him, is what I would call it. Kind of flicked him as he's walking away with his hand. But it wasn't like, would you call it like an aggressive?
I didn't even see that little flick part.
Yeah.
I just saw him
as he's walking
tearing
away,
into him a little
like
bit.
Flicked his arm. And what surprised me here more than anything, it was the Cardinals that did it, not the NFL.
Yeah.
Which, maybe there's more that the Cardinals have not liked, is my point.
Yeah, unless that guy just flat out cried like a baby.
Went to the NFLPA.
Yeah, because man, $100,000.
$100,000.
It's not 10,000 or 15,000. It was $100,000.
$100,000 for yelling at a guy that gave away the game, and then to be fair, kind of flicking his arm as he's walking away.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and it's so much for player accountability. Like the player made the mistake, no punishment for him. He didn't get. I'm sure he didn't get fined, maybe in kangaroo court or something. But I don't think he's going to get benched or anything. And then the coach is the one that is upset because of the player's mistake.
Yeah,
lets the player know, coaches him in a way, maybe a harsh way, punished for trying.
And they lost the game.
Right, he lost the game. They were about to go up 28-6 with 12 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's an
inexcusable mistake. And the coach gets up in his face, which I don't know. I think coaches do that. And I guess it was the little arm thing. I don't know.
So. I guess it was. It's not Bobby Knight. Come on. It was a little tap.
Yeah.
What are we doing there? Speaking of fines, the NFL is fining Jerry Jones $250,000 for being the latest owner to give fans the finger at a football game. He did so Sunday against the Jets up there in New Jersey. Got fined $250,000. Did you hear Jerry Jones' excuse for this?
Yes, I did.
We have the audio from when he was on our sister station there in Dallas. Here's what Jerry said to explain his actions. He claims it was a mistake. He didn't mean to give the finger. Here was Jerry.
You know, that was unfortunate that was a kind of an exchange with our fans out in front of us. There was a swarm of Cowboy fans out in front, not Jet fans, Cowboy fans. And the entire stadium was brimming with the enthusiasm of Cowboys, and certainly late in the game. And that was inadvertent on my part because that was right after we'd made our last touchdown, and we were all excited about. There wasn't any antagonistic issue or anything like that. I just put up the wrong show on the hand, but that was inadvertently done. And I'm not kidding. It was, if you want to call it accidental, you can call it accidental, but it got straightened around pretty quick. I've had a chance to look at it. It got straightened around pretty quick, but the intent, and then basically pointing at our fans because everybody was jumping up and down excited.
Do we
sell? Sell.
He meant to give a thumbs up. Instead, he gave the middle finger. Are we buying that excuse?
Oh, God.
Oh, come on, man.
Sell. Oh, that's the wrong finger. I meant to do this finger. I meant to do the
Who
thumb.
make a mistake and give somebody the finger, man?
Nobody does that.
Yeah, by accident?
Nobody does that. And like inadvertently shot the finger at someone.
Come on.
Only Jerry Jones.
What excuse are you buying more, Jerry Jones or the woman stealing sunglasses in the airport that Figgy played yesterday? Which one's more likely?
That's a tough call.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to lean with the woman stealing the glasses. I don't know. I know she was caught on tape, but so was he.
She got to go in the bathroom, though. She got to go to the bathroom.
You've seen the picture, like on tape. He goes from hey, and then he points at like an individual fan and goes, right at you, back at you, or whatever it is.
Yeah. I don't get these owners. I mean, whatever. Jerry probably doesn't care. $250,000 fine.
No,
but
he doesn't care.
He's not the first owner to flip the bird to someone, right? Bud Adams, who was also.
Did he get fined for that?
He did. I don't remember exactly how much, but he leaned over and did the double bird.
Yeah. You can still see that picture out there. It's clear as day, too.
He did the double bird.
He was also up there like Jerry in age. And then Dave Tepper, a little different, I guess, but, throwing a drink at somebody. Like, I don't know what are you thinking?
That might be worse.
Yeah. That
double
is
birds. Yeah.
100%.
Like, don't throw a drink. That's fight type stuff.
Yeah, that's very offensive.
Yeah.
But these owners, I guess, just don't care. They're used to being in powerful positions and probably not punished very often. Hey, OBJ, you probably forgot about him. He just got suspended 6 games for PEDs. He was also on a podcast recently complaining about his time in Miami last year and how much of a mess it was. In case you don't remember, because honestly, I didn't. He played 9 games last year for the Dolphins, had 9 catches, is not with any team right now, and is suspended for 6 games. Do you think we ever see Odell Beckham Jr. in the NFL again, actually, playing for a team?
I don't think so. He's not as old as you think he is. Let me double check on this, but I want to say he's not.
He got to be about, 31?
Oh, he's 32.
32?
Okay. Yeah, he's 32. So maybe
That's
a year or two in there. Yeah. But I don't think so. So
you don't think Kansas City would kick the tires on them, or maybe the Rams again?
Yeah. I mean, if anybody would be those.
Yeah, he tried I want to say he tried Baltimore.
Yep, 2 years ago.
Yeah,
Good memory.
Yeah,
he did not play in 2022. I think he was still rehabbing the injury that he suffered in the Super Bowl. Then played with the Ravens 2023. Last year, the Dolphins.
He said he's interested in playing for the Rams, Steelers, Chiefs, and maybe back to the Giants.
The Giants? Why would you want to go back there?
Yeah.
Why would you?
Yeah.
Why would you?
According to him, they sent him to Cleveland to die.
Yeah. And then he kind of ruined the Cleveland organization on his way out, or his father, whoever it was, right, who was posting things about Baker.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is. Odell Beckham Jr. is fascinating. Like, he was a Pro Bowler his first 3 years. He had that great 1,300 yards each of those first 3 years. And then he just kind of faded away. I know he obviously went to Cleveland. He was still a big name, but he never had that same success that he did those first 3 years. Double-digit touchdowns each of those first 3 years, then never had more than 6 the rest of his career. It was just quite a drop-off.
Yeah, I think his last better year was that year he got traded to the Rams and won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He ended up getting hurt.
I remember he was hurt for a while. Yeah,
he got hurt in that Super Bowl, I want to say. But he was having a real good year with the Rams.
Yeah, he was. But even there, he was still like that second option or that third guy. He wasn't the star like he was in New York.
That was the Cup year.
Right, yeah. So he took the back seat. So we'll see if he ever gets back into the league. And then a couple other last things here. Just roster moves in the division. Jaguars placed their tight end Brenton Strange on IR, so he'll miss at least a month. But the one I did want to mention is the Titans officially, we were waiting for this, but they officially released former first-round pick Treylon Burks, who was on the IR. I think also wasn't happy. I think his agent asked for the release, too. They did release him. The reason why I'm bringing it up, though, is, the Titans, we were talking earlier in our baseball conversation about tanking. The Titans obviously have had some down years lately. They've had some high draft picks, and that's the big knock on John Robinson, who's not there anymore, the former GM. They didn't do a whole lot with a lot of those picks, and Burks was one of those guys, and I'll raise my hand. I actually thought he'd be a good NFL player.
I did too.
Yeah, it did not work out, but that's another thing that's really cost the Titans is this is your chance. This is when you're supposed to rebuild with all these good draft picks. We'll see about Cam Ward, but they have missed on a lot of moves in recent years, and that's why they continue to be just this bad franchise.
And they gave up.
Yes, they did.
Good point.
Yep. Yes, they did. And I do think he's going to be one that somebody takes a flyer on, sort of a reclamation project. And that's why he wanted to be released.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I could see it. I liked him coming out of college. Was a disappointment in Tennessee. He's had some injuries, obviously, including this year. We'll see what happens afterwards. But
and don't sleep on the Brenton Strange thing. He is considered just a terrific blocking tight end. Has had a couple of other plays here and there. That's going to be a big hit for the Jaguars.
Yeah, they lose a weapon there for at least a few weeks. We'll see. Hey, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. That was around the NFL. When we come back, Texans aren't playing this week, of course. Is this actually a bad time for the Texans to have their bye week? We'll talk about it next in The Loop.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Is the Texans' bye week coming at a bad time? I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. And you can join the conversation throughout on YouTube and Twitch or text the show 713-572-4610. Earlier, we did ask for the question of the day, what's your favorite fan in the stands story? It then kind of morphed into a different conversation towards the end about bad experiences with some celebrities or athletes. Someone did text the show saying, Jose Altuve no-tipped my wife on an HEB order.
That's a dangerous thing to do right there.
She doesn't take his orders anymore.
Oh, man.
That's putting it out there, man.
Hey, man, come on, man. He probably like, hey, I'm in the damn commercials. What do I need a tip for?
Yeah, what am I even paying for?
You should be paying me.
Yeah. That is the problem with celebrities and athletes is the tipping. You have to always be a good tipper because that's what I hear those stories about athletes more or celebrities more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
People who work in restaurants and, whatever. Nicolas Cage came in and he gave us a 10%. People always talk about, they gossip about the bad tipping of celebrities. So that's something you always got to cover your back on.
Yeah.
And always got to give a good tip. Otherwise, people will be texting radio shows saying, yeah, Jose Altuve, he's a cheapskate. He doesn't tip my wife.
But Altuve might have been like a Jose Alvarez, and you got all excited.
That's right. And then this text, I know this is a little self-serving, but tongue-in-cheek from the 832. They said, my favorite radio show host, John Lopez and Luke Morrow. Read my text message live. That'll be my favorite fan moment.
There it is.
So
Done.
there you go. Yep.
Yeah.
We're happy to make dreams come true around here. Hey, is the Texans' bye week coming at a bad time? I've been thinking about this since really the third quarter of the game Sunday against the Ravens, thinking like, man, everything's clicking, and then, now you got to take a week off, and guys might go on vacation and everything. You step away, and then you try to come back and try to, next week maybe or the end of this week and try to find that magic again, if you will. Pick up where you left off after people, after folks stepped away for a little while, got away from football maybe for just a couple of days, and it's that type of thing that I feel like when you kill a team like that and you play that well the last 5-6 quarters, you just want to keep going. You want to get right back out there.
Mm-hmm.
Here was Ross Tucker, former NFL lineman, now covers the league. He was on with Payne and Pendergast yesterday, and he brought this up on his own organically, was not asked about it, but he kind of spoke to that point of, maybe this is a tough time to have the bye. Here's what Ross said.
That game was a total, absolute domination by the Texans. That's the thing that bothers me about them having the bye now, is that that's sort of the type of win that spurs you on to really feeling good about yourselves. And because even if there's guys not playing, it's still the Ravens, it's still on the road, and it's kind of a shame that they don't get to kind of pick up where they left off.
And it's kind of like, where are you as a team? Because if you're arguing where they are as a team, a little bit of a heater, here in the last 5 quarters. Obviously, C.J. Stroud, if you haven't heard, AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Offensive line looked better protection. Coming off a road game, 2 straight wins. If you're looking at it like that, then you don't want the bye week now. You'd rather just keep playing. I think you don't want the bye week now for another reason. I think it's just too early.
Yeah.
I think it's just too early. So either way you look at it from my perspective, now some might say get your rest and then you go on a run the rest of the way. I'd rather have. I've always liked late October, early November. Kind of split the season in half, get your rest, really recuperate, et cetera. Because right now the Texans are going to play 12 straight games when they come back, including a Thursday night game. I believe they have a Thursday night game, against Buffalo November 20th.
Right.
I don't like it, and for a different reason than he does.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't like it because essentially what Ross was saying too, and then also you factor in it's a Monday night football game, which is a West Coast game, so it's like really late Monday night, so it's even more time off for this team to get away. I hear you on the timing as well. I'm always a late bye guy to try to get healthy and regroup. By the way, it's funny that this is just a coincidence. ESPN, I was planning on bringing this up anyways, and then ESPN put out this article today investigating Like, have a bye week. When's the best week to have your bye? And they looked only at the last 4 years. Well, I guess since we've gone to the expanded, the extra games, 17 games.
Yeah.
But they looked at it and they saw that the best winning percentage after your bye week has come when teams have the week 8 bye, so almost that midway point.
Yeah, what I'm saying. Yeah.
Now, week 6, which is what this is, teams have a 53% winning percentage after the bye. They should show what the winning percentage is before the bye to see if there's any sort of improvement.
Yeah.
But anyways, teams have had winning records after this early bye. I do agree with you, though. I'd rather have the later bye. I know Seth, though, in that conversation with Ross mentioned, he likes having the earlier bye when you have a new coach or a new offensive coordinator. So this is now a chance for, like, Nick Cacerio to almost take a breath.
Point. Yeah.
You just had 2 good weeks. Let's now take a step back, kind of review what you did, what worked, figure out do that self-scouting, and now you come back with a better handle on things for, in this case, when you take on the Seahawks next week. So maybe it's the opposite of what I'm saying. Maybe this is a good time for the bye when you have those 2 good weeks, and Nick Cacerio can now build off of that with some extra time.
I think that's the best argument for the early bye week, and it's a strong one. I think that's a really good point. Nick Cacerio, hell, just go down the list. Cole Popovich, all of them are like, all right, we got 5 games in. What's working? What's not working? Yes, we're on a hot streak here, but what do we need to change? They're not going to take a lot of days off. I'm sure that they're going to be forced to take 2 or 3 days off to get away. I'm sure D'Amico's going to do that. He needs to. Obviously, time after that or before or whatever. I think it's a really good time for them to kind of reevaluate. All right, we got 12 games left. Let's see what happens. Let's go from there. So that's a strong point. All things considered, though, I'd rather have 8 or 9.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And then I also just wouldn't want my bye. Same thing for the Ravens. I want my bye week when the team's just kind of, I guess, mid, as the kids would say. If I'm the Ravens after Sunday and I get blown out, I want to get right back out there and try to get that bad taste out of my mouth.
Yeah.
And then if I'm the Texans and I'm coming off back-to-back blowouts and you're finally feeling good about this offense, I just want to keep it rolling and I want to get back out there. I want my bye week after a 2-2 stretch or something and you're feeling decent. It's like, all right, let's take a break. Let's get a little healthier. Let's regroup. But otherwise, if you're a mess or if you're humming along, I just want to keep rolling. I don't want to stop that momentum.
And I don't think this is a very deep team offensively. So that's another reason I would rather not play 12 straight games, including a Thursday night game. And hell, one of those last 2 weeks at the LA Chargers and at home against the Colts, one of those or both of them could be flexed to a Saturday. So as a thin offense, we know the offensive line is not real deep. We know the running back room is not real deep. At least those 2 places, maybe tight end, for now, is still not very deep. I don't want those guys playing 12 straight weeks, because they're getting banged up, worn down at the end of the year. You got Kansas City, in Kansas City on December 7th, then Arizona, then the Raiders, and then at Chargers and the Colts. It's a pretty tough stretch. Either have the later bye weeks, just make sure you stay healthy.
Yeah, I hear that. If you think the Seahawks matchup is going to be tough Monday night in Seattle, then also maybe that's another reason why you like the bye here, so you get extra time, or even just this stretch in general that you've laid out. Not only the rest of the season, really, it's a pretty tough schedule on paper, but these next couple of weeks with the Seahawks, Niners, at least you get a little extra time to get ready for those specific opponents. Someone on the text line laid out essentially what we were just talking about. They said they want the bye week now, so this is a good time for Nick Cacerio to get a reset, a self-scout after a rough start, and figure out what's for real, what's working. Somebody else said, what if the whole league did a bye at the same time, do it in the middle of the season? That seems fair.
I don't think that's going to ever happen.
I don't think so either, but that would be interesting if the NFL just took a whole week off.
You think the NFL's going to do that?
No, never. But I don't hate the idea from a fan or from a team perspective. Okay, this week we just shut it down, and then we come back next week. It's a fair break for everybody at the same time.
I don't think that's ever going to happen.
No, it won't. 713 says, I love this bye week for the exact same reason as Lopez. It's a brand new offensive team that we're all hoping. Okay, then this text gets all screwed up. Anyway, somebody likes the bye week right now. You can continue to send in your text, 713-572-4610. I think the early bye is good for this season, just this season, because of the way the season has played out. All right, going to need a little more specifics on that. Kind of sucks that some teams get good bye weeks and other teams get crappy bye weeks. Yeah, that's goes back the week for one to make it a little more fair.
Mm-hmm.
But the Texans and the Vikings have the byes this week. The byes just started this past week, so this is almost as early as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see if the Texans make the most of it. You do some self-scouting, you get a little time. Some guys get healthier if necessary. This team isn't all that banged up right now.
It is interesting to see where some of your opponents, your divisional opponents, are getting their bye week. Like this, this week you mentioned the Texans and Vikings. The Titans don't get a bye week till week 10. The Colts not until week 11. And so, maybe I don't know I don't know what that means. Jaguars is in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans have the earliest bye week in the division. I'm not sure I like that either.
Yeah.
The
Colts that's pretty late.
Mm-hmm.
Jaguars coming up in 2 weeks is a pretty good spot. After the Jags play the Seahawks and the Rams coming up,
Mm-hmm.
then they get the bye, so that's not a bad spot to regroup. Then they have the Raiders and the Texans. You never want to face a team coming off their bye.
No.
That's a big thing in gambling, too, that if you go and you look, the teams that do have that extra rest, usually the winning percentage is much higher.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want to face the Jaguars or the Colts when they're coming off their bye. It's not the case for Jacksonville. But yeah, so that's another thing you tried to avoid.
Mm-hmm.
But the Texans have the bye week this week. Do you think it's a good time or a bad time? 713-572-4610. Let us know. Last thing on this, too. What do you think as a fan? The bye week for me is oftentimes when you get socks. I hate it in a moment, but then a few months down the road, you're like, oh, thank goodness I got all those, I need those extra socks. And I think it's similar where it's like, oh, man, the Texans aren't playing this week. That stinks. What am I going to do? But then you get to the actual Sunday, and it's like, ooh, no stress. I can just sit back, relax, watch all the games. It's nice to do that once or twice a year.
To me, you're going to watch the NFL anyway, but it also depends just how good the rest of the schedule is.
That's fair.
Because I'm going to sit down on Red Zone and just plant myself. And, this week's NFL schedule, which I know later in the week we'll probably dig in a little more, it's kind of, it's kind of a so-so NFL schedule. Like, the primetime game Sunday night is really good. Detroit at Kansas City, but other than that, you got Raiders, Titans, Packers, Bengals, Ravens, Rams. Just a lot of Seattle at Jacksonville, and that's your next opponent.
Yeah, that's a good matchup.
So that'll be a good one. So that'll be a good one. Seattle at Jacksonville.
Well, then here's the trick: if you don't care to watch those games, you tell your wife, you tell your significant other.
It's all about you this week,
that's right.
baby.
Honey, I know we have the NFL on Sunday, but you know what? This week,
screw the NFL.
Whatever you want to do.
It's about you.
I don't need to watch the Texans this week.
This is a you weekend.
We can go to a pumpkin patch. Whatever you want to do.
That's right.
Yeah.
A pumpkin patch.
Yeah.
Those are out there now.
Yeah,
they're out there now.
They hot heavy right now.
Yeah. You want to go pick some apples? We can do it all day Sunday just for you.
Yeah.
So this is the time to do it. Don't let them know it's the bye week for the Texans. Coming up, what's poppin'? We'll let you know, including a big Houston debut tonight. We'll talk about it next. Is in the loop.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing, that vehicle you've been dreaming about. Maybe it's an SUV, a truck, a sports car, sedan, family car. All of them are available for you with a simple 10-minute phone call to D&M Auto Leasing. They will find the vehicle. And I don't really
Biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie, alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. Well, if you're a baseball fan, today is set up to be a pretty good day for you. If you're just a general baseball fan, because we have all 4 series going on in the divisional round, and all 4 are elimination games today as teams try to keep their season alive, much like the Yankees did last night. If you stayed up for that one, the Blue Jays are up 6-1. People were taking the victory laps, dancing on the Yankees' grave, and then they came back, ended up winning 9-6. First time this year the Blue Jays blew a lead of 5 runs or more. They were 37-0 this year when leading by that many runs. And Aaron Judge hit the game-tying homer off the foul pole yesterday in the 4th inning. So the Yankees, at least for one more day, they stay alive.
Yeah, my text message thread was quite the scene, man. When the Yankees were losing,
yeah,
I was getting. I mean, I'm talking like 10 or 12, like pointing and laughing, and nothing better, and a lot of name calling about the Yankees and Aaron Judge. And then it got kind of quiet there for a while. But here's the thing. I want to say, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Blue Jays are a better team. Blue Jays are going to win this series. But you saw the pitching matchup for today, didn't you?
I know, yeah.
Cam, and you got to be careful. I don't want to be like some of the guys that were.
Yeah, David Ortiz.
David Ortiz.
Whoops.
Cam Schlittler is pitching today, the young guy that was just magnificent in his last outing.
Yep.
Versus a bullpen game.
Yeah.
A bullpen game. So it gets 2-2.
I know. They're at that point. It's all on the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a tough one today. And that's the problem with the Blue Jays. I mean, we saw it yesterday. This bullpen has allowed 11 runs over the last 2 games. Mm-hmm. They have a great lineup. They're number 1 in the AL in offense this year, but their pitching is just not very good. I was surprised with how many games they won this year, especially their bullpen is not very good. So they pitched a great game in Game 1 behind their ace, Kevin Gausman, and then the last 2 games they gave up, 7 runs and then 9 runs last night. So we'll see. Tonight it's a bullpen game, like you said, and that bullpen's not very strong, so we'll see how it goes.
And are we in a place where we can give Aaron Judge some credit?
That's what I was just going to say. I texted the group chat. I texted my brother. I said, Judge gets a clutch hit in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And my brother is also very much a Yankees hater, of course. And he said, it's the 4th inning. They're already down 6-1. They're down 2-0 in the series. Like, it's house money. He's playing with no pressure at this point, you know. So he said, no, it's not a clutch hit. I said, all right, fine, but I'll give him a little credit.
7 for 16, 7 for 15?
Well, he is having a really good postseason, but the thing is, prior to that homer, his only 2 RBIs were when they were down 5, and the kind of garbage time, and it was a lot of this was his first home run. So he had a great batting average, but of course, I'm a Yankees hater. I was telling my friends it's the softest 400 a guy's hitting. It's all singles and hits when the team's already down 5. Like, come on. And last night, that's why I said to his credit, finally a clutch hit. He hits that tying homer off the foul pole, but even some, like my brother, were still not willing to
The only thing I'll give him credit for is that was a next to impossible ball to hit out.
Yeah.
I mean, that was way up and in, 100 miles an hour, and still had the power to hit it off the foul pole. I'll give him credit for that. That was an impressive home run.
Well, they did crunch the numbers and said that's the only home run of its type in the StatCast era of a pitch that fast, which was like 99 miles per hour, and that far off the plate. No one has ever hit a home run in something like 508 opportunities. Mm-hmm. Judge became the first last night. Also, the first homer for Judge this year on a pitch outside of the strike zone. Now, part of that for Judge is he does have a good eye, but that's always been kind of my complaint for the Yankees. I always say it about Stanton. Like, they're just bad ball hitters. Like, if you leave one over the plate, they're going to punish you.
Mm-hmm.
But if you make some good pitches, especially Stanton, I don't know if they're really going to do a lot of harm. And for Judge, it gets a little complicated because, like I said, he doesn't chase a ton.
Yeah.
But he's hit, 55 homers this year. It's the only one outside of the strike zone. If you make a mistake, he's going to make you pay.
Yeah.
But typically, outside of last night, that was a good piece of hitting.
Yeah.
And the Yankees are alive. We'll see if they can force a Game 5.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Mariners just kind of methodically is how I described it. Just took out the Tigers. Obviously, we were talking about the dump one here, dump 61 here guy and Cal Raleigh, but I do think the Mariners are going to take care of business here with the Tigers too.
Yeah, I think so. So the slate for today, Mariners-Tigers is at 2:08 Central Time. If the Mariners win, they move on. Tigers are done. Brewers-Cubs, 4:08. If the Brewers win, they sweep the Cubs and old friend Kyle Tucker. The Yankees-Blue Jays at 6:08. Yankees trying to stay alive. And then Phillies-Dodgers tonight at 8:08. Dodgers trying to finish off the sweep at home. Yeah, the Mariners are going to try to advance today, but they're kind of on the wrong side of that pitching matchup as well.
Yeah, they have is it Miller going tonight?
Yeah, Miller. Yep, for the Mariners, and then Mize for the Tigers, who had a good year, sub-4 ERA. So we'll see if Detroit can stay alive and force a Game 5. But the Mariners have been playing pretty well in that series. We'll see if any of those teams, how many of these series advance beyond today.
Yeah, but elimination games across the board.
Yeah, so
that'll be fun.
That's fun. Hey, college basketball is just under a month away, so ESPN put out their final preseason poll, their final preseason rankings until the actual preseason poll. And if you are a Cougar fan, if you're a college basketball fan, this might be of interest. They put Purdue number 1, Florida number 2, Houston number 3.
Yeah.
It's actually the same as their previous rankings. For example, UConn number 4 was the same, St. John's number 5 still. So nothing has changed since their last rankings. But that's what they have, and they put the Cougars as the third best team in college basketball entering this year.
Well, I mean, they're a powerhouse now. They are a year in, year out. Right up there. Maybe not the complete brand, allure as the Dukes and the North Carolinas and the Kentuckys, but they are a powerhouse shoulder to shoulder with all those squads.
Yeah, they sure are, and they should have another good year.
Yeah.
My only problem with all of these, I just brought this up for you Cougar fans out there to give you some positive press here before the season. You can get excited, expect it to be one of the best teams in college basketball. We already know that. But my problem with all these, it's my problem with the AP preseason polls. Usually you just pick like the teams that were good last year. You just pick them again, and that's kind of the idea. Purdue, obviously, in the national championship, they're 2-3. UConn's been very good under Dan. They won the previous 2 championships, so they're number 4. St. John's was good last year at Patino. They're number 5. It's just picking the same thing. I mean, Florida lost some pieces from that team. Houston is returning 3 starters, but lost a couple of pieces. So my point being, these rankings to me are always just kind of lame. It's just, who was good last year? Yeah, they'll probably be good again this year. Let's put them back towards the top.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
But Houston number 3 on the list, so congrats to you Cougar fans. Speaking of the NCAA, at least, they're going to finalize new transfer portal rules today. And the window in 2026 will run for 2 weeks from January 2nd to January 16th because the 12-team college football playoff schedule extends deep into January. Players participating in a postseason game on or after January 12th will have an opportunity to start the transfer process during a 5-day period that begins the day after their final postseason game. What do you think of this alteration?
I like it because the problem I had with the transfer portal was they had the spring after spring training or during spring training portal, and that one always bothered me. Like someone transfers to Team X, they go through spring training. The coaches are making their plans for their depth chart and their roster, and these players, or this player, for Team X. Didn't get the job they thought they were getting in spring training. They're the backup running back or third team outside linebacker. So what do? They transfer again, and that to me it kind of hamstrings the entire program because that coach didn't win the starting job, and now you're going to transfer. I think this takes care of that, and maybe it gives those programs a little chance to say, hey, man, yeah, you're second team right now. We still got summer. We still got fall practice. You might, advance or whatever, up the depth chart. I just feel like it's already, as people like to say, the Wild West.
Yeah.
At least this sort of funnels it down to one transfer window. What is it, 10 days, 14 days?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Of a transfer window. And then you don't have to throw a tantrum if you don't, get what you want in spring training with that new team and transfer again. I do like that. I also like the fact that these 4 teams that are going to be in the semifinals and the finals of the NCAA championship, National Football Championship, they get a little extra time for those players there. Yeah, I do like it.
I like it too.
Mm-hmm.
I am pro transferring, but I do think it has gotten crazy and out of control, and there needs to be more, regulations on this, and so that's what this is doing. And you laid it out well there. I mean, you only need the one window. Season ended, you weren't pleased with your role, or you're looking to go on. Yeah, you make your decision then.
Yeah,
and then at that point, once you make that decision, then you honor that commitment, because I'm still old school in that regard. If that's how I was raised, and I think people should be held to that same expectation now, that you make that decision in January, I'm going to go wherever, SMU. Okay, that's the decision you made. Now you honor that commitment at least for the next year, and then you can make another decision next January if you like. But you said you want to come here and play for this team. They took you in. You're not just going to bail a couple of weeks or a couple of months later.
And it doesn't screw the coach or the coaches on that new team. Like, hey, man, we're paying you. You transferred here. We're counting on you to be either a starter or a depth piece, and now you're going to transfer again because you didn't get what you wanted?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, no, I like this idea. So, yeah, I think it's the same thing. I've made the same argument for years, too, about, we have 2 different signing days in college football. I hate that. I don't just do one. Do it after the season. I don't know why we have this early signing period during the season in December. Same thing here with the transfer portal. Let's just have one window. I don't know why we need to keep stretching this stuff out. One window to make these decisions, and then we can move from there. So that's the new change for college football and the transfer portal. Hey, if you're a Rockets fan, maybe you want to make your way out to the game tonight. Rockets in preseason take on the Jazz tonight at home, 7 p.m. Central Time. Kevin Durant expected to make his debut tonight, so that's somewhat exciting.
A little bit of a Durant preview here. I'm thinking 12 to 16 minutes.
Yeah, probably.
Somewhere in there. They're not going to just, it's not just going to be 3 or 4 minutes and he's out. I think they're going to let him get his, into the rotation a little bit. Maybe over 15 minutes is what I'll say, just to give him, a look, a good run, little look with his teammates, maybe run a few different things. I would say probably 15, 16 minutes.
By the way,
that's good.
Yeah, it is. It'll be fun to see him get involved with these guys, get out there, see him in a Rockets uniform. It's the preseason, so you're only going to get so much, but it's still exciting. By the way, he showed up to the first preseason game the other night in a White Sox hat. C.J. Stroud was probably sitting at home like, where's the outrage?
Nobody cares about the White Sox.
Everyone,
Are they really a competition of their rival? I know they beat the Astros in the World Series back in the day. Gone.
That's right. Yeah, what is this, a Paul Konerko fan? Come on, get him out of here. You can't be supportive of Kevin Durant.
Exactly.
Tonight, he'll actually play in the game, 7 p.m.
In a White Sox hat.
Yeah, that's right. It's preseason. They do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Coming up, is this now realistically an 8-week season for the Texans? We'll talk about it next in The Loop.
All right, Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point.
Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Is this now essentially an 8-week season for the Texans? Let's talk about it here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig, and you as well on this Wednesday. Appreciate you hanging with us. You can get in touch with the show on YouTube or the Twitch to us anytime, 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. We talked earlier last hour about the bye week for the Texans, whether it's a good time to have this bye or not. We got mixed reviews on the text line. Some people like it now. Some people wish it was later in the season. You know, I wish the Texans could just keep rolling, but what's interesting now, regardless, I mean, this is the bye, but when you come out of this bye, you look at this schedule for the Texans. I know you were making this point that now this kind of, when you look at the second, what we could call the second half, the post-bye part of the season now, it becomes almost like an 8-week season for the Texans right now.
Yeah, look, I really think, well, it's cutting time. I'll put it that way. You get your rest. You have the bye week, coming off a good, game, good couple of games. If you want to just throw in the Titans all together, not just the fourth quarter, 2 wins. And then here's the thing, and this is why I started looking at these 8 games. You're still, behind 2 4-1 teams in your division. You still are 2-3. If you could get a winning record, just go 5-3 in your next 8 games. Well, then you're what?
In the mix.
You're in the mix. You're in the mix, and the best thing is you're facing teams that you can sort of clip off. You can take them down a little bit. Let's look at the next 8 games. I'm going to throw out the Titans, all right? Because you face them in 4 weeks after the 4 or 5 weeks after the bye. But let's look at the next 8 opponents. You go Seattle, San Francisco, Jacksonville, Tennessee, and then Buffalo, Indianapolis, and Kansas City. Think about that. Like in that stretch, you're pretty much going to know where you stack up in the AFC in particular by December 7th, and then I think it's 3 or 4 games after that. But in these next 8 games, you're going to face 6 AFC teams, 4 division leaders, 3 of the current top 10 defenses in the NFL, 7 of the current top 15 defenses in the NFL, 4 of the current top 10 quarterbacks, 6 of the top 15 quarterbacks, 6 of the top 10 offenses.
Jeez.
I mean, this is a stretch, these 8 games after the bye against those teams that are going to define your season. They're going to, and then you can get to the final stretch of games and say, all right, we know where we stand. If you can just go 5-3 in those 8 games, then all of a sudden, you're going to be obviously 7-7 and have a chance to, yes, is that right? 7-7?
7-6, right?
You're going to be 7-6, and you're going to find out exactly where you are.
And not only that, find out where you are in terms of like the standings to see how you match up, but to see where you are in terms of like, is this legitimately a team that can compete? Because these are the teams that you're going to have to try to get through if you want to accomplish anything this year, like in the postseason and later on this year. And if you struggle against these good teams, then it's like, oh yeah, we are not that good of a team.
Yeah.
And that was the knock, when we were talking in the offseason and people were making their Texans predictions and they were saying, 10 wins this year, but 5 might come against the division. It's like, well, then you have them under 500 against these teams.
Right.
And so that's where this is the real test. Like, can you go into Seattle and beat the Seahawks on Monday Night Football? Can you beat the Broncos with one of the best defenses in the league? And, the Bills on a short week and so on and so forth. So not only to see how they stack up in the standings, but to see how they actually stack up as a legitimate weapon or dangerous team in the AFC. So you set the bar, is that the minimum to go? You have to have a winning record?
Winning record. Go 5-3. That's not greedy.
No, it's not.
But because here's the other part of it. Like, if you look at the AFC right now, the big surprises, the teams that you're going to, the playoff caliber teams through 5 weeks of the NFL season. Well, you want to be able to take those out and have that edge against them, and maybe that's a team that you're going to have to go through. All right, let's talk about the AFC. Denver, that's a squad that you're probably going to have to go through. You got them. You got Jacksonville. They're 4-1. You got Buffalo. We know what they've done. You have Indianapolis. They're 4-1. And then, of course, you have Kansas City. Just in these 8 weeks, these 8 straight games coming out of the bye, you're going to know exactly where you are. You can talk about this and that might happen and all that. But, after Kansas City, you got the Cardinals, Raiders, Chargers, and Colts again. But before you get there, you're going to know exactly where you stand, if you're going to have a shot. If you're going to have a shot at all to make a run into the postseason.
I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
And the way you laid that out, it is a tough stretch. And then you look at, they started the season with the Rams, the Bucks, the Jaguars. That's a tough start.
Mm-hmm.
And then even you mentioned they finally get a break after those 8 games, I think, where you get the Cardinals at home, you get the Raiders at home. Those are 2 of the easier games.
Mm-hmm.
But then you go to the Chargers, who I think will still be a good team. And then where is the break in this schedule? It just happened, those 2 games against the Titans and the Ravens. That's about it. This is a tough draw from top to bottom for the Texans this year. And now coming off the bye, this is where you figure out how good this team is and if they can actually hang with the big boys in the AFC, if they're going to be part of the competition. If they go 500 or worse during this 8-game stretch, they'll come out of it with an overall record of under 500, a losing record that late in the season. So, yeah, you got to make sure to win some of these games.
And you want to know how good this offense is? Well, you're going to find out.
Yeah.
You have Seattle right out of the chute. Is this offense real? Okay, you got Seattle. Then you have San Francisco. Again, some injuries, but pretty dang good defense. Then Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, by the way, Jacksonville's defense is top 10 right now.
Yeah. And they got a bunch they lead the league in forced turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
They get after you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then even you get the Bills on a short week. Follow that up by going to the Colts at the Chiefs. That's a tough stretch with the Titans mixed in before that. So yeah, this is what it comes down to. This 8-game stretch here for the Texans to decide things on this team. When you look at these matchups, I mean, as always, it's become a bit of a cliche in sports talk radio. Mike and the Mad Dog always used to do it. He would go through the schedule. That's a win. That's a loss.
Yeah.
And that's always become a cliche and kind of like the low-hanging fruit. But when you look at these 8 games, I know they need to go at least 5-3. Do you have like an expectation for them when you look at some of these matchups? You think like, oh, I don't know if they can beat I don't know if they could actually beat the Bills and the Colts, or how do you view these 8 matchups, these next 8 games? That's the question, though. We don't really know how they match up with these other teams just yet.
Yeah, that to me that is the big question, because what you do is you have 5 on the road, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you have 4 on the road, 4 at home.
Yep.
So that's perfect. I don't care how it happens, but you got it. This is the stretch. I mean, the only weak team there is at Tennessee on November 16th. Got to figure that's going to be a win, as bad as Tennessee is. Every other team is going to directly affect your standing. Several of these teams are going to directly affect your standing in the AFC. They're all contending playoff teams, the AFC teams that you're facing: Denver, Jacksonville, again, throw out Tennessee, Buffalo and Indianapolis, and then Kansas City. That's 5 right there in the AFC. The NFC teams, obviously at Seattle, that's going to be that's a tough game. That's a Monday night in Seattle, late start with a good defense. All you want there is just to win. I don't know if you can count on that, but to me, it's these AFC teams that you're facing, because this is all of a sudden Jacksonville's legit, or at least seems to be on the standings. Indianapolis is legit. I don't know if anybody is still thinking that the other shoe is going to fall or whatever.
Yeah,
I think they're legit. And then you have Buffalo and Kansas City and Denver. Denver, clearly is one of those teams that people are going to be high on. So I don't. The prediction game to me is obviously tough to be accurate on those, but I think your options are there. Your opportunity is there with these AFC teams.
Yeah. The only saving grace I'll offer up, because this is a daunting 2 months, is that when we looked at the schedule before the season, you look at that game in Baltimore and you think, no way.
Yeah.
And then you get to that week and it's like, oh, they're such a mess that actually the Texans better win this game.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only saving grace, that maybe by the time you take on the Jaguars in a month, like, maybe they did kind of regress to the mean, take a step back. Maybe by the time you take on the Colts, who knows? Jonathan Taylor might be injured. You don't know the situation. So that's the only saving grace, but otherwise, on paper, I mean, this is as bad of as tough of a stretch as you'll probably find in the NFL over the next 2 months.
I think it's the most pivotal stretch of the year. I think we'll know December 7th after that Kansas City game, Sunday Night Football, by the way, exactly if we think this team is going to get in the postseason or not. Now, you got Jacksonville at home. Again, I think they're gaining respect. I don't know how much they're respected legitimately, but they're gaining respect. Maybe that's a dub right there. And then at Tennessee, that's a dub right there. So you got 2 right there. You got to get to 5. You got to get to 5 to really hit that final stretch and feel like you're going to have a shot.
Text the show, 713-572-4610. When you hear those next 8 games, what are your thoughts? If the Texans need to have a winning record in that 8-game stretch, do you think they can do it? How many wins would you give them in that 8-game slate that begins after the bye week?
How does Denver? How are you feeling about Denver right now? At home, Sunday noon game, November 2nd. They're 3-2. They've been really hard to predict.
Yeah, I'll say it's a game the Texans, as we sit here today, should win. I'd be curious what the opening line would be on that one. I'm on record. I thought the Broncos were going to take a step back this year. I'm not the biggest Knicks guy still, despite last year. I mean, they did not beat a team last year that had a winning record and still were able to make the playoffs. So I thought, there's some. They have a really good defense, no doubt, but I thought there's some fraudulent behavior to this Broncos team. And then, as you just said, even this year they're hard to predict. I mean,
their only good win is against, if you can consider that, against the Eagles.
Right.
And in Philadelphia.
For about 3 quarters, they were kind of getting run out of the building. The Eagles let them hang around, and then the Broncos pull off that great comeback. So they have a really good defense. I can't deny that. But I don't know how good of a team they really are.
They lost to the Colts, and they lost to the Chargers, and the other 2 wins are against the Titans and the Bengals.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so they, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to expect from Denver legitimately, but I still think, you want to give them that one? You want to give them that one at home? That's 3.
I hope so.
You got to find 2 more.
If that game was in Denver, I would feel a lot worse. Since it's at home, you should beat the Broncos. Yeah, you should beat the Titans.
And then Jacksonville at home. Okay, you feeling good about Jacksonville division game at home?
Yeah.
So there's 3. You got to find 2 more among at Kansas City, at Indianapolis, Bills on a Thursday night at home. Maybe the short week affects Buffalo. Then you start out, of course, with at Seattle and Niners at home.
Yeah, maybe you just win your 4 home games. Niners, Broncos, Jags, although that would be a 3-game winning streak there. And then you beat the Bills on a short week at home. That's not an easy game. And then win the Titans, that's your 5. Maybe the Chiefs are more of a mess by the time you get to them in December.
Or not.
Yeah, maybe they've hit their stride.
They were moving the ball. They were just making some mistakes in Kansas City.
Well, that's why I said it yesterday. The Chiefs during that game on the night, they had the most yards in the first half of any game this year. I thought, they were up 14-0. I thought they're about to win 3 straight. Yeah. I bet them to win the AFC. I was like, let me get it while the getting is good, because this is when they're going to start taking off. And then they crash in the second half. But yeah, I mean, they've shown some signs of certainly improvement the last few weeks on offense and overall for that Chiefs team. On the text line, 281 says the Texans know how to play Josh Allen, and the Colts have played one winning team and lost. So they're not worried about those 2 matchups, I guess. I wouldn't bank on – I know they made Josh Allen look silly last year, and I think part of that might have been an undiagnosed concussion. But I wouldn't bank on that year in and year out of like, oh, yeah, we got Josh Allen. We don't need to worry about the Bills. We got Josh Allen.
Josh Allen? Psh.
Yeah.
Piece of cake.
Yeah.
we got him.
This Allen guy in Buffalo? Next.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'd bank. I think it's a short week. You get them at home. That helps. You beat them last year, but I think they're going to be even hungrier now. So I wouldn't bank on that.
So we're at 3, huh?
Yeah.
Broncos, Jags, and Titans.
Yeah, I hope you could beat Mac if Mac Jones is still playing in, what's that, 2 more weeks? I hope you could beat the Niners at home.
That'd be a 4-game win streak going into that Buffalo game, even if you're giving the Seattle a loss.
Yeah, right. I mean, look, the Seahawks is winnable. I'm still not sold on Sam Darnold. I know it's in Seattle. It's Monday night. It's a tough game. But it's winnable, of course. All these games are winnable. The Niners, Broncos are at home. You could very easily win those. Probably should beat the Jaguars at home. Should definitely beat the Titans. The Bills chalk that as a scheduled loss.
Although at home, Thursday night, Buffalo coming from New York.
I know. Have to let me check who the Bills are.
Road team traveling across the country on a Thursday night.
Well, you know what?
You're the gambler. You know this.
That's right. It's part of the reason why I took the Rams in my survivor pool. They were the first favorite to lose a Thursday night game this year. You figure if the Texans are favorite at home, that'd be an advantage.
And the Texans defense had the best Josh Allen last year? Yeah, last year. So, yeah, man, it could be a defensive type of game.
Just get me to 5. Get me to 5. Going into that final stretch with Arizona and Vegas at home. Arizona and Vegas at home, and they're in good shape.
Well, then that's the other thing. So if you win 5 games in that stretch, you're what we said, 7-6. Then you should beat the Cardinals, the Raiders. Okay, so then you have 9 wins entering the final 2 games of the season.
You're in good shape.
It's probably – how many wins do you think overall? Do you think a playoff team could get in 9-8 this year?
They're going to mess around and go 10-7 again.
Yeah, I know, probably.
3 straight years.
Yeah, taxes, death, and D'Amico Ryan's team's going 10-7.
Yeah, then they go to L.A., which could be flex. That could be a Saturday game because that you're playing both days on that. And then end the season with the Colts at home. You got to get 5. Get me to 5 in the next 8-game stretch.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have a winning record so that you have a winning record overall coming out of that stretch.
Yeah.
Ocho on the text line says, let's keep it a buck. We ass.
Okay, Cam.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It is a tough text, so let us know your thoughts. 713-572-4610. The season might have just become even shorter, where you can just minimize it to these next 8 games. What are your expectations? What do you think is likely for the Texans to achieve in this 8-game stretch? Let us know on the text line. In the meantime, it's that time of day. We got to get to our lunchtime confessions. We'll do it next. It's in the loop.
All right, Underdog, we can do that right now as we're
Shop as John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610. Watch this.
All right, the first part of my confession is I am not going to say the name of the podcast.
Come on, you got to say it.
I am not going to say it.
If you don't say it, I'm not playing it.
Oh, yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. You got to say. You got to tell them where did you get? Where's this audio is courtesy of
a very popular podcast
called.
I can't remember.
It is what it is.
Yeah, that's it. That's the podcast. Here's the second part of my confession. I don't know what to do with this audio. Like, I was like, I heard it, and then part of me was kind of embarrassed, kind of proud of Houston women, kind of not proud of Houston women, kind of worried about CJ Stroud. I don't know what to do with this audio, so I want you to hear it, and you tell me how it makes you feel.
Houston got the fatties, man. James Harden can't help himself in Houston, man. Listen, when I seen that hitchhike with Amber Rose or whatever the he did that time with Amber Rose, I know it was bad for the man. He live in Houston and he's the starting quarterback in Houston. They draining him. They got the thinking he's 36. That's a hard city to live in, especially if you're the star athlete. Ex James Harden. It's a lifestyle in Houston. The strip clubs, the chicken wings at 6 in the morning, the 24-hour strip clubs. The listen, Houston's a beautiful city, but it's very scandalous. I'm telling you, for a 23-year-old QB1, it's dangerous out there, man.
That's courtesy of It Is What It Is.
Yeah, very popular podcast. I'm like, I'm still like, okay, is this a bad thing? Does he know something about, well, obviously he knows something about Houston women because there's a lot of them, and they're it's a strong group. I'll put it that way. How does this make you feel? Like, he's talking about CJ Stroud, and there's going to be a lot of temptations, a lot of struggles, etc.
I wonder, to me, look, maybe hit me up. Maybe I might be thinking of this too much, but I don't know if Houston is really like that. I know it's some beautiful women in Houston.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Of course, there's a lot of stuff going on.
They're draining him, man.
But he was making it seem like it was Vegas.
Yeah.
Like it was like the city of sin, whatever they call it.
Yeah, Sin City.
Yeah, Sin City or something, man. I'm like, man, it's a lot to do here. It's a lot of beautiful women.
Think about being a single man in this city.
Yeah, you can have a good time, man.
Yeah.
You can really have a good time, but I'm like, dang, would that really throw off an athlete, though?
Single in this city with some money.
Yeah.
And some fame.
Honestly, I think it's a concern for any of the big cities. Like, I would say the same thing if C.J. Stroud was actually playing in New York. I know the Jets and the Giants are in New Jersey, but, like, if he was in New York, maybe even L.A., maybe even, like, Chicago, I think it's just the fact that, like you said, young, famous, rich guy, successful, in a big city with a lot of people around. I think that's not specifically Houston, but just any big city. I'd be concerned about my young athlete. I mean, Matt Harvey got in a lot of trouble living in New York and partying and everything, and he coked himself right out of the league.
Matt Harvey.
Yeah, so I think it could happen. Any concern for Stroud?
He's like, they killed James Harden.
Yeah. I think Harden would get in trouble anywhere, right? I mean, he has his jersey retired in the strip clubs. I think he's just a guy that likes the strip club.
And then he went on later in that cut to talk about Jaden Daniels' mom wouldn't even be able to help him in Houston. So, do we know how we feel about this yet? I don't.
I think I would say it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine because if you live in here, you could the good thing about Houston, you could kind of go outside of Houston.
You can do what you want.
It could be
you can avoid it.
Look,
Yeah.
it could be a party city type of city. It could be a family type of city.
Mm-hmm.
You could it's a good city to raise a family.
Yeah,
It's not like New York where it's
Right,
just so
exactly.
busy or something like
I've
that.
actually said that. I think that's my favorite thing about Houston. I've always said it's whatever you want it to be. If you want to live like the bougie lifestyle, you could do that here. If you want to live a more conservative, save some of your money, like you could do that here. In New
You
York,
don't
to
get
your
crazy,
point,
you can't.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
New York, to your point, like it's expensive wherever you go, whatever you try to do. It's hard to raise a family. It's all crowded. Yeah, Houston's got a little bit of everything in that regard. So
Yeah.
I think it's a fair concern, but I don't think it's a slight on Houston. Like I said, I think it's any city.
I
would
think
be
at
the
that
same.
point it's about the person. So what is C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
To me, I thought he was kind of like an introvert a little bit, but the whole Amber Rose thing threw everything
That's
off.
what he came back down to
Yeah,
that.
that kind of threw everything off. It's like, man, is he kind of is he really be out in these streets?
Yeah.
And just faking the funk a little
That's
bit?
the thing. Ultimately, I think that's where I'm going to end up. I can't see him like just being completely over the top.
Yeah, I don't trust anything since the whole Deshaun Watson thing. I ain't gonna lie
that's
to
true.
you, man. That's with anybody. That's no shade or nothing, but it wouldn't surprise me one bit if he was out in these streets like that.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So actually, my confession, I think, ties back to that same podcast because they were going viral again for an old clip with a Bill Hicks bit in relation to this whole Aisha Curry. Have you guys seen the Curry stuff?
Yeah,
Mrs.
I've been seeing her way too much, man.
Yeah, that's my point, or that's my confession. We have lost our way here with all this. And I want to make sure this doesn't come out as sounding like any sort of misogynistic, because I don't think it is. But her, Kelly Stafford's the other one, where she goes on a podcast, talks about how she slept with Matt Stafford's backup quarterback, like to get back at him.
Yeah.
Why put that out? That's not doing any good for you, or that doesn't make you or your husband look good. And I think we've gotten to a problem now where everyone has these podcasts, and everyone wants these clicks and attention and viral clips that you put a microphone, and I say this knowing that we're talking into microphones, but you put microphones in front of some people, and they might think like it's just a conversation, you and I not realizing, like everyone's going to listen to this, and it's going to make you
hear
sound...
it.
Yeah, it makes you sound really bad. And for Aisha Curry to go on a podcast and say, I didn't want kids when she has a bunch of kids, and saying, like, I wanted to be a career woman. Steph has kept me from being able to do my career, and we don't get each other. I have to go to therapy. She says all these things. This doesn't make anyone look good. How do your kids feel hearing this clip of their mom saying, like, I didn't want any kids. Steph made me have these kids. Now I can't be a career-driven woman. I have to stay home.
Yeah, and she's been doing this for years. Man. Long time. I think it was a clip of her on The View, how she act like she was taking the ring off when a big old buff dude come walking in.
Disrespect.
She just, man. And then the thing is, like, I don't know what Steph do. He could be out here wilding too, but he don't be saying nothing.
No, he doesn't.
He don't be on no podcast talking crazy. You don't see him with another, playing around with another woman and all that. He seemed kind of quiet.
Yeah.
But she's the one that's bringing all of this attention to him where it's like, damn.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, she said, like, she hates all the attention Steph Curry gets. She wishes she got more attention from guys. It's like, you're a married woman. What are you talking about? She said that in an interview. Like, why are you putting that out on TV? It makes everyone
guys
look
pay
bad.
more attention to me. What?
Yeah, and then that's when she lost a lot of weight after that and started dressing like a little more scantily at games. It's like, what are we doing here? This is so weird. I know she wanted to be an actress. You have a great lifestyle where I'm sure she seems to have great kids. She seems to have a good husband, millionaire. You could do whatever you want. And by the way, that also allows you to do whatever you want business-wise. She's been in some movies lately that if she wasn't Steph Curry's wife,
you can
she would
get
never
a nanny for a week.
Yeah.
And go do whatever.
She's been giving cooking TV. She wanted to be an actress. She's had TV shows.
Yeah.
She's had restaurants. She had one here in Houston that bombed and closed. So, like, you've had opportunities that you wouldn't have otherwise, business-wise as well. I don't get it.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So this is one thing I really don't get. And so right now you're looking at the biggest fan of the show. Remember the show Home Improvement?
Oh, yeah.
With Tim Allen and Patricia Richardson. And I got to confess, man, I don't understand who keep giving Tim Allen a TV show, man, a sitcom. He got another one.
Yeah.
It's a kind of a spinoff of that, right?
It's like
or a continuation.
Man, all of his damn shows are the same, man.
They are.
This one called Switching Gears.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I've seen the commercial. I
wonder what's that about.
Yeah.
a macho man that like cars.
Yeah, go figure.
Yeah, that love tools and all this other stuff, man. He had about 4 different shows, man. That's a spinoff of a spinoff of a spinoff of Home Improvement.
Yeah.
I don't understand how this man keep getting the sitcom job, man.
I've seen the promos, and I'm refusing to click because it's going to be so bad.
He didn't have Home Improvement.
Have you seen it?
No, I refuse to see that. Like, I even gave that show, what's it, Last Man Standing? Yeah. I gave that a little bit of a chance. Yeah. Like, all right, it's like it's the same thing.
Stuff.
It's the same thing. They even had Patricia Richardson guest star on there.
I think she's on this one too. At least in the promo, I saw her.
Man, I don't understand. I want to know who his agent is, who just keep getting them to the same damn show. Man.
I always think about the writers, like, well, what'd they do back in 1989? Let's just do that again.
Yeah. How do we write for Tim Allen? Yeah. Let's fire up Home Improvement and see.
Yeah, he. I mean, forget Toy Story. Him being, I think, Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah.
He making a career off of just the same damn TV shows.
Yeah, off of Home Improvement and then the Santa Clauses, because like they turned that into a show the last couple of years too. He reprised that role.
His whole career is Home Improvement, Toy Story, and the Santa Claus. And then the rest.
Anything after Buzz Lightyear. Just sit at home and open the mailbox.
But this brother just want to keep playing the mail. He just want to play a macho man and love cars and tools.
Yeah.
All day long.
I have to admit, though, I do love Tim Allen. Like, if he's in it, I'm probably going to tune in.
I am not going to watch this.
The stuff's usually likable enough. I don't know.
Yeah, listen, I'm a Home Improvement guy. I love that show, man. I don't know a lot of people that love that show.
Yeah.
But I was always tapped into that show.
Yeah.
I just can't do it, man. We need to give it a rest. We need to do a drama or something, man. You keep doing the same thing.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
We got another dead body.
Oh, boy.
Wait, what?
We got another dead body. Want to see a dead body?
Mike McDaniel?
No. Go to one of the bayous in Houston. This is getting terrifying. Did you see this? As of today, this is the 16th confirmed body in one of the bayous in Houston. This one, not too far from my house, actually. White Oak Bayou near Taylor Street and I-10 this morning. Another body, they're searching. Maybe they found it by now. For another body. This makes 16, and in the last month, 6. And then they kind of profiled identities. It's like a 21-year-old white guy, a 43-year-old black guy, a 63-year-old Hispanic, 66-year-old woman, 24-year-old guy, unidentified black woman under 30. Dude, you can tell me all you want that you don't think this is a serial killer. I am not going to believe another word that officials are saying as, quote, rumors spread. Rumors? That's 6 in a month in the bayous, 16 this year in the bayous.
Jeez.
How do people expect us to believe this?
Yeah, especially when you come out and say, there's nothing to worry about here.
They're unrelated, probably unrelated. What? Are you kidding?
That's crazy.
Same profiles, different identity, different types of
different people,
backgrounds, cultures, ages, all that stuff.
Yeah, this is going to send me down a Reddit rabbit hole. Looking into, there's always great investigators, just regular people that investigate these true crime stuff. Let's get some theories going on what we think is happening here, because that is crazy. That's obviously a lot of bodies. Stay safe out there. But
officials urge caution as rumors spread. Rumors? I don't.
These are facts.
No way they're not connected, man. 6 in a month, all in the bayous found.
I know.
Here's another quote. There is no evidence that there is a serial killer loose on the streets of Houston, said Mayor John Whitmire. All right. Keep telling yourself that.
Yeah. Yeah. This is really interesting. It's crazy. It is crazy. It's interesting. I'll have to dig in and see what the
You're going to be in a Reddit?
Oh, absolutely. That's what the rest of my day is going to be. On Reddit, see what all the theories are, if they find any connections through these people or the dates or anything, what's going on.
Yeah.
Let's get some groundwork going here. The thing that it's football season, you can stay inside and just watch football for the next 2 months and not put yourself out there in potential danger. Stay safe out there.
Yeah.
Hey, it's time for a U of H giveaway. Caller number 7. Right now, you win 4 tickets to the Cougars game against Arizona on October 18th. And tickets are courtesy of the University of Houston. That phone number, 713-572-4610. Caller number 7 Right now, win 4 tickets to the Cougars game against Arizona on October 18th. Give us a call, get some tickets. In the meantime, when we come back, court is in session. It's time for Judge John Lopez. We'll do it next in the Loop.
Kick back, relax, and start your
Things people love.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hear ye, hear ye. The court of the Honorable Me is now in session. All right, time for a couple of cases here. Love that sound. Love that. I feel so much power when I hear that. All right, so a couple of big stories in the sports world today, and yes, people are staring at me as they walk by in the powder wig. But I want to see where you guys stand. Counsel Figueroa.
Figueroa, okay. I like that.
Counsel Morrow. Here is case number one. In case number one, I understand, Counsel Figueroa, you're gonna state the case for in division trades like yesterday's trade between Cleveland and Cincinnati that sent Joe Flacco, who, by the way, has already been named the starter for Sunday's game. That didn't take long.
No.
In division trades, you are saying no problem?
Yes, Your Honor. And here, yes, I think this is a case of you got to get the best possible deal you can get, no matter what division, and if you're in the same conference as the other team, because we've seen instance where a lot of teams take a lesser deal because they didn't want to trade to the division, and I think that's not a way to build on your team, man. I think you just got to take the best possible deal. And for example, here in Houston, Deshaun Watson, remember when he requested a trade?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Colts were one of the teams that were interested in Deshaun Watson, and Nick Cacerio shut that down because he was in the division.
Yeah.
But just imagine if he did listen and maybe got 3 first-round picks and others from the Colts, and Deshaun Watson was a bad quarterback, then you're kind of my first point is you're getting all their first-round picks for the next 3 years, and 2, he's probably not going to be a good quarterback. So I think that didn't happen. It ended up being the Browns, but I think you can't really look at the whole they're in the division type thing. You just got to take the best possible deal, man, because that's the way to build your team. And
all right,
you want to take the best deal.
Appreciate it, Counsel.
They should not be allowed. I'll give you a series of reasons why. And
he sounds like a lawyer.
And admittedly, I don't know if I believe all these, but I've been tasked with arguments, so I will do so in saying that these trades should not be allowed because it can directly strengthen one of your rivals. Like the Browns are helping out the Bengals, one of their rivals here. And that is not that's a silly thing in business, I would say. I don't know how many successful companies are handing over the keys to success to their rivals. It's stupid from that regard. I think also there could be too much insider knowledge. Nobody should know these teams better than their divisional opponents. And so the Browns or Bengals should know each other better than anyone else, and they can try to figure out a better deal for themselves than other teams outside of the division can. I think it's a bad look for fans and maybe even the locker room of, hey, we're trading a guy to a team we're directly competing against, and the fans shouldn't like it. I think it's bad for rivalries. I think we've lost our way with rivalries in sports in recent years, and a lot of it is because of free agency and guys moving around, and they're making so much money now that they don't have the same disdain for certain teams, and this doesn't help when you just trade somebody to one of your rivals. How important is that rivalry truly? And I think rivalries are important for sports. And then I would say, I guess the last one would be competitive balance concerns, and this might be a little bit of a stretch, but you want parity, of course, in the NFL. And so if we're just swapping, in this case, we're talking about Joe Flacco, not a huge deal. But if you're swapping a good player and just keeping him within the division, then it doesn't do enough for the whole sport. It could help that division continue to have a stranglehold on the rest of the conference in the NFL potentially. I say no in division trades.
Whew. Strong cases. You guys brought it today. Both you guys brought it today. So should in-division trades be not necessarily allowed, but allowed in the court of public opinion, which is what we're doing here? Are they good to do in-division trades? Strong cases on both sides. I am somewhat biased, so I'm saying this up front. Try to set it aside. I have anybody who listens to the show knows I've always said you're playing scared if you're opposed to trading in division. Basically, you're saying this might come back to bite me when you should be saying, I'm good. I know this is a good deal, and even though we're trading you a guy from our team, we're still going to beat your ass.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like the guys that are confident enough in themselves to make a trade no matter, you know, where it is. So you might be able to appeal this, Luke, because I'm telling you, I do have a bias on this, but I am going to side with Figgy on this one. Don't be afraid to make deals with your division opponents. All right, hear ye. The court of the honorable me has another case here for you guys to litigate and argue. This is the case of the $100,000 arm tap. The Cardinals, not the NFL, fined Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for his tirade and something of a flick of Mercado's arm, in which he gave him a tap on the arm. Is that a fair fine or no? Who is stating the case for it is a fair fine?
I am stating the case that it's a fair fine.
Make sure I had that right.
Counsel Figueroa.
Yes, Your Honor, and I understand the outrage of this big fine. It's a huge fine, and I'm sure it's hitting the pockets of Coach Jonathan Gannon a lot, man. I don't wish a big fine like that on anybody. However, it did look bad on camera that he was just yelling at this player like this after a crucial mistake that he made. And I say mistake because I don't think he did that on purpose. He made an honest mistake by just dropping the ball right before the goal line. And Your Honor, in that moment, you got to be uplifted. You got to encourage this guy to not do that again. And maybe he was doing that on the sideline, but I think the little tap on the arm might have made a different type of view of this. And the NFL didn't fine him or anything. This was inside the team, and I think the team trying to establish a culture right now. They're kind of I would say maybe a below average type of team. I don't think people have them getting to the playoffs right now, but I think they're trying to establish a culture. And Jonathan Gannon, he even went and apologized over it. So I think as much as people feel like the league is getting off and all, I think was the right call, Your Honor.
All right. Appreciate that, counsel.
No. What are we doing here? This is ridiculous. Why are we fining this guy? I get the physical contact. I'm never for like physically striking your players as a coach. But come on, it was like amounted to a love tap. We're not talking about Bobby Knight here. And so I thought Gannon was in the right and properly coaching his player. He's not the one that made the mistake on Sunday, and yet he's the one getting punished and getting disciplined for it, while the player gets off with no sort of issue and no sort of punishment other than getting yelled at on the sideline. And I think it's wrong. Being tough is holding players accountable and demanding effort and correcting mistakes bluntly. It's discipline, and discipline is what produces growth. This is what you do as a coach. You help your player get better in this scenario and help the team as well. And sports can often mirror life. And while I acknowledge your boss might not give you a little bit of a punch like Gannon did, but your bosses don't always praise you. They have to tell you how it is. They won't sugarcoat things. They give you honest feedback, tell you when your effort isn't matching what it should be or your results aren't good enough, and they try to correct those things. And tough coaching helps athletes develop that resilience that they need and the ability to respond to adversity, which helps the team and helps that player moving forward. I could go on and on, but the point being, this is silly. Gannon was doing exactly what he was supposed to. He was coaching his young running back who made a ridiculous mistake. Maybe he got in contact with the player when he shouldn't have, but to fine the coach for just coaching, I think is wrong, and we've gone too far in this direction now where we have to be very careful as coaches of how tough you are on your players. I think he handled it perfectly, and it shouldn't be the coach getting punished or getting fined this week. It should be the player facing some sort of punishment for such a stupid play on Sunday. He's lucky he still has a role on that team.
I think you might have missed your calling there, bud. But that was a compelling argument, and this one is a little bit of an easier decision for this court. What it comes down to is whether it's a fair or foul fine. What is he getting fined for? Is he getting fined for doing something that is, abhorrent? Doing something that is outside, off the charts, outside the lines, however you want to put it. I feel as if you're arguing about the wrong person getting punished here is probably the best one, and he's getting punished for hard coaching. I think he actually looks softer, for apologizing.
Oh, 100%.
So this court is going to side with Counsel Morrow on this one.
Your Honor, I'm going to appeal. Then I approach the bar.
I thought the last one was the one you were going to appeal.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to appeal.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to be wrapped up here in court for months figuring these out.
All this taxpayer dollars y'all are wasting, man.
I'm going to call the media outside the courthouse.
Yeah, you're going to have you're going to be on the steps. Yeah. You're going to be on the steps like.
We're ill with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think it's silly. By the way, seeing you in this wig for the first time in person with the headphones on too, it is quite the sight.
I have to turn the volume up. The wig is so thick. Every time I put this wig on,
we gotta get you the black robe too, man.
Well, I got that blue shirt going today. I think it's a little stylish robe kind of look, but it's something, man.
Check it out on YouTube or Twitch if you haven't already. It's got a little Ron White look to it right now.
Now you about to do a live read with the wig on, which is the best part, man.
I am going to do that. Do a live read with the wig on.
That's right. So I'll get out of the way. We got all sorts of things we can get to. The Astros announced that they're bringing back their manager and GM for next year. So what's next? Plus, Nick Cacerio was on these airwaves this morning. What did he have to say? We'll see which way we go next. It's in the loop.
All right. Let's talk about it.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Let's hear more from Nick Cacerio as he joined these airwaves this morning. We'll do that coming up here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Reggie, alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. And you as well, you can always join the conversation. 713-572-4610 on the text line or on the YouTube and Twitch chats. If you ever miss anything from the show, you can always use the Odyssey Rewind feature or go back on the podcast later on to hear anything. You can go all the way back to this morning. Nick Cacerio was on this morning at 7:30 a.m. with Payne and Pendergast and was with them for almost an hour. And I know this is going to make me sound like a shill, but that is really cool because, look, I've lived in multiple states throughout my life. I grew up a fan of a team other than the Texans, so I would follow them and listen to that local radio station. You don't get a lot of, maybe Jerry Jones, since he's the quasi-GM and owner. You don't get a lot of GMs that not only go on the local radio, but will just hang out with you for about an hour, as Nick did this morning. So really cool access with the GM of the Texans who spoke yesterday to the media and then this morning on these airwaves. And let's get to some of the sound that stood out. We obviously played earlier, in case you missed it, his thoughts on the Jalen Knowles touchdown celebration this weekend. But let's hear more from Nick Cacerio. And Figgy, let's start with cut number 11, if you have it there, because the big topic has been Joe Mixon. And so I know Nick addressed it yesterday about it a little bit, but when it's more of a one-on-one conversation this morning and a little bit of a longer conversation, of course, they were going to ask him about it. And when Nick was asked again this morning, here's what he had to say, cut 11, about Joe Mixon right now.
And I'm not trying to be cliche here. It really is kind of case by case. What's the best for the individual? What's best for the team? Sometimes there's some advantages from a player being away and being maybe in an environment that he feels comfortable with. Other times, maybe it's better for that player feels like it's best for him to be around the team. I would say, in Joe's case, it's kind of like been some combination of both. So there's no perfect formula. In the end, we're all about what we think is best for the player and what they're comfortable with. So, I'd say every situation is going to be a little bit different relative to resources, relative to the environment that they feel comfortable with. And I think part of our responsibility and job is to be respectful and cognizant of that. You never want to try to force feed anything. So each situation is going to be a little bit different. So I'd say that's kind of how we handle those situations.
And that's fine, and I don't care. Just to be blunt, around the team, not around the team. I think most people just want to know, timeline, anyone? Is there any update? I get it. Ultimately, the player may say, or may not say, but may say, hey, kind of want to keep this, to myself. And then you respect it, and that might be what we're in right here. Sometimes they don't care, they and it might hurt the player for all the speculation and everything if you just kind of keep it under wraps, the possibilities of the injury and prognoses and all that. And I don't know if that's the case here or not. And I know, I guess we can jump ahead. I'll kind of take it from me. Take this one because he did go on 13.
Yep.
Regarding Joe Mixon, maybe a little more specific to the actual thing that we care about.
Well, I think there's always different, mechanisms in trying to figure out what makes sense. And I can't speak for the player about how he feels, where he is physically and those types of things. So try to get as much information as possible. And then, whatever a player is able to do physically, and then make an assessment about what that's going to look like over the course of the season. So, he's still on the reserve list. Like, we have a number of players that are still on various reserve lists. So at some point, if that changes, then we'll have a corresponding move, and go from there.
This was the interesting one to me because he says, I can't speak for the player. Are you not speaking to the player?
Yeah.
Because he can speak for himself. Doctors can speak to you. Athletic trainers can speak to you. It was just a clever little dodge, if you will, as to why the Mixon thing has – and look, I say that respectfully. Nick is very, very good at that. We know that. But it was a dodge, in terms of, like, any update? Well, I can't speak for the player. Well – have you not? Is he in Argentina? What's going on? And he doesn't want to. I get it. And again, like I said previously, maybe that's just by Joe Mixon's. That's what Joe Mixon wants, and that's fine. It doesn't change, though, that this is just really getting bizarre.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And it's reminiscent of what we would always talk about with the Astros with some of their injuries, especially last year, like Kyle Tucker. And the more vague you are is, the more you leave the door open for wondering, like, what is going on here? So I get that these teams always like to play it close to the vest, and I certainly understand why. You can nip a lot of this in the bud if you came out with a little more specifics or a little more details, and then we're not all left sitting here
Even
wondering.
just a timeline, a speculated timeline. I think this, and they did say, he did say, in 3 or 4 weeks, we'll know if it's going to be longer term. So at least we can say 3 or 4 weeks from now is the minimum of when you'll at least start to kind of realize if he's going to come back.
Yeah. So you hear that from Nick this morning. So you have any more clarity on Joe Mixon? Listening to that, right? We still have no idea. And as you said, that's the classic. Like, well, you're gonna have to ask the player. I don't know. And it's like, well, he's not around.
I'm guessing you've spoken with him.
Can you allow us to ask the player? We can't ask him, so that's why we have to ask
What's
you
his
instead.
number?
Yeah. So that's the classic cop-out when they're not around. Like, no, sorry, you're going to have to ask him. I don't know. I don't want to speak for him. Well, we don't really have the ability to ask him, so we'll never get an answer. Figgy, can you go to Caserio cut 10? Because we were talking about this earlier, about the bye week coming up now, and I don't like it because of how they're rolling. I know you said you'd prefer to have it a little later in the season. This feels too early. Here was Nick Cacerio talking about the bye week coming up this weekend, and if there is an optimal time to have your bye week.
There's no perfect time. Well, we've been on the front end. We've had them a little bit early, just trying to recalibrate. Like that week gives you an opportunity whenever it is to kind of recalibrate, look at your team, and kind of prepare for the next set of opponents. In our situation, the way the schedule is constructed, we have a little bit of extra time, not only this week, but then we have an extra day or two next week because we're playing Monday night against Seattle. But then conversely, after Seattle, we have a condensed week or a shortened week. So maybe there's some things that we can kind of can do to get ahead kind of the next 2 to 3 weeks. And then our kind of next mini break will be there that Thursday night there in November after we play Buffalo. So once the schedule comes out, you kind of have an idea of when you're going to have some pockets of time, and it's really what you do within that time. Like, what does your team need? Then you assess and then make a determination about how you want to handle the week. So it's no different. Like, wherever they ask us to play, whenever they ask us to play, we're going to show up. Whenever the bye week is, I mean, there's nothing we could do about it other than try to maximize and get the most out of that week as much as possible.
Okay.
Now that is kind of a glass half full approach. Basically, we got the break, being able to prepare for Monday night versus Seattle. Then we do have a condensed week, but they're probably looking a little bit at San Francisco right now too, or at least have some staffers looking at, because they have this time off. Some staffers looking at San Francisco as well, and then you have that other break after the Buffalo Thursday night game. That is kind of a half full in terms of how you're going to be handling some of these breaks.
Yeah, that's true with the Bills. Yeah, you have this early bye, but you get a little bit of a half bye later on in the year, I guess, after that short week with the Bills game. And it's also something that I did mention earlier about the opponent. Like, I mean, you laid out this tough 8-week stretch. So I guess from a schedule perspective, take this week off and do a little extra, not only self-scouting, but preparation for the upcoming opponents, and look at some things now that you have a little more time, because as we covered earlier in the show, this is a brutal next 2 months on the schedule for the Texans. So in that regard, this allows you to really put your best foot forward before you run through this gauntlet of a schedule. So maybe it can pan out pretty well for the Texans with their bye week. Caserio, talking this morning here on these airwaves, was asked about the pass protection. Figgy, can you get cut 4? Because, of course, that's the big thing, the offensive line. And he was asked yesterday by the media about the offseason plan. But here's what Nick Cacerio said about the pass protection and how the problems are fixable.
Overall, the pass protection, we've done a pretty good job. And some of the issues that may have popped up, or, some of the negative plays, they're very fixable and very correctable. So whether it's the protection being distributed properly, the quarterback moving in the pocket the right way, the ball coming out on time and going to the first read where it's supposed to go, I mean, those are things that you can improve and correct, and we've seen kind of a progression over the last few weeks. So I don't think anybody's really concerned about the pass protection. Nobody's really, felt like it's been, that much of an issue, honestly. There's been a few plays where, defense has done a good job, or we've kind of made a mental error. But it's not a physical issue. It's more of just making sure that we're doing the right things. And going back to kind of Sean's original question, if we focus on the Texans and doing the right thing that we're supposed to do, then hopefully the result is going to be the intended result, what we want it to be.
And, obviously he's talking more about the last 2 or 3 weeks because the first couple of weeks and into the third, there were some severe pass protection problems. But, again, he mentioned it, getting fixed, looking better. I think that's part of what, to your point, is it too early for the bye week? I think the offensive linemen kind of wish they could keep going.
Yeah.
Just because they're finally starting to, feel as if they've got a group that's working together. They're grooving, playing a little better. So we'll see how it comes out. But certainly the protection has been better.
Yeah, and as you mentioned yesterday, this is the perfect time for him to be making the rounds here, talking to the media as a group yesterday, talking here on the radio for an hour this morning because things are feeling good and looking up right now based off of the last 2 weeks. It also reminds me of Doug Peterson. When he won the Super Bowl with the Eagles, and then he wrote a book saying, this is how I won a Super Bowl, and did a book tour that whole offseason, because it's easy to talk and brag then. And then people were upset that, he didn't take the offseason very seriously. He was doing this book tour. Anyways, long story short, the rest of Doug Peterson. They didn't have much success after that in Philly. He gets fired in Jacksonville. So, yeah, you take your victory lap here after these last 2 weeks because things are looking up and things have been going well for this offense. But he spoke a lot for about an hour here this morning, so there's a lot of different clips. You can go back and listen to the full conversation. Let me see if there's one or two to squeeze in here before we have to hit a break. You know what, Figgy? I heard this morning. Admittedly, I don't know how much he really goes into his cut because they asked him to begin the conversation. Are you surprised by this division right now? I don't know how many people thought 5 games in the Texans would be in third and the Colts and Jaguars would be looking like 2 of the best teams in the AFC. Here's what the Texans GM had to say about the rest of the division.
Yeah, really the focus is on our team and the things that we have to do week to week. And honestly, regardless of who the opponent is, I think we've always tried to focus on if we do the things that are conducive to winning, we're at least going to give ourselves an opportunity going into the season. And I've said this on a couple different platforms, but those teams have improved. And when you watch them play and even go into the Jacksonville game, that's a team as we were preparing to play them, they improved their team and you're starting to see that manifest themselves. It's interesting. The number one stat that correlates to winning and losing is turnovers and turnover margin. When you look at the top 5 teams or 4 or 5 teams, whatever it is, and the turnover margin, I think their combined records are 17-6 or something like that, and Jacksonville leads the league in takeaways. So there's a direct correlation. And
that's the other part that maybe, defensively you get a couple of turnovers in these last 2 games. 3 in the last game. Maybe that's where you're like, oh boy, I would like to have kept that running, going on a little bit more, but can't do it. And clearly, it is a higher hurdle now in the AFC South. He knows that. D'Amico knows that. They all know that.
Yeah, for sure. We'll end on this one. Maybe I should have started. Maybe I buried the lead. But cut number 2, Fig. This is him just talking about how he feels about the Texans. 5 games in, you're entering the bye week. Where are you at looking at your football team right now?
When you look at some of the games that we've been involved in, I think we focus on ourselves. If we take care of the football, we can limit some of the penalties and correct some of the mental errors, which we've done a better job over the last 2 weeks. And as a result, we've won 2 games because we've played the right way. So overall, in a decent spot. Really, we've had an opportunity to win essentially every game that we played in the first 3 games. Essentially came down to the last possession, regardless of what else went on during the course of the game. And there were some ups and downs. So if we can fix some of those things and just continue to play consistent football, regardless of who the opponent is, we understand there's going to be things that are specific to the opponent that we play that week that we're going to have to make sure that we take care of. But if we focus on the Houston Texans and the Houston Texans continue to improve, then hopefully we're going to put ourselves in a position like we've essentially done the first 5 games and then try to win the game in the fourth quarter.
I think they're feeling pretty good right now. And you mentioned it, it wasn't something, he wasn't going to make these rounds after week 3.
Right.
But there's reason to feel good. I would feel good. I do, watching this team, that things are starting to kind of come together. I always just kind of, yes, it's always about, what you do, but they do worry about the opponent. I mean, they do have to scout these opponents.
Yeah.
They do have to see that they're playing good football, that they're creating turnovers. How do you combat that, et cetera? So, A lot of what Nick Cacerio, says on a regular basis, you kind of got to filter through. You kind of got to interpret, and I think he knows this is going to be a tougher task, but they're playing good football.
Yeah, and to his point, like he said, we want to be just like these first 5 games where you have a shot in the fourth quarter to go win, and the Texans are. You can make the case right now. I mean, if you scored just 20 points in each game this year, you'd be undefeated right now. So, if a couple of things went a different way, they could be looking a lot different right now. That was Nick Cacerio, part of Nick Cacerio from this morning. You go back, find the full conversation. Again, he was with the guys for about an hour. So go back and when you have some time, listen to the conversation if interested. But appreciate his time and glad to bring some of those cuts to you here this afternoon. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, when we come back, time for Figgy's Mixtape. Figgy, what do we got going on today?
Yeah, so I got the best and the worst cities to drive in. Where do Houston rank? 713-572-4610. Plus, I got another crazy, wild shoplifting story that I got to play for you guys.
All right.
Let's do it. After this, it's In the Loop.
Back to Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I knew something was wrong when a little pretty white girl ran into a black man's arms.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So we always talk about the bad traffic and all that stuff in the city of Houston. But is it going to make the top 10 list of this best or worst cities to drive in? 713-572-4610. Let me know where you feel Houston ranks. So this is courtesy of, I forgot what website did this little list. They did a little poll when it comes to this. This is wallethub.com.
Okay.
So what they did was they had people kind of weigh in on the best and the worst cities to drive in. And I'm going to give you the best cities first. All right.
All right. I'm not looking at the list.
Okay.
I'm not looking at the list.
Yeah. So it's going to be a couple cities in Texas that actually make the list
The best?
Yeah, a best. So coming in number one on this list is Corpus Christi.
Oh, yeah.
As the, I guess, the best. And that's followed by Greensboro, North Carolina, Boise, Idaho. Who the hell go to Boise unless you're going to school there? Unless you're going to Boise State. Scottsdale, Arizona.
Okay.
Is it Laredo, Texas?
Laredo,
Texas.
Yeah.
Lubbock, Texas made the list. And then Birmingham, Alabama. So followed by that list is Plano, Texas, Austin, Texas, which I don't...
As good?
Yeah, as
Hell
good.
no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
I didn't understand that one. I don't know if they just... Yeah.
Austin is awful. Austin is awful.
Apparently, these people love to drive in Austin, so they put it in the top 10. And then you got Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Salem, yeah.
Good Lord, I can't get over the Austin thing.
Yeah. There's a lot of Texas, man.
I would think it would be on the top 10 worst.
Yeah.
Now, Corpus Christi is interesting because it's not a small town. It's not a huge city, but for a big city to be number one like that, a bigger,
yeah.
Type city, that's pretty good. That's real good. Austin?
Yeah. I couldn't believe that. I wish I kind of knew it had to be traffic and all that stuff, right? It couldn't just be sightseeing.
Yeah, no, it has to be traffic.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. How much have you spent? Because I've spent a lot of time. It's awful.
I've only been to Austin once. I didn't drive. I actually will be there in about 2 weeks where I will be driving around, so I'll have to report back. So I don't know. I've driven through Corpus Christi a lot, and I don't think I've ever really had a problem around there. So that one I sort of get. The Austin is surprising. Most of the other ones you listed, well, I guess Scottsdale's pretty big. But like Greensboro, I've driven through Greensboro. I've driven through Birmingham. They're mostly like smaller areas. Of course, you're not going to put an Atlanta on this list or something. So that I get. But yeah.
The one thing I like about this list, I feel like it ain't no East Coast type of.
No.
That's a good point too. Yeah.
Yeah, there ain't no Philly, ain't no Boston, and ain't no New York. But let's get to the worst, man. Do you feel like Houston made the list?
Yes,
should be. Yeah.
I think number one is L.A.
Yes, number one. Actually, no, it's not.
It's not?
Nah, number one is Philly.
Oh, dang.
Philly, followed by Oakland, California.
Yeah, Oakland's no picnic. I've driven there enough times.
Yeah, and then that's followed by Washington, D.C.
Oh, yeah, I hate Washington, D.C. I hate driving there,
Yeah, that's followed by New York City.
Yeah,
of course.
Fair.
Then you got Chicago. We still didn't hit Houston yet.
Yeah.
Got San Francisco. Detroit, which kind of shocked me. I didn't know that was considered like a worst city to drive in. And then you hit Los Angeles, San Jose.
Yes, that's going to be tough. Good luck at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you're going to be out there while you saying good luck. And then Baltimore.
So no Houston.
No Houston. Houston did not crack the top 10.
This is the worst hit list in the history of the
Yeah,
list.
they must not be familiar with
it. Austin in the best and no Houston in the worst?
Yeah, I think Cameron needs Houston, man.
Yeah.
Like Houston need to be on this list, man. That's kind of crazy.
Not that we're proud, we're just realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, Houston. For me, I would say Houston. I mean, all the big cities. Houston, New York, L.A., Atlanta, and D.C., I guess, would probably be my top 5.
Was Atlanta on the list?
No, Atlanta was not on.
The one thing I'll say about Atlanta, they have a good train system. It does help.
Okay.
Like from the airport, I often used to take the train downtown.
Yeah, that was Atlanta was my first experience of seeing like god awful traffic at night.
Yeah.
At night, because usually at night it's clear. But in Atlanta, it was just bad. Like traffic was so bad. I'm like, where's everybody going at night?
That's true. Charlotte's another one like that. I used to have to drive through Charlotte a lot, and same thing at night. It's like, why is this always so backed up? It was so annoying.
Yeah. So
I don't know about this list, Figgy. I know it's not yours, but
you gotta take that up with WalletHub.com.
Wallet Hub, I think you're dumb.
Yeah, you or never been to Houston before.
Yes,
but
yeah, a lot of texts coming in ripping driving in Austin. So.
Austin's the worst. It's the worst.
Yeah, nah, it's bad, man. I feel like a lot of these major cities in Texas is bad. Like I think Dallas could get pretty bad too. Austin is awful. Houston is awful. So I think at least those 3 cities.
Yep.
Is pretty bad, man.
Yeah.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio. I told y'all what I like to watch on TikTok, which is pretty much cops busting the shoplifters at stores and all that stuff. And I played a situation that happened at an airport. This one, I got another one for you. I'm
here for it.
Yeah, this one is one clip. This was a lady. She was actually coming out of Target, and she had a cart full of stuff, man. And the cop came out of nowhere.
Oh boy!
And he was asking for a receipt. What do you think she did? I want to ask y'all, what do you think she did?
So she had a cart full of stuff.
Yep, she walking out. Side note, it's always so awkward when you walk out and it beep, 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 beep.
Oh yeah.
And you looking like, hey.
I always go, hey, check what you want.
Sometimes they don't even come after you.
No, they say, you're good.
One day I was like, hey, somebody going to check. I'm like, all right, I ain't still there. I walk up all now to the point I'm like, damn, maybe I should have stole something. You ain't gonna check me.
I'm gonna say she threw it away or misplaced it. The receipt.
All right, here is the situation with the young lady walking out of Target when the cop asked for her receipt, and this is how she responded.
Ma'am, hold on, please. Okay. Yes. I understand. Please stop. Stop.
Y'all doing the most. I just came out. I'm not with her.
If you didn't steal, do you have a receipt?
Yes, I have my receipt.
Where is it?
But I'm trying to figure out why he's running after me. I don't even know.
Where is your receipt?
It's in my purse, but I don't even know them.
Let me have your receipt then. I'll get you out of here in 10 seconds.
Okay, give me a second. I'll give it to you. Like, I only like...
Ma'am. Stop. Give me the receipt right here.
Please chill out. I'm going to give it to you.
Stop.
I'm going to get it for you. Stop.
She took off
Get
running.
down. You have to do that. I'm telling you, I'm going to give it to you.
She started running?
She's running right now.
I'm getting my receipt. It's over there.
Yeah. It's in my car.
Stay down. Put your hands behind your back.
I'm going to give it to you.
It's not.
No, you're not.
Y'all doing the most.
Put your hands behind your back now.
I'm going to give it to you. You know nothing now. Damn, y'all doing the most.
We're detaining one now.
I'm going to give it to you.
Free for description.
I'm going to give y'all
What's the other one?
sir. I'm going to give y'all the receipt.
Shut up about the receipt. That time is past. I asked you for it.
Yeah, I was trying to give it to you.
So she said, I'm going to give you the receipt about 20 minutes, man.
Man, she's staying on with her story.
Yeah.
Funny thing about the receipt, it's actually at my house. I have to go home.
It's fun. She started digging in her purse and just started walking away like, hey, ma'am, come here.
Yeah.
And just took off running.
Yeah,
I was going to give you the receipt.
It's right here.
I was going to give you the receipt.
I just want to give it to you when I'm over there.
Yeah, it's like when you try to get out of a bad conversation, you slowly like drift away.
Yeah. He was like, stay right here. My favorite part is, shut up about the receipt.
Yes, enough with the receipt.
She kept saying it. I was about to give it to you. Shut up about the receipt.
Yeah, you had your chance. God, I hope you keep digging in on these TikToks.
Yeah,
I like them.
Yeah,
it's going to become a daily thing.
Yeah, if I find one, I'm going to make sure maybe I could find a day for it to always bring out the video, man. I can sit there about 5 minutes just watching one video.
All of them.
Them just lying their ass off like they ain't do nothing wrong.
Text line said, me and Figgy are watching the same videos. So, you're not alone.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I want to ask y'all this, specifically you, John Lopez. You got a family. You got a nice family. You want to shout your family out?
Shout out to the family. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
Couldn't have asked for better.
What are their names? Like
Jacob, BG, Leah, and the grandkids, Natalie, obviously Penny, Penelope, that's why we call her Penny, and JJ.
Okay. Okay. So those some I like those names. Have you considered naming any of your kids after you?
Never did. Never did.
Why not?
I don't know. It just didn't feel like it felt kind of egotistical to me. You know, it's like, well, look at the ego on that guy naming his son John.
Hey, I'm glad you said that because one family in Virginia, I guess he might have a little ego to him as well. So it's a guy by the name of Cameron, and he got a fiance by the name of Carolyn. And they got how many kids? They got a lot of kids. So I'm gonna go through these names. They might get a little confusing.
Okay.
But I'm gonna try to make sure I explain it as much as I can. So they got 6 kids.
Okay.
And this is one of their kids' names. So they have a 7-month-old named Camarion, Camarion. They also have a 2-year-old named Cameron, Camron.
Okay.
They have a 4-year-old named Carmen, Carmyn.
What are we doing?
All right, so they got a 6-year-old. This is the one that threw me off right here. They have a 6-year-old named, I don't know if this Camrion, Camreon.
Okay.
Then they got a 7-year-old named Cameron Jr., Cameron. And then they got a 9-year-old named Cameron, Camryn, who is a girl.
This is worse than all the Georges. This is worse than all the Georges.
What are y'all doing, man?
Because at least George Foreman could say, George, you know. And because remember, you had George and Georgette, I think, were for the girls.
Yeah.
But this is like Camarion, Cameron, Carmen, Cameron, Cameron.
I feel bad for the fiance, man. They left her name Carolyn. Like, y'all just left her out. Like, she ain't made none of these kids.
This is too much.
That's what the YN at the end of the names are.
Yes.
Carolyn.
Just imagine trying to address all of these.
Cameron with the Y, get over here.
Yeah.
Camrion with the EO, get over here.
Cameron.
Did you say Cameron? No, I said Camrion. Did you call Cameron? No, I saw Carmen. Camarion, Cameron. No, I messed it up already.
Yes.
Camarion, Cameron, Carmen, Camrion, Cameron Jr., and Cameron. You should go to jail.
Yeah, thank goodness for like cell phones now, because back in the day, like I used to hate when I had to call a friend who was a junior on the house phone. You'd be like, hey, is Frank there? I'm like, Frank Sr. or Frank Jr.? Imagine someone trying to call and be like, is Cameron there? Like, which one? How does he spell his name? Is it the E before the R? The R? You know, like, trying to get a hold of somebody over there. They all have the same name.
So you kind of want to hear their statement on why they're doing this?
I guess.
So he said, honestly, my fiance and I both agreed that our first child's agreed on our first child's name, which is Cameron, Camryn, which is the older girl, and it's a girl. It's pretty much a girl version of his name, Cameron. And said then we had a boy a year later and named him Camarion, Cameron.
You could have stopped with Cameron.
Yeah.
You could stop right there.
Yeah, you should have.
I think that's Cameron. And then he said, honestly, they said it started the thing where naming 2 kids the same name, and we started messing around with the letters and ran with it.
Yeah, you didn't have to do that.
Always a good explanation.
Did not have to do that. It was like, once you did Cameron, cool. You know, all right, our oldest daughter is Cameron, girl version of my husband's name, done. That's it. Next one is Bob.
Come up with Bill or something, man. William.
Exactly.
Or just, if all fails, just go through the Bible, man. Just
That's right. The good thing about their explanation, though, is at least the future therapist will know why she's seeing these patients. Oh, your parents wanted to have fun with your name?
Yeah.
You were tormented growing up all the time?
Yeah. Got y'all out of here on this a T's and P's, what I like to say, thoughts and prayers to the one and only Dolly Parton.
She's alive, right?
Yeah, I think she's good, but her sister tweeted this. Her sister name is Frida. I think Frida Parton. She tweeted this. Last night I was up all night praying for my sister Dolly. Many, as you know, hasn't been feeling her best lately. I truly believe the power of prayer, and I have been lead to ask the whole world that loves her to be prayer warriors and pray with me. She's strong, she's loved, and with all the prayers being lifted for her, I know it's in my heart. She's going to be just fine. Godspeed, my sissy Dolly. We all love you.
Yeah, that
I'm
definitely would have people thinking that she's fighting for her life.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what's going on, but prayers up to her. Thoughts and prayers to her. Hopefully she's good. We need Dolly Parton around for the next 10, 15 years, right?
Absolutely. Dolly Parton just tweeted an hour ago, I ain't dead yet. Okay. Shout out to Dolly, because clearly that sounded like someone fighting.
Yeah,
for their life.
Yeah, especially we didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
So,
How old is Dolly, man? She looks fantastic.
She got to be in her late 70s.
Look at her.
She's actually younger than I thought. I just looked it up.
She tweeted this an hour. Look at her.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
She looks fantastic. Shout out to Dolly. How old is she?
79. I thought she was in her 80s.
Oh, good for her. She ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
I ain't dead yet.
Yeah.
I can hear it in her accent.
I ain't dead yet.
The rest of Hollywood need information.
Yeah, maybe
and her health regimen.
Yeah, maybe she could get back to performing for the Cowboys during halftime on Thanksgiving or something. Man.
Yeah, wearing that Cowboys cheerleader outfit.
Yeah, that's right.
Had everybody going
that wasn't
crazy.
that long ago.
No, it wasn't.
Was it last year or
2 years ago?
ago?
Within the last couple of years, yeah. She was late 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine your grandmother walking around dressed like
I'd rather not.
You're right. Bad thought.
Yeah.
I take that back. Hey, that's Figgy's mixtape. We do it here every day at 1:20 on In the Loop. Good stuff as always. When we come back, we got to put a bow on things for this Wednesday. We'll catch up with the fellas from the drive. Plus, Kevin Durant's making his debut tonight for the Rockets. And is there still a chance the Rockets can add another superstar? We'll get to that next. It's In the Loop.
Kick back, relax, and start your bye weekend early with
traction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/try. QUO.com/try.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. Another fun day here in the Loop. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610. We'll catch up with the fellas from the drive here in just a few moments. Talk about the Rockets. Get the email from The Athletic. Breaking news. By the way, The Athletic always uses that very liberally with their breaking news and their push notifications or whatever, the emails. But in this case, this is someone interesting. The NCAA is going to allow athletes to start betting on professional sports.
Yikes.
Yeah. You know, that's
a bad idea, man.
Yikes.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah, it's on the surface, I don't think much of it, but it's a slippery slope. That's how it begins. And then
it's a gateway.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a gateway. And we all know how that can end sometimes when you do have gateway moments.
Yeah.
Packers lost, huh?
Hey, didn't the college quarterback get in trouble with that? He sent the Venmo.
Oh, yeah.
The subject that said sports betting. Or...
Yeah. That's right. So anyways, that's the breaking news. We will see if that leads to anything down the road. Document this, mark it away for the future when there might be some sort of problem or scandal.
Here's some breaking news for you, Figgy. Derek Groves. That name ring a bell?
That dude.
Derek
Groves. Oh, yeah.
The last remaining fugitive.
Is he caught?
From the New Orleans Justice Center jailbreak. When was that? 2 months ago?
That
3
was
months
like
ago?
4 months ago, man. That was a long time ago. I quit. I took it out my rundown. I thought it was over.
Now in custody after a standoff with police in Atlanta.
Wow. He was in Atlanta?
He was in Atlanta.
That brother should have been somewhere, man, or Cuba.
Yeah, right?
How about that? 5 months. I just looked it up.
Yeah.
5 months on the run.
Man.
The last of the 10 New Orleans jail escapees has been arrested in Atlanta, Georgia, taken into custody at house, been convicted of, obviously he's going to be convicted of a lot, but he was hiding in a crawl space, and it appears he was the only one in the house and was hidden pretty well.
Damn.
That's the thing with all that. I mean, I guess it's better than jail, but that's got to be such a weird existence when you're trying to hide for 5 months and you're always looking over your shoulder.
Your whole life.
Yeah, right.
Even if you get away for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
You're looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life.
You're living in a crawl space.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess that's better, but it's still not great.
Even if you get to the age of 70, you're still going to be in the back of your mind like, man, they going to come in and get me.
Yeah. I don't think I'm not cut out for jail either, but I don't know if I'm cut out for living on the run and always having to be looking over my shoulder.
Hey, that was, no pun intended, that was a good run.
That's right.
That was a good run, man. 5 months? Damn.
Yeah, that is pretty good. And quite a bit longer than the other guys, right? They caught the
couple of guys in 2 days.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
It might have been maybe a couple weeks at most.
Yeah.
I think the last 2 or 3 was out for about maybe 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Close to a month.
Dang. Yeah, so he did a lot better, but even he was found here today. So
hey, I wonder how he got caught. I wonder who tipped him off.
Somebody did, because he was by himself in the house in a crawl space.
In Atlanta.
Yeah.
Right. Hidden pretty well in a crawl space in a home by himself. They knew what they were looking. Someone ratted him out. So back to the slammer he goes. Let's play this. There's not. We only got a couple minutes, but I don't know how much time this requires. Anyways, this was former GM Bobby Marks on ESPN. There was this whole story about Giannis, where the Bucks were apparently having conversations with the Knicks this offseason about a trade, and Giannis had said that was the one place he was willing to go was the Knicks. Anyways, in light of that, here's Bobby Marks on ESPN talking about, hey, don't rule out those Rockets for Giannis.
San Antonio still does, even after acquiring De'Aaron Fox. They still have tradable picks to go out. Remember, they have that Atlanta pick. They have a swap in 2027. They still have tradable contracts when you're looking at players like Devin Vassell. You know the one team that still does? Houston. They went out and got Kevin Durant, but they still have a lot of draft picks to go out and make a deal. Of course, a player like Amen Thompson would be mentioned if they ever became available here.
Okay. This is going to get interesting, and kind of wish that it'd be great, but I kind of wish that I hadn't heard this, because now it's going to be nonstop. But Houston does have the assets. And then I saw this, Windhorst. Windhorst has doubled down on that a little bit, says that the expectation is that Giannis will eventually leave the Bucks. And somewhere.
Would you do it? 713-572-4610. Would you make the move?
So what are you sending out? You're sending out
at least
Amen, draft picks. What else? Probably Amen and a lot of draft picks.
Yeah, if it's just that.
Maybe it's like a Tari Eason.
I was going to say Tari or Jabari.
Yeah.
Probably Tari, right? Ooh, I don't know.
Would you do it for Giannis?
Money-wise, it
With
might be
Durant already
Jabari,
here.
right?
If you have Durant and they're similar bodies but different styles, yeah, what the hell, I'll do it.
I know, I think so too.
What the hell?
That was my whole thing this offseason.
Yeah.
That I wasn't really interested in Giannis because I thought you still needed more pieces around him, and I wouldn't want to give up the youth for Giannis right now. But if you already have Durant on the roster, then you add Giannis, and you talk about another one of those trying to build another big three like we had, so many versions in the NBA. Now that's a different story. Now I think I'm interested and I would do it.
How would that work, though, with Shagun and Giannis and then Kevin Durant?
A lot of bigs, the triple big. You'd be right. Well, clearly Durant would be a perimeter player only, pretty much, except for different things, situations, I should say, when he's inside. But no, I think I say what the hell if it's out there. Why not?
I think so too.
Yeah, why not?
If you have Durant. Now, it would be like a mid-season or next offseason type of thing. So you would have more data, right? You get to see how things play out, at least for half of a season this year with this crew and how Durant looks and all that sort of stuff. But you give me Giannis and Durant, even if it's only for a year or two, I think I have to sign up for that.
At that point, that's championship or bust, man.
Oh, yeah, you think? No
I mean, we talking
about
it now, but at that point, man, if they don't, they got sued.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. That is a very high bar all of a sudden that you're looking at.
The messaging coming in from the listeners don't seem as fond of the idea. One person said, nah. Another said, that's a dumbass trade. Someone said Giannis would be a huge negative. Giannis and Alpi couldn't play together. Not happening, so on and so forth. So, anyways, the listeners don't seem to be too fond of the idea of potentially bringing in Giannis to pair with Durant, even if it costs you Amen Thompson in the process. And with that, I was just reading more of the feedback coming in. Why even considering gutting this team? We were number 2 in the West. What is this with a bunch of question marks? So that doesn't seem to be too fun. So anyways.
But see, that's the thing. That's what happens when you got a superstar player that come out and say, hey, I want to play for Houston.
Well, keep this in mind, too. A lot of people were like, Kevin Durant? Nah, come on. Why would we want to do that? He's old. Then he gets here. It's like, let's go.
Yeah, of course.
Let's go.
But you ain't got the team for Kevin Durant, though.
No.
Well, you're going to have to gut the team a little bit for Giannis.
Yeah. But I have a hunch the same thing would happen. Giannis? Nah. Oh, they traded for Giannis?
Once he's here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Of course.
Oh, I'd be excited as hell if they did that.
Let's go.
Yeah. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing as we say hello to the fellas of the drive, Ron and Clint. Would you sign up for Giannis in Houston if it cost you Amen Thompson?
It'd be a hard decision. I think
player.
Yeah, I think I would. How old is Giannis? Is he 30?
32, 31, something like that.
Sounds right.
Yeah, he's above that 30. Yeah, I probably wouldn't just for the age. It would be very, very difficult because I know. I think in the next 3 to 4 years you got elite Giannis. I know that I don't think everybody's going to age like Steph and KD and LeBron have, but he may. His game is ageable, you would think, but I probably wouldn't. But the thought that whoever sent that in, that Giannis and Sengun wouldn't be able to play together.
No, they're different types of players.
They figured it out.
Yeah, they could figure that out.
They would figure it out.
Yeah.
They would. I watched Wade and LeBron, non-shooters, somehow pull it together.
Yeah,
somehow figure it out. I think those are like. I never think really good, smart basketball players that could pass.
Yeah,
and can get there. They'll figure it out.
No, you're right.
They would figure. That wouldn't be the thing. It wouldn't be like, nah, man, I'm not doing it. It would be the age thing for me.
Sure.
And with Amen Thompson, as young as he is, where that would be the only thing. I mean, I think they would be a better team tomorrow. I just don't know down the line.
For sure, yeah, that's fair. He turns 31 in December, by the way, Giannis. So
so he's a little younger than I thought.
Yeah, young 30s. Durant expected to make his debut tonight. You guys into it at all? Preseason basketball? Check out the.
Didn't get about 15 minutes, didn't
he?
Yeah.
Again, I said it the other day, man. I 50 games. Hey, I don't care how many games. It's really about the postseason with him.
Well, I think when they traded for him, I said, he's going to miss at minimum of 20. A minimum of 20.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you hope it's on his own.
And who cares?
They're playing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What about Durant showing up in a White Sox hat the other night? Is that a problem? Is that a problem like CJ Stroud?
I know how you are. I know how you get, Luke. No, I don't understand it. I mean, I guess he said the Nationals.
Hey, that 2005 World Series, though, man.
He said the Nationals pissed me
Scars
off so
run
much.
deep.
I'm just done. I know he's a Washington kid. The Nationals pissed me off so much I can't even wear that. I'm gonna go with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, White Sox not much better these days.
White Sox is one of them hats that I think
popular.
Yeah, people just like the look of it.
Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah, Michael Jordan made it popular. You're listening to. We're done for the day. Time to hand things off. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2, Houston on Odyssey Sports Station, and The Drive is now live.
I'd like to think it's Ron Karkovice that made it very popular. The old catcher. That's where I would go. Who made the White Sox hat very, very popular? It is live. The Drive is live. Shout out to. Bill Beck might have. Hey, the new broadcaster who almost got ran out of town in Chicago. He had just taken over to be the play-by-play TV guy. And he didn't have Bill Beck.
What do you mean he didn't have? Oh Lord!
And he admitted it on the air, and he has had a hard time recovering since. Yeah, he replaced Jason Benetti, and he's had a hard time recovering since. One of the most notable people in the organization's history. But the Drive is live. We are live here. You see Clint there on YouTube and Twitch. Tyler right there as well. A lot to get to. A big day on a Wednesday. It is the bye week, but that doesn't mean we still won't have our guys on a Wednesday stopping by the bottom of this hour. We'll hear from Cecil Shorts III. Got to be feeling a lot better. That boat may be getting a little bigger. That boat of confidence in this offense may be getting a little bigger. We'll hear from our guy Cecil coming up at the bottom of this hour. Also, Brandon Scott in the 4 o'clock hour, 4:40, do his Texans report. That's coming up a little bit later. But congratulations in order, Clint.
What'd I do?
Not you. Another quarterback, though, C.J. Stroud, AFC Offensive Player of the Week. We gave him A's. I gave him an A+. You gave him an A because of the opponent. But
God bless, brother.
This is the third time he has been the Player of the Week in the AFC. 85+% of his passes completed, 23 of 27, 244, and then 4 touchdown passes with a passer rating of 143.9. Dominant performance. Wasn't a shock once he started just unloading them touchdown passes. You thought that might happen. That is the second that the Baltimore Ravens, they've given up the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Last week it was Mahomes. This week it is C.J. Stroud. But congratulations to C.J. as he had one of his best games of his career, to be honest with you, in that game against Baltimore.
Yeah, look, any game where you throw 4 touchdowns and you complete 85% of your passes, the odds are there's not another quarterback in the league that's going to outplay you. They may out-yard you, they may out-touchdown you, but that combination of 85% and 4 touchdowns, that's going to be hard to beat any time, any way you slice it. And so, yeah, very, very deserving right here. C.J. Stroud, hopefully, again, this is this isn't the last time this year that we see C.J. Stroud win this award or even be up for this award. Hopefully they can roll this thing over as the season gets a little bit more difficult opponent-wise and keep this thing rolling, baby.
I guess we never really got into this point of it with CJ. You've been here, right? You have played that position at the highest level. You played at the highest level in college. Again, a 2-time All-SEC quarterback. You played it in the NFL. Obviously, we know the last 2 opponents they've played have been doo-doo. And the Ravens were a mix of doo-doo and then just not trying.
Hold on, son.
But where he was the previous 3 games, it looked like he lacked confidence. Even though it was against bad opponents and it was easy, do you get a sense, though, his performance as a quarterback could jumpstart this confidence and that he's in a much better place right now, and this could be helpful even though it was against poor opponents?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'll argue he needed it desperately. CJ's not a quarterback. CJ's not a player, not a superstar that handles adversity, I think, in an even keel manner. I know he tries to, and he verbally does, but to me, watching C.J. Stroud, I can sense the frustration in C.J. Stroud. I can sense the what am I looking for? I can sense that he's hearing the criticism. I can sense that it's impacting him, kind of deal. And I think on the flip side of that is when he has success, he is literally on cloud 9. And so, yeah, I think C.J. wears it on his face. I think C.J. wears it in his voice, his tone. And clearly, I believe he is a quarterback that the more he plays well, it's going to impact his next game. It's going to impact his next practice. It's going to impact his next meal, if you will. You know, there's a lot of superstar quarterbacks out there that are pretty even keel and don't get too shook if they play poorly because they played well enough, long enough that they know it's going to come back around. I think CJ's still a guy that kind of ebbs and flows, which, by the way, I mean, hell, he's had some coordinators, been in 2 different systems, and a million different pass catchers have been through here. The O-line he's been one of the most hit quarterbacks in the league over the last handful of years. So, I mean, it's understandably so. But yes, to your question, I think he wears it on his face, whether he's winning in a good mood and playing well, or he's losing in a bad mood and doesn't have all the answers. I think he wears it on his face.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot. Like, all right, hey, look who he did it against. Yeah, I still think, though, with you, as you said there, like that, it just puts you in a better place.
Yep.
That where he goes against Seattle, and maybe he's gonna let it rip because he's been seeing, as people would say in basketball, the ball go through the hoop, and he's been seeing some success, and now he comes in trusting it and ready to go and ready to rip. Maybe he trusts Isaiah Hutchinson more from the last couple of games. Maybe he trusts Marks from Xavier Hutchinson, excuse me. Maybe he trusts Marks more, from the last couple of games, and trust the offensive line more. Now we'll see if that reverts back, but I just think all of those things around, regardless of the opponent, will help him big time.
Look, people can make of the Texans' last 2 opponents whatever they will, and they're not going to be wrong about it. But the reality of it is, if you know the game, if you've been in a position where you are tasked with installing a new offense, there's a new play caller in town, there's new terminology, there's a new supporting cast with the exception of Nico and Dalton Schultz. The offensive line has been overhauled. That is a very tough task. And I'll be honest with you, the organization has not done him any favors in how they, in a sense, is creating as much chaos as they can around him consistently for a big part of training camp. Nobody in the NFL needed 2 games in a row where they saw success at the end of drives. They were able to execute in a good, clean, comfortable pocket. They were able to communicate with the play clock not ticking down on you and you having to rush. You were able to catch your breath, take a deep breath, and just execute and play the quarterback position. We know when CJ has that, he plays at an extremely high level. Nobody in the NFL needed the previous two games, or games like the previous two games. Nobody's needed that more than CJ Stroud from a quarterback perspective in a long time. Regardless of what you make of it, regardless of what their record is now, regardless of whether it carries over into the next game in a major, major way, regardless of all that, CJ Stroud needed Sunday's opponent to be the injured Baltimore Ravens in a big way. So, yes, it is a huge plus. And I do, to answer your question immediately, like I do think that CJ Stroud is a guy that when he's playing well, there's momentum built, and he needs that momentum to continue to play well. Absolutely. He uses it in a major way.
Huge. All right. Congratulations to CJ. Again, the AFC Offensive Player of the Week with that great game he had against the. All right, Clint, listen, I don't think that even D'Amico was able to have the ability to push the buttons to have those two opponents in a row, but it worked.
Yep.
But I do think, as you talk about it, as that's been the deal, and as you said it, man, I can understand people saying, let's halt, man. Hey, y'all, man, chill out, man. I mean, it was against the sorry-ass Titans who needed a miracle to beat the Cardinals, and then the Ravens, who everybody's been doing that to them. I get that, and I think they have played a role into where the Texans are winning 70-10 in the last two games. But I think also along with that, which we'll see more of it in this stretch that they have coming up, Clint, I think within that also, we've seen D'Amico really make some moves and push some buttons, and they've been, I would say, potentially major buttons that D'Amico, you could probably throw Nick Cacerio in on some of these decisions as well, but they have made some adjustments and moves in the last couple of weeks that I think they're seeing some adjustments, some positive adjustments made from that.
Yeah, look, I think D'Amico Ryans has pushed all the right buttons at this point in time, because the reality of it is, with the Titans game 2 weeks ago and damn sure the Baltimore game, this organization was at a crossroads. And this thing could have went south in a hurry if you fall to the Titans in your division, or if you fall to a poor Baltimore team that's injured unbelievably. You lose either one of those games, and this organization goes to 0-5 or 1-4, and you're in real. D'Amico Ryans, previous to the Titans game, he's just pushed all the right buttons, right? He handed over the defensive coordinator duties to Matt Burke 2 weeks ago.
That's a big deal, man. That's a big deal for him, man.
Look, he did that, and the defensive numbers and the defensive ranks have gotten better.
Yeah.
Now, again, we know who the opponents have been, but Burke has actually been better over the last 2 weeks, right? I think when you look at D'Amico, you hear him talk about what he wants this offense to look like. I love the terminology he's using. I think he's spot on with how and what this offense needs to look like. And so he clearly has an identity that he wants this offense to ultimately adopt and own as themselves. He's been monitoring the offense closely over the last couple of weeks, even more closely than he was in training camp. So I think on the offensive side of the football, I think he's pushed the right buttons. Defensively, I think MJ Stewart, has stood out. He's not just filling in for somebody. I think he's actually stood out and has been a guy that you look at and you go, man, this guy's got a real chance to be a player all year long, not just a fill-in, but a player all year long.
Well, he had to push a button to get MJ on the field, and we heard him when he addressed the C.J. Gardner-Johnson move. He said, "I know my team, and I know what's best for my team," and that move was best for his team. And as you bring up MJ Stewart, he clearly had somebody that they felt was ready through these last 2 weeks.
Yep, it's my decision, and they've known exactly how they want to deploy him. And I think you look at E.J. Speed, bringing him in here, playing him at linebacker, didn't look like he was going to get much run early in the season. All of a sudden, you see E.J. Speed in the game a lot more, making tackles. Tommy Togiai was on the inactive list to start the season, and you have a little struggles against Tampa running the ball. Boom, Tommy Togai goes in there, and all of a sudden your defense has stood up and been better. So I just think when you look at real game action and what's going on, and you listen to what DeMeco Ryans is saying, the moves he's making, kind of how they're panning out, I think DeMeco Ryans has pushed all the right buttons over the last 2 weeks to get this team back to a spot where there should be some level of confidence that they can move forward and get this season back on track. I think DeMeco's pushed the right buttons, man.
Yeah, text line coming through saying Woody Marks getting more time over Dameon Pierce is
yeah, it's a good one. The shift in the whole running back, the way they deploy the four-headed running back room the first game, and then they shrunk it down to 3 game 2, and then they got down to 2 running backs by game 3, and you saw some really good things with Woody Marks getting more runs. So yeah, I agree. That's another one. I mean, it's just they have just
left guard thing with Juice Scruggs too.
Great call. I mean, yeah, I didn't like the rotation and competing for a 2 or 3 game stretch there, but it looks like Juice Scruggs.
It looked like he played the whole way, right?
To me, it did. I didn't even bother watching, to be honest with you. That the fourth quarter of that film, so it didn't matter. But yeah, man, I just think it's the Ed Ingram. I mean, Ed Ingram came in here. He looked like he was going to be the odd man out. He looked like he was going to be the one that was going to be a guard, if not put out on the streets and practice squad type guy.
Now somehow Pro Football Focus has him as the number 1 rated guard in the league.
There you go, and
pointed up.
Titus Howard back at tackle kind of deal. Like, yeah, the whole thing, man, is just they've pushed the right buttons. Now, does it play in a more raucous environment in Seattle? Does it play versus a better competition, which Seattle I think is legit? And then obviously you know how the schedule goes from there on out. But can this team get back to 3-3, come home for 3 straight home games, and hopefully get this record on the right side of 500, and then anything's possible from there. But I think DeMeco to this point has pushed a lot of the right buttons, man.
Yeah, people calm down here, man. Now people are texting it like, you ain't got to say it. Then they thank God they banished Agumbawale. I mean, we could have just left it at the running back room.
Not Dare.
It had to say we banished Dare Agumbawale. Calm down. Yeah, man. They have and again, the opponent obviously has something to do with it, but they didn't just say, all right, guys, we're 0-3. All right, man, it's like Novocaine, baby. We're just gonna keep pushing at it, and then eventually this thing will work. No, they made real live adjustments in a lot of different spots. I think from players on the field, like you named, like CJ looks like a completely different player the last 2 games. In particular, we talked about him earlier. Like his game different. The Dalton Schultz portion of him being involved, it looks different. So the fellas are doing more than just beating poor opponents. They're actually making moves. Someone texted in, y'all were joking about it in preseason with the Texans. We'll finally figure out the offensive line and running backs. And y'all were joking then, saying it will be a few weeks into the season, and luckily you all are right. I think they had a lot of – hell, they weren't even finished figuring out who was going to be their 5. I think it feels like this week they just figured out who their 5 guys would be up front, let alone, as you said, they were still looking at all 4 guys running the football in the first game. It seems like they have finally settled down on who the 5 are up front, with it being Ursery, Scruggs, Andrews, Ed, and then Titus. And then in the backfield, it seems like it is predominantly Nick Chubb and Woody Marks, with British Brooks. Maybe he's emerging to be that fullback there and getting some spot there. So, yeah, it's 5 games in, and it looks like they probably going into the bye week have what they want to have up front.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they have. I'm going to tell you, the biggest piece to this puzzle is the quarterback playing a different brand of quarterback over the last 2 weeks, and your offensive line is going to play better no matter what when that happens. Your running backs are going to play better. But it always baffles me. I tell you, and it's easy to sit up here on the radio and talk about it, so I'm going to do it. It's my job. But, it's like the Titans coach coming out today, coming out to Cam Ward. Yeah, I think we're going to run a little bit more up-tempo instead of just in 2-minute situations. We're going to run a little more tempo offense because it seems like our quarterback is comfortable in that. You needed 5 regular season games at the NFL level to know that Cam Ward is better running tempo. Did you watch him at all in college?
He's going to run their offense.
Well, no, I get it. But I mean, how about we do what your quarterback does and then we slowly work our way into whatever you want your offense to look like? It took you 5 games. Even if that is the truth, don't stand your goofy ass up there and say it. I mean, that whole thing is like they knew damn good and well. They knew damn good and well Damian Pierce and Dare Ogunbowale had no business being on that field.
I don't think they knew it.
They knew damn good and well. They knew damn good and well that they didn't have no.
They trusted him.
The trust is one thing. They knew damn good and well they didn't belong on that field. Come on, man. What are we doing?
I don't know if they didn't believe. I think they still think Dare might be able to get a touch. They want to get him screened, I think, on Sunday.
British Brooks, bro.
Man, I heard that damn Titans coach say, I said, man, this dude's getting paid millions of dollars in the most important position on your squad. You need that to work. You don't even have to win games. You just need to keep your quarterback healthy, and you need him to play at a high level. You ain't got to win games. And it took you 5 games to know that Cam Ward's more comfortable playing and gun with using tempo than whatever the hell you're trying to do. Come on, man. And the owner, I wonder if the owner even heard it.
Amy? She may have.
I wonder if owners I wonder if they look at that. I'm too busy. It's a fireable offense. It really is. That's one of those you look at. Coach, can I meet with you real quick? I mean, we just wasted a number 1 overall draft pick on this kid. Did you really need 5 weeks of regular season football in the NFL and sitting at 4-1 and got your ass lucky as all get out against the Arizona Cardinals?
Would have put his eyes on him himself.
What are we doing, man?
Where's that Mayo eating son of a buck?
Rehabbing.
I think he got hurt in training.
That's right.
Rehabbing. Got him in.
Getting paid to rehab, baby. Getting paid to work out, look good, chase women.
He's in
and ain't Mayo.
I think he's in Montana. Coming up.
Montana.
The Texans.
Really?
Maybe they're going to follow suit here. A lot of teams are starting.
Like an old boy that spent his offseason in Montana.
Like Moose's. There are a lot of teams making some moves. I think they're very popular there. A lot of teams making some moves. Should the Texans be one of them before the trade deadline? Should they add to their roster to get it better to make a run to the postseason? We'll discuss that next.
Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Boy, y'all won't believe this. But Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but
you had me.
You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Shout out to Paramount Plus. Started watching the new Naked Gun movie there. Fantastic. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Shout out to Pamela Anderson at an older age, still trying to get it done.
Her and her hubby.
Yep. I don't think they're married yet, are they?
Oh, maybe not. I just know they're together.
I think he just started giving it a shot. Wonder who shot the shot. Was it her or was it Liam?
You don't think he walked up to her and said, I have a particular set of skills, and they involve my downstairs.
If you know what Tommy Lee was dealing with, I don't think you come in that confident with her.
Tommy Lee's his own kind of.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, if you're going to go fair with the particular set of skills down low, but you know her resume, yeah. I think you go a different direction. I think it was still him who shot the shot. I think he went nice guy or sympathy.
Yeah.
He's had some tough things with his. It's like, damn.
He's got a sensitive side.
Yeah, damn. All right, Clint, there's some moves being made. We saw Cleveland and Cincinnati switch quarterbacks and Cincinnati go and get Joe Burrow. We saw the Chargers make a trade with Baltimore to try to help their pass rush, especially with Khalil Mack injured. Just saw the Colts. They just added linebacker Jermaine Pratt, who the Raiders parted ways with, and they just added him to their roster. So some of these teams in the AFC competing are looking to make moves already and are going to make moves. They're 2-3. It looks like they're jumping right back in it, Clint, and they've looked really good the last couple of weeks. But I know for you still think the big time frame for Nick Cacerio to try to help add to this team.
Well, I mean, yeah, look, I mean, we all feel like the Texans can still make a run. Now, it's not going to be as front runner as we've seen it the last couple of years, but there's still an opportunity in this division and in the AFC, the kind of way that things are shaking out, that the Texans can get this thing right, get to 500, get back to Houston, and have 3 straight home games and get on the right side of 500. I mean, I think we can all agree. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think we can all agree that the Texans still have that ahead of them, right? But, you know, the question is when and how and where do they need to hunt before the trade deadline, or do they at all, right? Adam Schefter expects moves every Monday and Tuesday moving forward leading up to
the deadline,
the trade deadline, which means there's going to be 10 or 12 moves, at least what Adam Schefter expects, right? And if you do a little bit of digging, which I was doing before the show, some of the different outlets, like Pro Football Network, they have the Texans as one of 3 teams that are in the market to upgrade via trade as we get closer to the trade deadline. And so, yeah, look, I think the Texans, I've said it before, I think defensively they are set. Could they use a third corner? Sure. Could they use another nickel defender? Sure. Could they use another safety, a depth safety? Sure. The safety position, they could even go get a trade for a starter caliber safety that was out there. Could they use maybe a little bit of help interior-wise at the D-tackle position? Sure. I mean, there's some positions on the defense side of the football that if they really want to go all out on the defensive side of the ball, they could, but I think they are
the number one scoring defense in the league.
I mean, they're in a position to where they're going to be a top defense, and I think they're a championship caliber defense. The reality of this thing is, for me, it's the question is on the offensive side of the football, do the Texans need to make moves? And I think it's probably a little early for this conversation, being it's week 5 and you just won 2 games and had a really explosive game against Baltimore. But I don't want to wait until everybody under the sun understands and knows and sees and believes that they need to make a move. I just firmly believe from watching the film that the Texans need to make a move. And there are a lot of guys that the list of players out there that are going to be available, I think, is going to make for a very interesting trade deadline moving forward. And, I think the Texans need some help on the offensive side of the ball for sure.
Yeah, I know you've been talking receiver a lot. Yeah, I know that's one where and I think for me overall, it's just they just need another playmaker, somebody else that just kind of loosens up things from CJ, and that's why I think you said it after that Titans game. If you could feel Woody Marks' presence because it just loosened up thing, it added, and I can get what you're saying from the receiver position. If Higgins and Noel are coming along slower than you thought, or you're not ready to give them what you need, and at a 2 and 3 start, you probably need something quicker and more ready. I could see that being a space to go receiver.
Yeah, I think the receiver position is one. The receiver, anybody that can catch a pass, to be completely honest with you, I think the receiver position is definitely one, though. As I said before, I don't think Kirk tells me that he's going to be a productive enough number 2 to Nico Collins. I just don't see it on film. I could be wrong. Maybe the hamstring's still a thing. Maybe he's still ramping up, as they say, because he did have to sit a while with that hamstring. But I don't see it right now. And with the other options you have is Xavier Hutchinson. I think Xavier Hutchinson, no disrespect, but I just think he's a depth receiver at the NFL level. He's a 4th or 5th receiver that you can trust, that can get in there, that can make plays, that'll be where he's supposed to be, that's quarterback friendly. But is he a guy that you can go out there and can you feature him against good teams and end up winning? Can you go, hey, they're going to put their best corner, they're going to put Derek Stingley on Nico Collins. Somebody else has to win. And against a good defense, I'm not comfortable. I'll put it this way. I'm not comfortable going into a game with Xavier Hutchinson being the next best receiver. I'm not comfortable going into a game with Christian Kirk, what we've seen this year, being the next best receiver. I'm not comfortable enough, nor are the Texans, based on what they've told us. They're not comfortable with Noel being that guy either. I do think they have confidence in Higgins, but Higgins is, I think, an outside receiver. Higgins is a bigger-bodied receiver, kind of in the mold of Nico Collins. I don't think he's ready to be that guy. It's a gamble if you're going to go into a game and be that guy. And let's be honest, I like what Dalton Schultz has done. Dalton Schultz is not a separator. Dalton Schultz is a very quarterback-friendly tight end that's catching the ball when it's thrown to him right now, that is able to do some things in the pass game, that's smart, but he's not a guy that you get, well, there's a mismatch there. It's not Dalton Schultz either. So I just think they're missing another guy that would be considered a mismatch, and there's going to be some of those guys on the market, and I think the Texans are probably already flipping stones, but definitely should do themselves a favor and think about it.
Well, let's see what Cecil Shorts III thinks about that and what happened going into the bye week for the Texans as they dominated the Ravens, and what he looks forward to this team and this offense moving forward. Cecil Shorts, he'll join us coming up next.
All right, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're talking about the
LegacyBox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's LegacyBox.com/value.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's hit the phone lines and talk to our guy, former Houston Texan, former wide receiver in the National Football League, and now currently the NRG Game Day host, as well as co-host, I believe, with Seth Payne, a Texans podcast as well. Cecil Shorts III. Cecil, we appreciate you joining us again on this Wednesday. Listen, we saw today that C.J. Stroud was the AFC Offensive Player of the Week with his performance. They put up 44 on the head of the Ravens and could have put up more. They just go ahead and called the dogs off in the fourth quarter. This was by far their best offensive effort. You walked away from that game against the Ravens about the Texans' offense thinking what?
Good question. I left optimistic. I left saying, okay, now we're starting to see more of CJ and the fellas being comfortable in the offense, right? There's so many nuances to this type of offense. There's so many checks at the line of scrimmage that he could possibly have, right? There's so many things that goes through a quarterback's mind, and Clinton knows this, like you get to the line of scrimmage with 15, 20 seconds left, and you have to look at all this stuff from the defense, communicate with the line, communicate with the receivers, communicate with the back, whoever it may be, and it's looked real smooth. The operation in total looked real smooth. It looked better, right? So I left that game thinking optimistically, because if you didn't score as many points as you did or even came close to it, I was going to leave that game frustrated. What the heck is going on? They got 5, 6 rookies out there. None of their starters are really defensively, you did your job, absolutely. But from the offensive side, like you asked me, I left optimistic, and I left like, okay, cool. Going into the bye week, now you're 2 wins in. The offense scored a bunch of points in these 2 wins. I can see some light down the tunnel.
See, so what about the receivers? One thing I know the offense that we're watching in the last couple of weeks, and again, I think it's more than just the fourth quarter against Tennessee, but to each their own. I think the last couple of weeks we've seen an offense that looks like what Nick Cacerio wants this offense to look like. I think the quarterback play looks like what they want the quarterback play to look like. I think they're distributing the football around the field. There's multiple players getting touches. I think the tight end's being used in a way, the run game's being used in a way that they all look at it and go, yes, this is it right here, right? The one question that I have about the offense and kind of the output that we've seen is the fact that there were 10 receivers targeted last week, 8 had catches. And I look at the pass catchers as a whole on this team, and that's where I get hung up thinking, does this transition to a better defense, a better overall defense, whether we're talking about a great zone defense or we're talking about a more physical secondary or we're talking about flat-out guys that can play man. Does this receiving core, does this group of pass catchers have the ability to separate consistent enough for C.J. Stroud to play the brand of ball that we've seen the last couple of weeks?
I think so. Last week, again, it gave me some optimism. When I look at Christian Kirk, 4 catches, 64 yards. He was used in ways that they got the ball to him quickly and down the field. We're not catching a tad bit at different times, getting him involved. I think if you look at the overall passing game, the spacing of the receivers was much better. And to me, that was because of Christian Kirk on the field, knowing where to be, understanding the assignment, understanding where he had to be at, and he was in the right spots for the right time, not just for CJ, but for the whole route concept, right? And then I think, if I'm not mistaken, Higgins had about 4 or 5 targets and 4 or 5 catches. So you're building the confidence in a game like that, like last week. You're building the confidence in these young guys. Noah had a few catches. His touchdown celebration was god-awful. But he has a few catches and made some plays. So you're building the confidence in these guys to be able to, when the big-time plays come. Now, I'll be honest with you. Coming out the bye week, you got a gauntlet. You got the Seahawks, you got the 49ers, you got, I forgot the other team, the Broncos, and then you got the Jaguars. So the receiver room will be tested big time coming out of the bye week. But what you're doing is you're building the confidence of them. They're learning from the veterans already there, and they're making plays as the games are going on. So I do think they can do it. But they will be tested very soon come out the bye week.
Yeah, I think that was a very aggressive take on the touchdown celebration.
Yes.
I don't
It was terrible. It was terrible. It was no rhythm. It was no rhythm in it.
Okay,
What was the thought behind it? Why even do it? Like, Ray don't play no more? Like, why are you even thinking about Ray
it's
Lewis?
Ray. It's the Ravens. First off, if you have a problem with the execution of it, okay, I think maybe he could have worked on that and maybe executed that a little bit better. But Ray, it's Ray. That's the Ravens. That's the dance you do when you put it on the Ravens.
That's what you do. Everybody in the league is doing all this movie dances and stuff, and then you do Ray Lewis.
You do Ray, yes. Now if he did it randomly,
I love no. That ain't it.
If he did it randomly in Cincinnati, that would be strange. But he was in Baltimore. It makes sense.
No. How about this? Score again and do something else. Do something else.
Yeah, well, he's not going to be in Baltimore. All right. So one big thing that, Clint and I have talked about is clearly since the Tennessee game, CJ's looked different. And we've talked to you each week, and there was some concern. You have specifically brought up CJ and some of his decisions, his throws, his lack of confidence. What are you seeing in these last two games? And I know against Tennessee, you were on the field. You got to see it close up. And then this past week against Baltimore, what are you seeing different from CJ?
First thing, getting the ball out extremely quick. Like I think we saw in Tennessee, he's taking what the defense is giving them. So for me, he's not overthinking. He's not trying to do too much. He's not forcing the football. He's just, okay, you're going to give me this, I'll take this. And then as time goes, as I continue to take this, then I can go deeper down the field. Or that opens up another route on the other side of the field. Or that opens up a double move. Or opens up whatever the case may be. But he just seems a whole lot more confident the last 2 weeks. And I think Clint hit on it, like commanding the offense, right? Understanding the offense. Again, this offense is complex. It's a player, and I heard Nick Cacerio say this in the interview, it's a player-friendly offense, but it's only player-friendly when you understand it, if that makes sense. So you have to really dive into it, and it takes time, especially because they have to know everything in this particular offense. Like I remember playing in an offense very similar, and every time we're in the goal line or in the red zone, you're given two plays. And based on the coverage, based on the possible blitzes, based on the possible front, the quarterback can change the play. And for me, I'm just waiting for him to tell me what to do. But for the quarterback, you have to call the shots, and you want to be right when you do it. So it's a whole process that comes along with it. And he just looks a lot more comfortable from his mind, and his execution just looks really good. I thought he made some really good throws last week. And again, people would say, oh, it's Baltimore and Tennessee. Well, he did what he was supposed to do. Like, we all thought coming in that he would be one of the top guys in the league, and he looked like it the last 2 weeks.
It seemed like, Cecil, I just heard you say it. I can't remember what receiver. Maybe it was Dalton Schultz when he came on our show. Maybe it was Nico Collins in the postgame show. But they alluded to, CJ, I think it was Dalton Schultz, alluded to CJ Stroud of, hey, man, he's got all the talent in the world. In this past game, he really was patient, and he took what the defense gave him, which in my mind insinuates that maybe that wasn't the case before. Maybe there were some struggles with doing that before, which I would totally understand. And I mean, because I guess my question to you, Cecil, having played in the league, being around this team, being around football as long as you have, I tried to on a daily basis is talk about how important it is that C.J. Stroud does that if this offense is going to hit on all cylinders, but more importantly, like how difficult it is for a guy as talented as CJ to commit wholeheartedly to that.
Oh, it's hard because as an athlete, you think you can do it all, especially at that level, right? You want to go show how accurate you are with the ball down the field and all these things, but to change that mindset a tad bit and it's like, hey, I'm gonna take what the defense is giving me. And let's think about the Tennessee game. They converted, I think, 4 fourth downs. Why? Because he was taking what the defense was giving him. Now, it was third and kind of long, but he was taking it. And then now you're in fourth and short. Now you're in 4th and 1 or 4th and a half a yard, 3rd and short, 3rd and a half a yard. Now it's more manageable. Now you're in a schedule. You're kind of on schedule, and it makes it easier for the play caller and the offense to execute. So for me, I think he's just learning, and it's a whole mind shift, right? Coming out of college, he had all these receivers all first-round guys, he's just throwing it up. But now you want to kind of methodically go down the field and take what they give you, then be strategic with your shots, right? Then be strategic with your certain play calls going down the field. But to do that, you really got to change your mindset, and that's tough to do. And it doesn't mean you can't do what you have been doing. It's just now we're more calculated with it because we're strategic, trying to maneuver the defense and move them how we want to do it, and understand that, hey, this is the highest level now, and we can't just go down the field and take chances and do all these things because that's not going to help the offense as a whole. But moving the ball down the field, taking time off the clock, getting first down after first down after first down, keeps your great defense off the field and fresh, and it demoralizes that team and that defense that you're playing against.
All right, Cecil, man, we appreciate you jumping on with us as you do each and every Wednesday. Talk to you next week as they're resting up, getting a little break with this bye, but next week it'll be on to one of their bigger games of the season in Seattle. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good, y'all. Take care.
All right, that is Cecil Shorts III. You catch him at these home games. They're about to have 3 in a row after this Seattle game. If you're out there, Cecil is an absolute treat when it comes to breaks in the games, half times. He's out there. He's doing his thing.
Hamburger challenge.
That hamburger challenge is something else.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
He was doing the Crown Royal thing last year too. I wonder if they'll bring that back.
Oh, they jumping in the bag last week? Or whenever last time they were home, they were jumping in the bag.
There we go. Yeah, do that. Yeah, he's it's a few things that he's able to shake loose. All right, coming up, Nick Cacerio spoke specifically about a guy in his conversation today earlier with Payne and Pendergast, and I think it's time we really give him some praise as well, because he has stepped up in a major way in doing anything he's been called to do. We'll do that coming up next, but before we go there, guys, I tell you where you should go. You should go to Texas Star Grill Shop. As you look out there, we're still in the high 80s and low 90s, and we're going to probably be in that range for a minute, and that means anytime you want to go outside and throw some stuff on the grill, it's still that time. And then you wonder, well, where can I go?
Nation's #1 Generac dealer, GeneratorSupercenter.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dude. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. It is The Drive Day. Shout out to our guy, Cecil Shorts III, who joined us coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, 4:40. Our guy, Brandon Scott, will bring his Texans report on the bye week. And coming up in the next segment, a little stock up, stock down. We do that every Wednesday. You can have yours and be prepared to give your stock up, stock downs. Listen, we've had some struggles on the stock ups at times. This stock down was a challenge, especially when you look at what happened this week. Nobody played poorly, I don't think.
First 3 weeks were a little bleak with stock up.
Again, I'm not going to tell you. I do a lot of memory of that fourth quarter. So maybe there was somebody who said they're getting their asses kicked in the fourth quarter. I just wasn't watching it with the same intensity. But we'll do that coming up in just a bit. All right, if you all missed it, I would urge that you go check it out. 2 o'clock hour in Payne and Pendergast this morning started at 7:30. They sat down and they spoke with the general manager, as they often do. Good for them. But they spoke with the general manager, and it was about 7:30. I was taking the kids to school, and I heard the conversation they had throughout the morning. And again, like I said, if you missed it, you go ahead and listen to it in entirety at the hour 2 in Payne and Pendergast. Around 7:30 is when that started. But in particular, he talked about one of his veterans and his veteran offensive lineman, Titus Howard, and how he has played this year.
Titus has worked really hard. He's got a good attitude. He's played a lot of football. We've asked him to do a number of things, through the years, fairly or unfairly, but he's handled everything very professionally, and he's done whatever the team has asked him to do. So, nothing but respect and appreciation for that type of mindset and attitude. Relative to leadership and his presence in the room, he's probably got as much experience playing as anybody in that room. Probably him and Lakin have the most experience playing football. So, Titus has got a good playing style. He's physical. He's improved. He works hard at it, and he's played good football. So anytime that you can put good football on tape, that really speaks more than anything else. But Titus has done a really good job for us. Even going back to week 1, we decided, okay, the best thing for us that week is to bump him inside because Ed wasn't available, and then we ended up playing, Cam at left tackle and putting Ursery over there at right tackle, and it really didn't blink an eye. So was it the best thing for him? Maybe not, but in the end, that was the right thing, for us because we felt that was our best opportunity to potentially win. So Titus has done a really good job. He's played good football, and I think if he can continue to play, at this level, it's going to help not only him but the team's performance overall as well.
That's Nick Cacerio, the general manager, again on with Payne and Pendergast earlier this morning, talking about Titus Howard. Performance this year, he's played some guard in game 1, and then he's been a staple over there at that right tackle spot. Clint, I'm curious from you and the people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. How would you grade Titus Howard through this point of the season? They played 5 games going into the bye week. PFF ranks him 33rd out of 71 tackles. We heard CJ the other day after the game talk about him playing at an all-pro level. Titus Howard coming into this year, now he's kind of taken over the reins, at least in terms of his time being here as the longest offensive lineman here with the Texans. How would you grade his performance up to this point?
Yeah, look, I don't know how you put a grade on Titus Howard. He's played 2 different positions. I would have to go back and specifically watch every rep of every game that he particularly plays and just really dial in on him. I know he's played well. I would say I don't think anybody's been great given kind of how the season started and has had to play multiple positions, but I would say a B+. B+, A-, somewhere in there is what I would just pin on Titus Howard off the cuff. So yeah, I just know that with where Titus Howard is right now, appearing to play at a high level at the tackle position and with the ability to play all four positions, the only one not that he can't play would be center. And I don't know that if you didn't give him the chance that he couldn't handle that. I think that's where the conversation starts. But you heard Nick Cacerio talk about leadership there. I think this is where I may have undersold Titus Howard a bit. And I'm not saying I did. I might have. I didn't have Titus Howard being the guy that would fill the leadership void, and the general manager would be talking about being a leader and the leader in the O-line room and things of that nature. I didn't have that on my bingo card. So there is definitely a big-time opportunity for somebody there to become the alpha in that room. And I do think that Titus Howard has a huge advantage because there's – before he ever opens his mouth, the fact that he can play 4 of the 5 positions on that offensive line put him in that particular room, put him in a league of his own, right? And so, there's a level of respect for Titus Howard and his ability to position flex and literally play damn near anywhere that there's a level of respect there from everybody in the room because he's the only one that can do it. And the opportunity to take over that room is there. Now, we'll see if Titus has that, if he even wants to, or if that has that in him. But I think Titus Howard. I'm just glad that they're I think highlighting Titus Howard as we go along here because I do think, given how he's been treated throughout his career, playing inside out, and shifting sometimes and many times last second back to inside, playing guard kind of deal. It's nice to see him getting a shot to play tackle and playing at a high level.
Yeah, Clint, I don't know that I'm going to go where CJ is saying he's playing at an all-pro level.
Yeah.
But I think he's been really, really good. And listen, I know what Pro Football Focus says. We watch every one of these games. Regardless of what Ed has done, and shout out to Ed Ingram, who has played really, solid ball. Titus has been this team's best offensive lineman from what I see when I watch every game.
Well, it's the first time in his career too where the best edge rusher on every opponent is going to go to the rookie side. So he's not going to where before guys would be like, "No, I'd rather go to Titus' side than Tunsil's side," kind of thing. But so I think teams are going to choose to really zero in on Ariante Ursary before they do Titus Howard. Now, some teams you run into are going to have 2 guys, and you're going to have to deal with them. And we'll see how he stays healthy. We'll see how he handles those situations moving forward. We'll see if he does become kind of the undisputed leader in that room. But there's an opportunity for him to get paid again coming up sooner rather than later. And Titus I think he's building a good case for himself.
Yeah, he has been really, really impressive, and I think to the point that you were making, not just what he's been through, but then what he has kind of done to change his body around and be ready to be able to play either one of the positions, right? That he's been able to play, and I know at times the offensive line has looked poor, and which he's a part of, but I don't know. When I watch it and see him, I don't ever look over there and think, boy, 71 is really fighting it. I didn't call for some bad holding penalties.
Agreed.
At times this year, and I don't know, man. There's a different feel to Titus this year, just in his demeanor. I don't know if it's a situation of, all right, man, like you got the keys now as you said, the leader of this group, and he has a different level of confidence that he's moving around in, and I think it's showing on the field and in his play. So shout out to Titus Howard. I think has been a really, really good. I don't know about all pro level, but I think you can kick around Pro Bowl level when you compare him to other players. He's definitely been above average this year at that right tackle spot, and good for him. And I'm glad that he's been able to perform at that high level. Someone texted and said I give him about a B. There have been some snaps where he has gotten CJ killed. They said Titus is the Lassiter from for the offense, just does his job and doesn't say much. It's either don't say much. No, I think he's become more vocal. I think he's become, especially from a leadership perspective, Cornbread, I think sent that in. I think he's become more vocal.
Well, there's definitely an opportunity. I mean, that's the thing is it's it's hard to expect anybody to come into an O-line room and become themselves from a leadership perspective, from a being vocal perspective, when Laramie Tunsil's in the room. That's just the reality. I'm not blaming it on Laramie. That's just the reality of it. When you remove Laramie Tunsil, that level of player, then all of a sudden there's an opportunity for somebody to step up. Now that I thought it was going to be Laken Tomlinson, to be completely honest with you, given that he and D'Amico Ryans had a history, and you got to believe that's why D'Amico Ryans brought him in here. Veteran, a lot of pelts on the wall, been around the block, played a lot of football, started a lot of games. Plays with the approach that I think D'Amico wants his O-line the identity of his O-line to have. But clearly now he's not even starting, so it's going to be hard if you're not starting. And again, I go back to, the only thing that's going to keep Titus Howard off the field in any way, shape, or form is injury, right? And I think everybody knows that. So that's a leg up on the competition. The fact that he can play so many positions, a leg up on the competition. The fact that beyond Laken Tomlinson, he's the most tenured offensive lineman in that room, or at least right there neck and neck with the most tenured offensive lineman in that room. So there's clearly an opportunity to be the leader and be the kind of the tip of the spear in that O-line room, and he's got several legs up if you look at the other guys in that room. So, yeah, man, I maybe I didn't give Titus Howard the credit that he deserves from jump. We'll see if he takes that bull by the horns and or not. I got to believe if he does, because his contract's up.
I was just about to say, is he somebody you think you give a third deal to?
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's hard. We're prepared to move on from him.
Well,
I know you drafted Blake Fisher, but it's hard to say we're prepared.
Yeah, no. If you still had Laramie Tunsil opposite, and you were gonna break Laramie Tunsil off again, or maybe you had 2 more years with Laramie Tunsil, then yeah, you could piddle around and try to figure out your tackle opposite Laramie Tunsil. But right now, the only for sure thing you have really across that entire offensive line is Titus Howard and the fact that he can play 4 positions. Now, I hope they let him play right tackle. I hope they keep some guards in here. I hope Juice Scruggs works out. I hope Ingram works out. You'd have 2 really young guards right there. Jake Andrews, another young interior offensive lineman. I mean, hell, Ariante Urshry being a rookie over left tackle. I mean, it's really young, so you could spend some money on Titus Howard. And again, I've said this before with Titus. Now, this is whether he becomes the leader in that room or not. I mean, the fact that dude can play 4 positions in a pinch, that is unbelievably valuable when you have that much youth on your offensive line. Hell, whether it's youth or it's veterans that are injured, or it's just injury-prone players, or it's maybe you don't have the depth that you'd like, Titus Howard is super, super valuable. And if he can play right tackle this entire year and play at a Pro Bowl level maybe, or even flirt with Pro Bowl level, shoot, yeah, you got to pay that dude. Ain't no doubt about it. Especially given that you ain't paying the rest of your offensive line. You ain't paying none of them yet.
Yeah, Cornbread, you got to re-sign Titus. Text line coming through. Titus could have a great second career at times as a Matador. I would pay Titus a line. That's how much would he cost? Would he be a big hit? I wouldn't pay him big money. Listen.
He's not going to set the market. He's a right tackle. I mean, he's not going to. Not that. Look, I know there's some right tackles out there that are making money, and the right left thing means less today than it ever has. But I mean, this isn't breaking off the way you break off Laramie Tunsil. He just, again, now he may hold you a tad bit hostage because he feels like he's been done wrong, and he could be a Laramie Tunsil had he just played tackle. But you've been jacking around with him, playing him at guard half the time. But yeah, no, I think you get Titus Howard, assuming he plays right tackle at a high level this year for 18 weeks, 17 games, 18 weeks, or 18 weeks, 17 games. Yeah, I think any way you look at it, I think you get him at a discounted deal because of what all he can bring to the table.
Text line, Titus Howard has a new contract coming, so now he wants to play. I vote don't pay him, let him go. A couple of things to something that Clint has alluded to. This is going to be the third, I believe, at least 3 out of 4 years, maybe his third straight year that he has had to play multiple positions in a season.
Yeah.
And not just tackle, guard and tackle.
And change sides of the ball.
Yeah. And then also to that point, like let's also live in reality, guys. The biggest struggle from a player personnel perspective, offensive line, that has been the biggest issue that this group, whether it's been Nick by himself or Nick with D'Amico, whatever, that's been the biggest issue. I don't know, boy. I don't know that they're in a space right now where they just go turn loose guys that are like Titus Howard to know that you feel comfortable they're gonna find a better option or as good an option right now because that they just haven't been strong at that.
Yeah, and I don't want to gamble on it.
Because they've already done it. They already gambled on it with Laramie Tunsil.
Pay him, and your offensive line room is set for the next handful of years, 2-3 years. Assuming they play, assuming they continue to play well, like they have the last couple of weeks, and assuming they don't just implode. Which, if their quarterback keeps playing the way he has, I don't see that being an issue. But nor do I ever see, if they do implode, I don't see it being Titus Howard that makes that happen. So, yeah, I don't know. At this point, I don't know how you don't pay Titus Howard. And ultimately, his play the rest of the year is going to dictate, do you have to pay him a boatload or is he just a run-of-the-mill right tackle?
Yeah, if I'm a Texans fan, I'm sweating bullets if they unloaded Titus
Agreed.
Howard and just to leave it that, all right, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out under CJ. CJ may lose his mind. He lost Tunsil and lose Titus, a guy just sits playing at an all-pro level back-to-back years.
OCs and OTs have not been good Those decisions.
That's another one. That's another one. That's another one. All right, coming up, little stock up, stock down. Text in. What player, what person for the Texans stock is going up for you, and which one is going down? That's next.
Tootski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
And tell them to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That's right. Stock up, stock down, live on the Drive every Wednesday, right about this time. And it's the bye week. Houston Texans this week. They head into the bye week. The 2-3 record, but 2 strong wins to head into the bye week. And I want to start with you, Ron, the show, Hughley. And as I'm known to do, I like to get the negatives out of the way. So let's go ahead and do that. Do our best Jordan Belfort impression and get them negatives out of the way. Stock down for you, Ron, for the Houston Texans as they head into this bye week for 2025.
Stock down here. This guy is, for me, almost just a disappointment from what I thought he was going to be, and that is Kalen Bullock. I mean, he's not been awful or anything, but, you know, we were in training camp, Clinton Tyler, and you could not stop seeing him make plays. Even when we weren't there, when they went to West Virginia, he was making plays. He was picking off CJ left and right. I mean, he was
flashes.
He was primed to have a big season. We were like, man, he's the player of the camp for like the first 2 or 3 weeks, and he just hasn't made, I would say, the impact that I thought he would make this year. Again, he's not been terrible or anything. He's not been bad or anything. You know, if you'd have told me, all right, man, you guys, hey, Texans gonna have a safety that leads the team with 3 picks, I wouldn't have said Petrie. I would have said after 5 weeks it would have been Kalen Bullock. And again, just kind of a bit disappointed that a slow start to me from him. Again, not been terrible, but I thought he was really just going to have a Pro Bowl-like season.
Yeah, I think there's been a little bit of a shift in how they're using him. And this has kind of sparked some interest to go back and look at some different things. But for whatever reason, like
he has been closer to the line of scrimmage more than
I feel like I've seen him in the box and around the line of scrimmage more than expected. I mean, last year it felt like this dude's roaming center field all year long. I mean, he's doing his thing as a free safety, reading the eyes, picking off mistakes. And this year it seems like he spent a little bit more time down in the box and showing some level of physicality, which is surprising being that he's light in the ass. You know what I mean? He just doesn't seem – he's not a real thick player. He came in. They said he needed to gain weight. Now, I don't know how important it is that he gains weight. He plays physical, and he gets it done. But the change in kind of how he's being deployed, I think, probably lends itself to not being in position to get his hands on as many balls as he did last year.
So young Kalen Bullock.
Yeah, man, I just expected more. It's just 5 weeks, but I expected more.
You know, I think we all did.
I mean, it wasn't an easy week now.
It wasn't.
Wasn't.
Baltimore.
A lot of good.
Harbaugh's biggest loss as the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens at home at the hands of your Houston Texans. It's beautiful. All right, stock down for Ron. That was Kalen Bullock. Over to you, Clint Stoerner. What is your stock down for these Houston Texans going into the bye?
The low-hanging fruit, man. Laken Tomlinson. 100-meter start streak that he had down the drain. I'm so glad to see it because I thought for a second there we were going to see this rotate, this musical chairs at left guard just to keep that starting streak alive. But yeah, Laken Tomlinson. Like I said a couple segments ago, I thought he was the guy. And again, I put a lot of stock into D'Amico Ryans, knew exactly who he was. They were in San Francisco, I believe, together. If you're going to bring this guy in that maybe has a couple of warts, not the best pass protector, but hey, this guy's an alpha. This guy's super physical. This guy embodies everything I want my offensive line to be. He's going to come in and lead this group. Well, yeah, okay, make it. Plug and play. He was a plug and play starter, damn near from jump. And so for that to not work out, I got to believe that the stock is down on Laken Tomlinson, the left guard. No harm, no foul, because that means that a second round pick that you got aggressive and moved up to get in Juice Scruggs is the guy, and that means he's playing well. So no harm, no foul, but Lake and Tomlinson stock down.
All right, we got them damn annoying negative Nancys out of the way. You are tuned into The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Stock up, stock down. We do it every Wednesday right around 3:30 p.m. Got the stock downs done with. Want to stay with you right there, former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner. What is your stock up for the Texans as they go into this bye week for 2025?
I got a couple of them. I'm gonna go. And since I'm not gonna mess anybody else's up, I'm gonna use them. Nick Cacerio, man. I mean, right now, I don't know if that offense is going to travel to Seattle, but just to know that Nick Cacerio has in his bag the ability to go get 10 different guys targets, 8 different guys catches. To know that he has it in his bag to get his quarterback, convince his quarterback to buy in and play this brand of football. It looks like some of the double team stuff in the offensive line that I talked about last week is starting to pay off. So I'm going to go with Nick Cacerio on the offensive side of the football. And Ron, I can't leave my man MJ Stewart out. There's not a stat line. There's not a big play. But MJ Stewart appears to be a real starter in this league. And he jumps off the screen at times. He's not just a fill-in. I'll be honest, I thought he was a special teams guy playing safety until they found somebody else, until Jimmy Ward got healthy or until somebody else proved they could play that position. I think MJ Stewart is a real starter, real player with this team.
Been thumping fools, too.
Yeah, man.
Whew.
He'll come down and hit you now.
I like that. And put a cap on this thing for us, Ron, the show, Hughley. Stock up for the Texans in your eyes.
A couple of stock ups, by the way, here on the text line. Houston stressing. EJ Speed gives him a stock up. The Ariante Ursery from the text line stock up.
Yeah.
Shout out to Stressens, by the way. He does great work.
I'm going to go with, and he initially stole mine, but I get to say it first, so on the air it was me. Nobody else knows that he stole it except for me on the text line because I can read it, and it is British Brooks. I got you. British Brooks. He had been another one like him, and there are a couple of Tommy and a couple of guys where they were so impressive from the coaching staff. At least they spoke of them this way, but started out being inactive multiple times this year, and we really got to see him. I know he only had 2 carries for 15 yards, but it is hard every time we see him, whether he's on special teams or he gets an opportunity running the ball, whether that's preseason or regular season, whatever. Like, it's hard to miss him. It seems like he does something that you remember, and I'm telling you, boy, that little fullback dive, and that dude is coming in. He does not seem to really give a damn about his own health, and he is just going to run as hard as he can, and you better just stop him. And most aren't able to do so. He had him a nice little 9-yard run in that game, and I like his physicality and what he brings, and I think they like it. Jakob Johnson has the injury, and I think we're potentially going to see more of that. I'd much rather have British Brooks lined up back in the backfield in a fullback role than try to roll one of those tight ends to do it. So I really like what he's doing.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I'd rather have British Brooks in there than Jakob Johnson. I know there's a history there with Nick Cacerio, and there's maybe more of a true fullback with him. But I would love to see these guys make a decision when they have options. Right now, they're forced into playing British Brooks, right, with an injury. But I would love them. I'd love to see them say, you know what, we're going to take a guy that may not have the resume at fullback. We're going to take the guy that is more athletic, that brings a little bit more explosion, that brings a little bit more pop to the position, and we're going to get creative with him and be along. Look, he's not small, but just his running back abilities versus his fullback experience. I like that. I like that little bit of a call it a risk. I like that decision by the organization. Although this one, again, they were forced into it, I believe, by injury. But I like him at fullback, man, and I think the 2 plays he made last week are probably going to earn him some more run.
I'm with you. Stock up for our guy British Brooks. All right, coming up. Hey, we want to make sure you have an opportunity to win a little cash and stay with T Mills. So with these games, T Mills got some games coming up before the end of the show where we regularly do T Mills Best Bets. We're going to move it up, so we'll do T Mills Best Bets coming up in this segment. So stay tuned. And somebody else, Clint. I don't even think we put him on stock down because it's been down, and there ain't no reason to be repetitive. I want I want to get into to him right before we hit T Mill's best bets coming up next.
All right, y'all. Our Vision Homes. Look, if you're thinking about building your dream home, making that level of investment, man, you better make sure you got the right builder. And Our Vision Homes, they are the right builder, right? Small town folks building big, beautiful custom homes. One, you can relate to them, you can trust them, you can go check their work. Their model homes are absolutely beautiful. Our Vision Homes, they're a turnkey custom home builder that can dream, design, and build your family's dream home. Not only that, y'all, they got all the bells and whistles: bourbon, wine room, butler pantry, safe rooms. You got it. What about that casita for the in-laws? How about the iron building, the shop for all your toys? How about that pool, that outdoor living area? Well, guess what? You can do it all with one point of contact. That point of contact is out what they're putting out there, y'all. It's absolutely beautiful, beautiful. Go to visit ourvisionhomes.com right now to get inspired. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Back-to-back blowouts. The Texans marched into Baltimore and ran the Ravens out of their own stadium in a 44-10 win. You couldn't ask for a much better way to head into the bye week.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, y'all, if you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know power outages are going to happen, man, whether it's the heat, extreme heat, cold, extreme cold, or hurricanes with them wild winds, man. Here's the deal. You got to stay ready so you don't end up in a panic, man. Get you a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter. Do it today. Take care of your family. Keep everybody safe. Keep your food cold.
ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up here in this segment, to make sure you know T-Mill's best bet. So to make sure you get yourself, if you're looking to bet and you're looking to follow our guy T-Mill, he will give those bets coming up here in this segment, just because some of the games he's looking at are 5:50-ish time frame we normally do.
Early bird special.
That's right. Seattle's not on the list. We would have gone a little earlier. They're up 3-1 now. The Tigers just got an RBI double. It's crazy, man. Postseason baseball, my man. I was just telling Clinton to break. I'm looking at it right now. My man is no problem. This Miller fella's just been rolling. Gave up a double, strikeout. I gave up a single, got an out, and then just gave up an RBI double. And that manager was out past the steps by the time that ball got thrown into second base to go get his ass. That quick. So, but if the Mariners win, they advance to the ALCS. So, a lot to get to, but T-Mill's best bet's coming up here in a bit. All right, Clint, I was looking at this earlier this week, and I saw our guy DJ Bieniemy, who covers the Texans for ESPN. He said, to be honest, the Texans' defense is top tier in almost every category. Clearly, the staff doesn't feel they need to have Christian Harris active. The results speak for themselves, not going to question them on that. And we've been talking about trades. I got to believe there have got to be a lot of teams sniffing and hunting around to see, hey, what's going on with the Christian Harris thing, and what will it take to get him? Clearly, Clint, he was inactive in the game. He played 4 snaps the week before. Clearly, they have, at least at this point, moved past Christian Harris, and the only way it appears he ggets on the field is if there's injury. It may not just be injury. It may be injury, whatever reason, but and then he may be more valuable in a trade right now for them than on the field. That one is just wild, Clint, that we went from just 2 years ago in the playoffs, them sitting there together and them watching film together, and he gets that pick 6 against the Browns and takes it back, and seeing what he's able to do to Clint, where they got maybe the best defense in football, and they don't even have him active in a game against the Ravens that they need. That is wild where we've come with Christian Harris.
Yeah, you can argue a year ago against Baltimore, whenever that game fell, you could argue that he was the best player on the field in that game. And now he is buried on the depth chart of linebackers. And let's be honest, I mean, he's having a hard time keeping his roles on special teams because there's linebackers that are taking those roles. So, there is clearly, we knew when E.J. Speed was signed on this football team that there was something going on with Christian Harris. And I'll be honest with you, I still don't know what the hell it is. Now, we've seen him on the field, so we're going to assume it's not some kind of season ending or some kind of injury that's nagging on him, but it may be injury related, and that previous injury may have slowed him down to the point where he just can't keep up with these current linebackers because they are all playing well. We've seen it before. We've seen really good players, Jalen Petrie. We've seen really good players kind of fall out of grace for one reason or another. Most of the time it's, man, we can't trust you to be where you're supposed to be in these defensive schemes. We've seen it happen before. Come over and you sit next to me.
It feels like it's more of that, don't it, right? It's hard to think it's ability. I was reminded of Larry. I saw it one time. They had Jake Hansen in that puppy.
Yeah.
And Christian Harris was active on the bench.
Yeah, it has to be a trust issue. It has to be we can't trust you to keep your cool and not get penalties. We can't trust you to be where you're supposed to be, because it's damn sure not an ability issue. It's damn sure not hey man, can you go sideline to sideline as well as anybody in the game, and can you tackle, and do you give us an element at the linebacker position that really nobody else brings to the table when you're healthy? That is not that. I mean, he does that, assuming he's healthy. It has to, if it's not health related, then it has to be some level of DeMeco Ryans trust these other guys significantly more, because it's not like D'Amico's unwilling to adjust. I mean, look, all of a sudden, EJ Speed's getting more run than he was earlier in the year.
And you're right. The EJ Speed signing, you thought it was depth, and I didn't think it meant Christian Harris, though. Right? I thought maybe some others may need to look at it, right? Christian Harris, they said, was their most what he said over the time, their most athletic linebacker, their most gifted linebacker, and he comes back healthy. You thought he'd be good to go, but no, man, he's inactive. There's got to be teams hunting around trying to figure out what's going on there. I've got to be teams like to activate him. I like to see what I can do with linebackers. As you said, man, you just don't find a lot of linebackers with the traits that he has in this game, with how this game is very important for those guys to be able to do multiple things. You don't find that a lot in guys like Christian Harris. We'll see, man. 4 plays 2 games ago and inactive last week. And as you said, man, it don't seem like it's an injury thing. It seems like an injury that had him inactive. It seems like they just don't feel like he is the best dude to be out there. By the way, that fast, the Tigers have tied the game. That fast. We came back from break. It was 3-0. That fast, the Tigers have tied this game. Speaking of baseball and those bets, T-Mill, let's hear it. A little early right now because some early games. What's your best bets today?
Yeah, a little early today, but that's because one of these games that I got a wager for here is coming up in a little over 10 minutes. So if you want to get in on it, if you want to tell it, you're going to want to do that quick. Here are your 5 best bets around 3 Major League Baseball games starting here in a bit. First, actually, these first 3 are all within the same game. Brewers at Cubs. I'm on over 3.5 runs in the first 5 innings of this game today. I'm on another over in this matchup, Brewers and Cubs. I'm on the overall over in the game, over 6.5 runs, a very, very low number. I'm going to bet that almost every time I see it, but I do like the wager.
At Wrigley? Yeah, where's the wind blowing? Yeah, that's I like that.
Yeah, the ball gets lost. What's going to happen, right?
Lost in the ivy. I was thinking about the wind taking it to Sheffield Avenue, but I hear you. Go ahead.
Who knows what treasures that thing holds? Next, I got another over in the same game. Over 3.5 runs just for the Cubs, for Kyle Tucker's Cubs team, over 3.5. So that's over 3.5 in the first 5, over 3.5 for the Cubs squad, and over 6.5 in the game. I need a lot of runs in that game or it's going to be a bad day. Next, I got Canada. They couldn't get it done last night. The Blue Jays plus 1.5 runs.
I tried to tell you about that.
You try to tell me about what?
I tried to tell you about that, man. I tried to give you a hint. I said, man, I'll keep it to myself who I think's going to win that game. I don't want to,
I'm stubborn.
Know it.
But today, the Blue Jays get it done. Georgie Springer and the Blue Jays get it done, plus 1.5 runs in the Bronx. They're going to send the Yankee turds home crying. And then lastly here, the Phillies. I believe they are the late night game tonight. Phillies and Dodgers. I'm on the Phillies plus 1.5 runs at minus 145 odds in that one. Those are your 5 best bets, and after going 1 for 4 last night, we need them.
Yeah, Cubs, Yankees, and Phillies are all facing elimination tonight. All of them facing elimination tonight, so we'll get it. I don't know, man. They woke up. They done woke up Aaron Judge, man. I know how you feel about Aaron Judge. They done woke his ass up.
What you doing in my swamp?
Yeah, man. He's he had his moment last night as they were down 6-3. He went deep on a 3-run blast. I don't know, man.
It's
we'll
over
see.
now.
It's over now. They got that out the way now.
Might not get that many at bats. 0 for 4 probably for Aaron Judge and his ugly ass tonight.
If I know baseball purists, and I'm certain, I feel like every clubhouse has 5 or 6 of them walking around in them. Well, that Jazz Chisholm probably pissed them smooth off with that bat flip.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he bat flipped that sucker all the way to damn near first base. I mean, immediately it was a bomb, and Aaron Boone probably was thinking about sitting him. But it was a bomb. I mean, and he just, to give them the lead, he just absolutely fired that bad boy. Whoever's on the on-deck circle, man, they had to look out because he fired that bad boy.
And all them Neanderthals up in the Bronx started going nuts.
I enjoyed it, boy. I enjoyed
Idiots.
I tell you, man, Vlad, man, he's hot, man. I thought you may look at him in terms of of total bases. All right, Clint, what you got coming up in the 4?
Do the Texans need to make a trade before the trade deadline hits this season? Do you want to get busy right now before it gets crowded in that market? What position or positions should the Texans be targeting? That right there is next. Let me tell you what. If you need an oil change, let me tell you who you need to be targeting. There's no doubt about it. It's Jiffy Lube. Back in the day, when I was changing my oil at 16 years old, Jiffy Lube was the best option then, and guess what? Jiffy Lube is the best option now. I'm a busy man, as like many of y'all are out there. When I do get an oil change, I need it to be quick, in and out. When I send the wife down there to get her oil change, got to be quick, in and out. My kids aren't teenagers yet, but I know when they are, they're busy as heck, and you want it to be quick, in and out. You want it to be safe. Jiffy Lube checks all of those boxes as well. You want to make sure you're getting premium oil. You don't have to worry about that at Jiffy Lube. My truck runs on Pennzoil. Well, how about this? They got over 60 locations in and around the Houston area. It's always convenient. Look down there right now. If you need an oil change, stop at the nearest Jiffy Lube. Mention my name, Clint Stoerner, in Sports Radio 610 and get you $26 off a premium oil change. Jiffy Lube, dominating that fast oil change industry since 1979.
Kick back, relax, and start your bye weekend early with us on Thirsty Thursday. Tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley are headed to Buffalo Wild Wings off 45 and Ritchie Road with our friends at Bud Light. Stop by for some great wings, cold drinks, prices on site, and the best sports conversation in town. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney, Steve Lee.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
My wife plays with me.
Dive into the mind of former Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
Clint, what is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily powered by all the real men out there that aren't afraid to wear white underwear, white draws in 2025. This one is for you, Dirty's Daily on a hump day. All right, look, do the Texans need to make a trade before the trade deadline hits this season? Before or when, either way you want to look at it, I believe they need to be aggressive. If so, what position or positions do they need to target? Look, we all feel like, boys, I think we all feel like that the Texans can still make a run here. All right. With that said, I think it's very obvious that they need to go hunting before the trade deadline. I would prefer them do it now and up into the trade deadline before that market gets hotter than a firecracker and everybody knows what they need and everybody's out there hunting. I think it's going to be a busy trade deadline. Adam Schefter reporting that he believes there'll be a move or two every Monday and Tuesday leading up to the trade deadline, which, if you do the math, I don't know, I'm going to trust them, is 10 or 12 different trades. We've already seen a handful of trades. And bottom line is the Texans are a team that I don't know that Christian Kirk is going to be Christian Kirk that we saw in Jacksonville or Arizona. There looks to be either still a hamstring issue going on with Christian Kirk, or Father Time has jumped on Christian Kirk. And then you start doing a little bit of digging, and there's some different outlets that are mentioning the Texans in teams that are or that they expect to be busy come trade deadline time. Pro Football Network has the Texans as one of three teams that are in the market to upgrade via trade. Now, they didn't specify what position that is, but you know, I've got a couple of suggestions here, but there are going to be some really good players out there, not necessarily for the Texans, but some of the players that are being mentioned that are going to be available at trade. Breece Hall, running back with the Jets. Alvin Kamara, running back with the Saints. Roschon Johnson, you know him from his Texas days around these parts. A.J. Brown, I don't know how true that is, but A.J. Brown's going to be in the conversation until the Eagles start at least targeting him and throwing him the ball. Jacoby Myers, Romeo Doubs, Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed, Curtis Samuel, Tyler Lockett, Van Jefferson, those are all wide receivers. David Njoku, tight end out of Cleveland. Mark Andrews, tight end from Baltimore. Tanner Hudson, the tight end, one of the tight ends in Cincinnati. I really like Tanner Hudson, by the way. It's just kind of I think got a little bit of a traffic jam in that particular room. You can see by the list, the players that I chose to list there, that I think it needs to be on the offensive side to be aggressive and active. We know they're going to be active. Nick Cacerio doesn't miss an opportunity to flip stones and talk moves here. But I think they need to be aggressive. And again, as you can tell, the players that I listed, I want them to be aggressive with offensive skill players. I don't know that I want to be real aggressive at the running back position, but I do think some of those guys are awfully sexy longer term, especially when it looks like Joe Mixon is not going to be around or a Texan much longer. The tight end position is one that we haven't talked about much with all the injuries and having Dalton Schultz have to carry a lot of the load. I think when you look at David Njoku and Mark Andrews and Tanner Hudson, those are three guys that whether it's because there's an expiring contract or because their team ain't worth a damn, could be on the move. And I can see the Texans upgrading their tight end position because if we're completely honest, the guys that we've seen get injured aren't necessarily guys that would upseat a David Njoku or Mark Andrews or that kind of player. A lot of hope for Cade Stover. A lot of hope, obviously paid Brevin Jordan a little bit of money. But even with those guys in the fold, I don't know that some of the other guys are going to keep you from adding some depth, even if it's a rental player for 1 year, if you feel like you can make a run this season. Ron, I think those are just the other offensive skills. I'm really leaning heavily into the wide receiver group. Look, there has been one player. There's been one player not named Nico Collins that's had a 100-yard game for the Texans. One player, and that's Tank Dell. Now, to be fair, he was on his way to another 100-yard game when his leg damn near fell off. Yeah. Tank Dell did it 10-31 in 2024. That's the one player that's gone for over 100. Now, Noah Brown the previous year did it a couple times. You remember that run that Noah Brown had? Tank Dell did it 3 times in 2023. Dalton Schultz did it once in 2023. Hell, we can even throw Christian Kirk in this list. Christian Kirk's last 100-yard game was in 2023 as well. It was a shortened season, but I think he played 12 or 13 games, 14 games. He had a couple of 100-yard games that 2023 season. So if you look at it, the reason I wanted to lay those out is you had – in 2023, you had Nico Collins, you had Tank Dell, who went for 100 3 times. You had Noah Brown, who went for 100 twice. You had Dalton Schultz, who went for 100 once. You had 6 other 100-yard performances from somebody not named Nico Collins. Right now, you can throw Christian Kirk's last year in Jacksonville in the mix, and the only guy you got in the building that's had a 100-yard game in the last year and 5 weeks is Tank Dell, and all he's doing is jogging. He's not active. So I look at this, Ron, and I can't help but get to a place where wide receiver has to be a position where they've got to be considering making a move sooner rather than later. Again, I don't know what that looks like. I mentioned last week when we talked about it, I like Rashid Shaheed. I like a speed, take the top off the defense type east, but some of these other guys could turn me on a bit, and I think the Texans, I don't think they should. Hell, I think they need it.
I think the two big questions that Nick Cacerio and D'Amico are asking themselves, if they're in the same mindset, and it should at least be a conversation to improve your team, is one, all right, what level are we talking about of guy do we need to add? Is it A.J. Brown? Is it Jacoby Myers, which feels like a 2 to a Nico, or is it Tyler Lockett, who feels like even a 3? Like, what level, Van Jefferson in that same range, what level do they need to add, right? There are guys that aren't even 2s in the league that just hold a certain special skill set that can kind of change things, right? And I think Shaheed may fall into that. And then the other thing is, if it's not what level, then it is, all right, do we feel like the guys we have here, which are young guys, in Higgins and Knoll especially, that have only played 5 NFL games, and Xavier Hutchinson, who hasn't played a lot of games at the receiver position, Are we in a space where if we feel like, all right, let's just wait and their development will get to what we're looking at? I think those are the two questions that they are posing to themselves in the do we go and add a perimeter weapon type of deal.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors that play into it. I just think that if you are going to be serious about saving this year, and if you're going to be serious about making a run, I think if you stay as you are right now, Ron, I think we look up in December and we're like, man, we ain't got enough juice on the offensive side of the football to make this happen. The defense is so damn good, but we don't have the juice on the offensive side of the ball to make it happen. That is my biggest fear with this current group. Could one of the rookies all of a sudden emerge? Absolutely. Could Christian Kirk come out in that hamstring after a bye week, be full go, and he be lights out? Absolutely. Anything's possible. But I'm telling you right now, when you watch the film, there is absolutely nothing beyond a Baltimore Ravens third-string cornerback where guys are creating separation that gives you any hope in what we're watching. So anybody can emerge. I would argue that whether it's a rental player on an expiring contract and you make a move and you roll the dice, a little bit of a gamble, or you bring a guy in here and you got Nico Collins, said guy, and now all of a sudden you've got some rookies that got a year. They could come along. They're complement. One's a big-bodied receiver. One's more of a slot guy. So they're not all-around wide receivers. They're a little bit more of what I would call niche guys. They've got a position to play, a letter in front of their name, not just a, hey, you can go play anywhere type of guy. So I would argue that you're going to need that anyway. But, Ron, I think this is real talk. I think there needs to be a move. What do you think about the tight end thought?
I think they need to – like, that's another one. I think they need to add somebody there because – oh, man, Harrison Bryant and then the Bates fella, he slid in there, 82.
Braden Bates, baby.
That ain't, because the other part of it is, this is different from the receiver position. Clint, there's no, all right, man, we got a young guy in the wings ready to roll. Like, these guys they're hurt right now. These are your options, right? And I think adding somebody at least that is halfway thought of as a weapon.
Yep.
Right? And Joku, that'd be fantastic. He's better than the one you got. Like, I don't even know that they need that, but just somebody else that isn't a practice squad level type players. And I think outside of Schultz, that's what they have. Like, there's no, all right, hey man, Cade Stover, we're just building the seat. Man, his foot broke. Like, it's gonna be a minute. Before he gets.
Yeah, I think any way that they can find real weapons for C.J. Stroud, I think they're in a need where they've got to go find them. Like I said, look, I have stroked Dalton Schultz more than I'm comfortable with, to be honest with you, the last couple of weeks. But Dalton Schultz is not a guy that you line up and go, hey man, if this safety gets on Dalton, it's a mismatch. Dalton Schultz is a guy that's going to eat up zone. He's a guy that's going to make himself available for the quarterback. But he's not a guy that you get down in the red zone. It's like all of a sudden we're going to throw a high ball to the back, on the back line, and he's going to go get it. You get a guy like David Njoku, if he actually is available, even if it's a rental, something like that would be absolutely nasty. Again, I'm not aware of his contract situation right now, so I'm not positive that's. I know there's a lot of mentions of him being on the trade block. Here's the other part of this thing. The other side of this thing for the where Texans need to go ahead and get active in the trade market now before the trade deadline hits. They've got some pieces, Ron. I mean, you look at acquiring E.J. Speed, a guy we just talked about, Christian Harris. I got to believe would be
like I said, I got to believe people are calling to figure that out.
I got to believe that people would be interested and that there's value there. Dameon Pierce. Now, I'm one that believes that it'd be hard to move Dameon Pierce in a trade by himself, but if you can package him up with somebody, I do think there are organizations out there that may have a depth issue in the running back room and see Dameon Pierce's value. One guy that I loved in training camp hasn't got a ton of run this year, Darrell Taylor. With Daniil Autry coming back, and Darrell Taylor not getting a hell of a lot of run, and the fact that you got what's the old head's name? What's the old head's name? It's Derek Barnett. Yeah. He's on the roster. Like, could you part ways with Darrell Taylor and bring somebody in? Get Danico Autry on the field, and are you better defensively if you move Darrell Taylor. Like there are pieces that the Texans have that I think would be awfully sexy to other teams that could help you bring in a higher caliber player. So, again, I don't know if any of this is going to happen. I just know what I'm watching on film right now with the Texans. It's going to be tough for this group, Ron, because what have we talked about in the past? You get to a certain point in the playoffs, and in the past, been Baltimore, but you run into a defense that is a solid defense, a solid to a great defense. And all of a sudden, they have the ability to suffocate you. They have the ability to take Nico away with multiple defenders, man everybody else up. You can't create separation. You have a hard time protecting the quarterback. Because the one thing that can derail what I've said all along about C.J. Stroud going out there and C.J. Stroud playing the way he's playing, the one thing that can derail that is if somebody's got defenders that they can come down, lock it up, take away the easy throws, and force him to hold it. And then you got problems, right? So there's going to come a time when the Texans, let's say they do get this season right, and they make a run, you better believe they're going to run into, damn sure in the playoffs, probably before it, they're going to run into several defenses where that defense has no problem buckling down and forcing CJ to hold the ball. And then it's going to come down to you have guys beyond Nico Collins that can separate. And I'm just going to tell you, I'm not comfortable going the long haul and gambling on anybody on this roster right now being a guy that can separate to that level. Again, one player in the last 25 games not named Nico Collins has gone for 100-plus yards, and that guy is Tank Dell, and he's not available.
And to the point that you made, like, with the exception of these last two defenses, the Titans, and really, to be honest with you, the Titans in a way did it for 3 quarters, but – it's been the Ravens and the Titans. Outside of that, all the teams this year have been able to do it. They've been able to tighten down. And like I said, the Titans did it for more stretches in that game than they didn't. So that adds to it is really the only team we haven't seen that's been able to suffocate you is the Ravens. Right. And they haven't been able to suffocate anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the question. What do you think? 713-572-4610. Do the Texans need to make a move? I think it's a need. I'm sure everybody out there would like for them to. What the hell? Why wouldn't you want to bring weapons in, make this thing more fun to watch, make it a little bit more explosive? Right now, boy, if you're going to check this thing down and you're going to death by 1,000 cuts, man, you need somebody that can maybe run after catch a bit, not named Nico Collins. And not that they're not here. They may be here. They may emerge. Jalen Noel may all of a sudden become a guy that's, 6, 7, 8 catches a damn game. We'll see. See how that goes. I do want to remind everybody before we get out of here, Buffalo Wild Wings.
That's right.
Buffalo Wild Wings Grill and Bar. Ritchie Road, baby. Ritchie Road up Springway. You know where it's at, up 45 near Spring. I don't know what the exact address is, but it's Ritchie Road, Buffalo Wild Wings location. Come hang out with us Thirsty Thursday. That is tomorrow and Football Friday. Not Boomerang Jack Tyler's, Boomer Jack's, baby. Boomer Jack's Grill.
Boomerang.
Yeah, you said boomerang in my ear. 1,110, 1110 Grand West Boulevard in Katy. Boomer Jack's. Come hang out with us. Thirsty Thursday, Football Friday. If you can make both, come on. If not, get to one. Hey, if you can't make either one of them, if that's not your side of town, hey, hit up a Buffalo Wild Wings. Hit up a Boomer Jack's. And have you for the drive, not on the drive, for the drive. Sorry.
Yeah, don't pour it on us.
Sorry.
By the way, that address tomorrow, because I had a tough time on Thursday, 15800 North Freeway, 15800 North Freeway. That is the address for tomorrow's Buffalo Wild Wings location. So come hang out with us, as Clint said. A little Thirsty Thursday. You know we ain't going to be empty-handed. Shout out to Bud Light and Buffalo Wild Wings as well. All right, coming up, before we get to our guy, Brandon Scott, Clint, this sounds like it may be the beginning of the end. Reports out here about Bill Belichick at North Carolina. Oh, God. Some guy named Ole is the one who busted things open. And this guy looks like he's under 30.
Wide open?
By the name of Ole. Yeah,
Ollie?
wide open.
You think it's Ole? Or you think it's Ollie?
I think it's Ole.
He looks like an oldie.
It looks like an oldie. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, I got to tell y'all about Twin Peaks now. Look, if you love watching live sports, there's no better place than Twin Peaks, and that's real talk. Now, you may catch a little costume party. You may catch a little lingerie party. I caught Tyler over at a couple of them before, you know what I mean? But the scenic views, either way, is calling your name. We're talking about playoff baseball, rocking and rolling.
Action Monday on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up here at 4:40, our guy Brandon Scott will join us for his Texans report. As I said, Clint, Ollie or Oli? Ollie, right, for The Guardian, and this Belichick situation is getting interesting. Per sources, Bill Belichick has discussed buyout options with North Carolina's hierarchy already. Belichick has signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can find a soft landing with another team or in media. Also, members of Belichick's coaching staff have already spoken to other schools that are expected to be in the college football playoffs about taking on roles during the postseason. From one coach, quote, "The rats are leaving the ship," quote. Some staffers believe a change will come within 2 weeks. More reports of serious recruiting violations remain under investigation at UNC. Recruiting and practice violations have already been proven by the school, according to multiple sources. Continuing using recruit violations to knock down a coach's buyout has become a standard practice. If Belichick cannot find a landing spot to trigger his own buyout, he is expected to accept a greatly reduced compromise rate. Belichick communicated with his staff in the past 2 weeks. His communication with the staff in the past 2 weeks has been described as weird and distant by multiple members of UNC's coaching staff. Multiple coaches were unable to get a hold of UNC's bye week. From one UNC defensive assistant, quote, "What we've done to these kids is effed up."
Applebee's has rats!
This looks like
does this surprise anybody?
This is coming to an end.
Does this surprise anybody? Not that he's failing miserably, but does this response surprise anybody?
This response, no. I'm a little surprised that
we're on to Duke.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that he's failing miserably this way.
As am I.
As a coach, from the football perspective, I know they're 2-3, but any time they played anybody worth a damn, they've just gotten their asses rolled.
Yep.
And it was, and you brought it up on Monday with weekends worse. It was a really bad look in the stadium, but no, man, this looks like this is coming to an end.
Yeah, it should. It should. They should get out of this thing as quickly as they possibly can, as cheaply as they possibly can, and move on. I've said it a million times. The worst thing you can do when you're in this kind of situation is to wallow in it. And I don't. The interesting thing about this is what has happened since Brady left Belichick. He has been an absolute mess show. It's been awful.
Made one playoff with Mac Jones, and outside of that,
yeah, before it all fell apart, right? And then we just stupid decision after stupid decision, and we watch people in the media because it's Belichick, like it's normal. Like some of the hiring a defensive defensive-minded head coach that gets fired as your offensive coordinator is a fireable offense, right? I mean, like that, and then when it bombs, you wonder why guys don't develop and guys you can't win games. Like that whole thing. Since Brady has left, Belichick has been a joke. And this is just the most recent one. Now this is the worst example, and I cannot wait to see how national media treats this with Belichick. I mean, you can't. This dude ain't been bought in. I mean, he ain't been bought in. He ain't been Bill Belichick since he got there. I know you and I, we talked about the girlfriend thing and how people kind of targeted that and all that. But Bill Belichick has always been a guy that no distractions, nowhere. Even if it is unfair, and it's pictures of something that's a relationship that's nobody's business, even if it is unfair. Like Bill Belichick was a guy that would always, hey, put a stop to it. We ain't going to be in the camera. We're not going to be in the public eye. We're not whatever, put a stop to it. And it just seems like he has just aborted all of his, what made him great at New England, and now it's just whatever. And then when going gets tough, you quit. When going gets tough, you cancel the Hulu documentary that was being recorded.
What was the first part?
Yeah, man.
That happened earlier this week, and now it looks like he's going to be out. And to your point, he is like, sometimes you hear about legacies and people talk about legacies. His is really taking a hit. I mean, how long ago was it? View him that way anymore. But how long was it that he was the unquestioned best coach of all time? It was.
Oh, I still think he had when he left New England. I still think there's a lot of people that felt that way, just simply because they're trophy chasers.
Yeah, but now like the way this thing is run, I don't think people even gonna think twice about giving him that status. Yeah, he won 6 Super Bowls, but this is like I think a point you also made is like the who gets the most credit thing. That Brady Belichick thing. I mean, it just continues to move to Brady every single day. It seems
right.
like.
Well, if Trent Dilfer would have went out there and won five Super Bowls with the Baltimore Ravens, we wouldn't be talking about how great Trent Dilfer was.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's some. Obviously, he's a coach, and obviously there's a defensive mind. Their defense was great, and but look, I heard somebody earlier talking about this is just a blip on the radar. It won't mean anything. Everybody will forget about it in the future. I guess I didn't know this, which makes the point. I didn't know that Bill Walsh coached at Stanford, I believe, after San Francisco, and apparently bombed there. I didn't know that, and nobody. But I think we live in a different world today than that.
Yeah.
Like I think the amount of people that are going to find this interesting and talk about this and make note of this.
We got more details about your failures too.
Yeah. And it seems like you've been.
And now
he's
done
a bunch of kids bad.
He's done, right? Like nobody, and obviously he's, how old is Bill? 73, 74, whatever he is. Like after everything that happened to him, wouldn't hire him, right? That was why he had to go to North Carolina. Would not hire him, and then this is blowing up in the face. Like his best bet is to go on with Peyton or somebody to do some TV stuff, because they're like any kind of organization. University, nobody's going. I think he's done.
Yeah, I think he's done head coaching and done coaching. Yes, but the way they pay these consultants and stuff nowadays, there's a lot of folks that he hired that won a lot of games. Matt Patricia's going to be a head coach in college before you know it. He's a hell of a defensive coordinator right now at Ohio State.
You think somebody'd say, "Hey, man, I need a favor"?
We got a guy here in Houston that probably thinks pretty highly of him.
Don't even pull that he come over as a consultant.
Oh yeah. I'm not talking about coaching. I'm talking about
as a consultant. Like he come no.
Oh yeah.
Nah.
Look, you think he's a guy that's going to not be involved in the game?
Oh he's just going to be. I think
How
it's
old
got
is
to be
Bill?
It's got to be a media side.
How old is Bill?
He's got to be 70. Let's see, 73.
I mean, Bill got 5 years left if
he's 73. Yeah.
Bill got 5 years left if he gets out of football. If he's not in media
like on
or
the
some
earth?
kind. Yes.
Oh,
he'll paterno this thing.
Well, yeah. Joe's heart was. Joe was. Yeah, Joe was a little bit more than poor coaching, but yeah. I don't know, man. I think because he's actually been pretty good with Peyton and them and doing the TV stuff.
Yeah, it is interesting.
So
yeah.
I think that's what but nobody wants to get in the business. He was pretty good at coaching, but I don't think anybody wants
left back here.
I think so. I don't think anybody wants to get into the Bill Belichick business anymore.
Ronnie's wings, Ronnie's ribs, not wings. Ronnie's ribs. You had them yet, Tyler?
I have not.
Yeah, well, I'm probably going to. You better hope there's a few extra back here because I'm going to eat whatever's there.
Text line, by the way, said maybe send his ass to Arkansas.
No, I'm good. I'm all set.
Nobody wants to go there. Just kidding.
Unnecessary. Paramount Plus.
Not talking about Austin.
Football on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can't always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS at Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Coming up next, Brandon Scott, he will join us. We'll get his Texans report. That's next.
All right, y'all. Every day I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light, the old silver bullet, the old wolf killer. You know what I'm talking about, baby. The cold beer that has the little mountains inside of every can, bottle, or
Insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. It's Wednesday. Even on the bye week, we have our guy B. Scott. He's in the building as the Texans are now 2-3 after that ass kicking they put down on the Ravens. Bye week, then they have Monday Night Football coming up against a good Seattle Seahawks team. And I guess I'll start here with you. What in the last two games? 70-10 is the Texans' score with their opponents. What did you learn? You think you've learned now the last two games about the Texans?
So part of what I learned was just confirmation. I knew that this was a really good defense, and they have only confirmed that over the last couple of weeks. What I learned that was new is the Texans might have an offense. Like, this offense might be cooking with grease now.
You said might, huh?
Now, it's still a might because we haven't seen enough of it. And look, I'm not blaming them for their opponents. I don't want them to change the schedule or change the circumstance and make the Titans be better and make the Ravens be healthy. Like, they can't do these things. Like, they got to deal with the schedule that's in front of them. With that being said, it was against a Titans team that nobody thinks is any good and has shown it's not really any good. And then a Ravens team that, look, their defense wasn't good when their guys were healthy. They certainly weren't going to be good against the Texans. And it was, for me, why I thought going into the game they had no excuse not to perform. Now, I didn't know they was going to put up no 40 burger or nothing like that, but I didn't feel like they had any excuses not to perform against that version of the Ravens defense. And I'll be damned if they didn't go out there and handle business. So what I learned is they've made progress. They've shown some signs that are encouraging about the offense in terms of the play calling, the sequencing of the plays, how they're using guys, who they're involving in the game. I've been making this point all week. Like, you know, we went in after the first couple of games complaining about them not getting Nico Collins involved enough, and the fact that they didn't have enough. Seem to have found the best of both worlds, at least in these last couple of games, where they're feeding Nico Collins appropriately, but they're also distributing the ball to other guys and getting other guys involved. So, dare I say, it looks like a competent offense.
Yeah, it looks. This is what I would have liked to have happened. I know it's crazy to say it, but what you would like to have happened in the preseason, right? Is you got a team that needs to win more than 10 games, go beyond the second round of the playoffs. Let's get all of these what they've had to flush out over the first 3 weeks of football. I don't know how to flushed it out in the preseason, but here we sit, and I feel like the last two games have been somewhat preseason-like, and now all of a sudden you're fixing to go play Seattle, who looks to be a real contender this year, and see if what you put on tape works against a better football team.
Yeah, and one of the things specifically about the offense that really has me encouraged on their behalf is, look, we talk a lot about, and did talk a lot in the first couple of weeks about the penalties. And I think it goes without saying that you don't want penalties. It's in the name. You get penalized. Like, it's obviously a negative thing. But what I didn't like and have not liked about this offense or about the narrative, I should say, is the excuse making for the penalties. Like, oh, we got penalties that killed a drive. We got some penalties. We had some false starts. We had some issues. Now the whole operation is upside down. I get how that puts you behind, but I want to see how good you are. Can you overcome those mistakes? Because you're going to have these mishaps throughout the course of a game. Now, you prefer not to have 8, 10 penalties or whatever it is. Prefer to have 2 to 4, something like that. But early in this game, you can look at it where they have that penalty on the field goal drive, their first field. So not their first drive, but their second drive, their first field goal drive. And look, they ran 10 plays. 8 of them were pretty good plays. Now, they had the penalty, and then they gave up the sack to Kyle Van Noy when it was a blown blocking assignment or whatever it was. But it was off the strength of that drive overall that they were able to salvage that drive and have a 50-yard field goal. The next drive, where they find Nico Collins in the end zone, they get that Dalton Schultz penalty earlier in the drive. And look, a couple of weeks ago, it seemed like that would have buried him. But no, they're still moving the ball. They still got confidence in their plays. And then what do you know? Third down, C.J. Stroud's able to find Nico Collins. I say all that to say in the end zone. I say all that to say it looks like an offense that not only is finding its way in terms of play calling, but even is showing a little bit of explosiveness, a little bit of spiciness to where they can overcome a bad play or two and still not be dead in the water.
Yeah, Brandon Scott joining us, Texans Report. And we've talked about this a bit today. Like, this isn't just about the teams they played. They've actually there've been quite a bit of change in the last 2 weeks with the team, from players to looks like the way they're running offense, the way they're doing things. From C.J. Gardner-Johnson to Cam Rupp, they've not only had advantageous opponents, but they've made some changes as well that I think now we're going to see a little bit more when we get this stretch of games against better opponents. But I think the changes they've made have something to do with also
I think it's a coincidence that the communication is a lot better on defense and that you see a lot fewer of some of these communication gaps that they were having before. I don't think it's a coincidence that the offensive line, now that it's had a couple of weeks to be fully healthy, they put in Drew Scruggs, who was not spectacular by any means, but that seems to be having them in a little bit more of an offensive rhythm. Yeah, man, look, the way I look at it is like they lost a couple of close games to some really good teams and did not play their best ball. The big blemish on the season so far for me is losing that game at Jacksonville when Jacksonville tried to give you the game. Now, it looks like they might be a better football team than they showed on that particular day, but if we're just going to isolate it to that particular day, the Texans should have won that game. Hell, any football team should have won that game because it didn't seem like Jacksonville had any interest in winning it, and you gave it to them anyway, or you didn't go out there and take it. So outside of that, I feel like I've seen some good and some not so bad, not so terrible, and we got to be real. They're now a different team, at least on the defensive side, a little bit of a different team than they were the first couple of weeks of the season.
That's a really good point about the Texans and their. I mean, I guess the fact that through this, we talked about it yesterday, through this 2-game stand, you could have been like, to hell with it. We just need to feel some success, man. Go bombs away. Go hold the football and throw it deep. And to your point of through this thing, they've changed some players. They've changed some scheme. And their quarterback has committed to a different looking brand of quarterback, right? And so in a time when you could have just been like, to hell with the system, and I'm finna bomb. I'm finna go get mine. You know what I mean? It looks like guys have bought in more. It looks like guys have committed more. And to your point, that is a plus when we start digging into, well, boy, are we going to see this on Monday night against Seattle?
And if you want any evidence of what you're saying right there, look no further than the run game. Like the offensive line doing a pretty good job in the run game, but the way as a unit, as an overall unit, they're kind of getting after it in the run game. I think in a way that wasn't. I don't feel like they did it like this last year. And
Dalton Schultz damn sure did.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz, the addition of the rookie Higgins, that's and obviously he's a bigger body receiver, but he gets after it in the run game. Of course, Jalen Knowles, a smaller dude, but lifts like a linebacker. So you got some guys that are going out there and getting after it in the run game. The thing that I'm really looking out to see, and the question that I'm still trying to answer, that I'm asking, that I'm still trying to answer and don't have the answer to yet, in terms of whether they're a good football team. Like, they're 2-3, so just by record they're not. But are they, or can they actually be a good football team, is when they start winning some of these close games. Like, the one thing to point out about the last couple of games, and you like it, you kind of prefer it to be a blowout, but they have been blowouts. When they've played in the close games, they have lost them. And to me, the good teams are the ones that either find a way to win the close games, or in that Jacksonville case, because they wasn't no good team in winning that close game, find a way not to lose the close game, So, to me, the Rams, the Bucks go out and win the close game, good teams. The Texans go out and lose the close game, not an indication of a good team. Will they start doing that? Will we see it start with the Monday Night Football game against Seattle? At some point, they're going to play another close game. It's bound to happen. And what side of the ledger do they fall on when it comes time to show it?
Real quick, how you feel about their chances of getting back in it in terms of the AFC South, the division?
That I'm worried about. I'm glad you asked me that because I've been looking and doing the math and trying to just configure it all in my head. Look, they're not going to – it's not like they're going to sweep their non-division opponents, but it's not like you can take for granted that they're just going to sweep the division going the rest of the way. And so where's the catch-up going to happen? Who's going to step up? Who's going to fall off? Like in terms of the Texans, like are they going to catch fire? And is Indy and Jacksonville going to come back down to earth at some point? Or are we going to have some kind of meeting of the middle? I'm not exactly sure. The way I sit here, or from where I sit here right now, I feel like, hey, you can't afford to lose that next Jacksonville game, obviously, because you already lost to them once. Can't lose to Tennessee because that's crazy.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you got 2 games against Indianapolis that feel like, again, from where we sit right now, feel like gotta have it games on the back end of the season.
Yeah, especially if you're going to try to win this division.
Yeah.
All right, B. Scott, we appreciate you. Catch him on Friday as he'll be on In the Loop. He's with us each and every Wednesday at 4:40.
All 4 hours on Friday at that.
All 4 hours.
Tomorrow and Friday, all 4 hours on In the Loop in with Luke Morrow. So y'all check us out.
All right. We'll have Brandon Scott again every single Wednesday with us at 4:40. Coming up a little 5 o'clock fire as we continue. Congrats are in order for C.J. Stroud and Brian Stefanski. He said, hold up now. Hold up. I know we traded Joe Flacco, but it ain't done yet. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next.
All right, let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution on the market. Their simple one-day
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The top-ranked show in the city. We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the plays. This is The Drive. If you missed it now and you're coming in and expecting to get your best bets, you got one that you can go after. There is one bet with the Blue Jays and the Yankees, and to be honest with you, Tyler is rolling right now, folks. Yeah, the
5 o'clock fire is hot.
How many innings? They played 2 innings or 2 or 3 innings, and the Cubs, you already didn't hit.
First inning of the Cubs-Brewers game, we have hit 2 of our 5 best bets, people.
Yeah,
let's go.
I was about to say, you've had a run there already.
Did you get my bets in? I was gonna piggyback them on.
I would have, bro.
No, I told you I came in there at a break and I thought you put them in for me.
I must not have been paying attention, man. That's my bad. I'm sorry.
I tell you what, man, taking money out of my pocket.
I'm certain
you sorry son.
Just those 2, just the 2 that have already hit. I know I bet on those 2.
I bet on. I actually, and honestly, I did too. I bet on.
He said, and honestly, I did too.
In all honesty, I did. I bet on.
Is that my boy Ron?
Boys, I sure did.
That is great.
But no, man. So you're a little late. You get that Blue Jays Yankees +1, and you get the Dodgers Phillies. They play a little bit later, +1.5. So there are 2 bets that you can still have time to place if you're rolling with our guy Tyler Milner on T Mill's Best Bets. All right, Clint, let's start here. 5 o'clock fire. Congratulations, Houston Texans quarterback for the 3rd time in his career named C.J. Stroud the AFC Offensive Player of the Week with his performance against the Ravens. 23 of 27 puts him just a shade over 85% completion percentage. 244 passing yards. He had 30 rushing yards as well. 4 touchdowns, passer rating of 143.9. Clint, this is one of the best games he's played all year. And even though the opponent stunk, the Ravens stink so bad, this is the 2nd straight week that the quarterback the Ravens has played has become the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. But I do think him getting some confidence, as we heard from Cecil Shorts earlier, him being able to see the offense be able to work, as you said, man, they couldn't get nothing done during training camp with the way that Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter were dominating. He's got to see the best that the offense could run the last 5 quarters, and I do think this will, and the competition they played, even though they're rough, I think the confidence he got out of the last 2 weeks will be huge for him.
Look, I think the Baltimore Ravens game was a valuable experience for everybody. Nick Cacerio, C.J. Stroud, everybody all the way down. The experience, the reps, they were all extremely valuable and much needed. But when it comes down to this AFC Offensive Player of the Week, I mean, it's much deserved. I'll take my Texans hat off and just put my quarterback hat on. When you go out and you complete 85% of your passes and you throw 4 touchdowns, it's going to be hard for anybody in the NFL to even compete with that level of a performance. I mean, that combination is wild. And so, look, he deserves to be the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. The opponent is you're going to play trash opponents throughout a 17-game season. What do you do against those opponents? Do you get better? Do you put your foot on their throat like you're supposed to? His team, C.J. Stroud's squad, the offensive unit did just that, and he performed, damn near, flawlessly. And so, well done, much deserved AFC Offensive Player of the Week, C.J. Stroud. Would you say it was his 3rd time?
3rd time.
Man.
And we talked about it, Clint. I think clearly and I'm glad you brought in Nick Cacerio as well, but they've clearly found something in the last 2 games. Right, and yes, a lot of their points, they got 20 in that 4th quarter, but as we've talked about on this show the last 2 weeks, there was more there was more than that. Like there was improved play even in the three quarters where they only scored 6 points against the Titans. There was some misses there where it could have been more, but clearly we're seeing a level of confidence jump up with these guys that I think we'll potentially see a different C.J. Stroud than we've seen the first three games. He was skittish. He didn't seem like he really believed in throws. And I do think even though a poor opponent, that can help him against Seattle these last 2 weeks, the level of confidence against the Jags, against the Niners, against the Broncos.
Yeah, look, there is no doubt about it. C.J. Stroud is in a much better place right now than he was 2 weeks ago. There's a much better place right now than when he walked past me at training camp, and I could tell there's something not right with C.J. Stroud. It was a rough, I would call it probably 2 months. Training camp in the first 3 weeks of the season, it was rough, and C.J. was frustrated. C.J. wears it on his face. C.J.'s not one of these quarterbacks that's experienced with pelts on the wall that is just even kill and the RELAX, relax everybody. He's not that guy. He wears it on his face, as well he should be. He's the second offensive coordinator, a retooled offensive line, the targets, the wide receivers that have come and gone. It's been a bit of a circus, and so rightfully so. CJ has struggled to find that level of consistency that you hope to after that great first year, and so there's no doubt about it though, Ron. Those 2 games that CJ Stroud just played were as important and as needed as any 2 games I've ever seen a quarterback have. He needed that.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a little bit of development from a story yesterday. We saw that the Browns traded who was their starting quarterback to start the season, Joe Flacco. And by the way, on that, it's been reported already. Zach Taylor's come to the media today. It's Wednesday. He just got there. The trade happened yesterday. They're starting him against the Packers.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Flacco is starting against the Packers already. So that part, that decision has been made as he'll be with the team days before he makes his first start in an important game for them. But from the Browns' perspective, Kevin Stefanski, the head coach, said he would let the week play out before he decides who quarterback 2 is. A lot of people had just assumed that Shedeur Sanders will move up. Bailey Zappi is also on the practice squad. According to reports, Cleveland traded Flacco and a 2026 sixth-round pick to Cincinnati on Tuesday in exchange for a 2026 fifth-round pick, leaving Sanders and fellow rookie Dylan Gabriel as the only quarterbacks on the active roster. However, Stefanski said he would let the week play out and make a decision later when he was asked about quarterback 2 role.
I mean, look, it's interesting. Now, I don't know. Now, I understand where you may want to have the more experienced guy as your backup versus another rookie that hasn't played much. Bailey Zappi has played more football than these 2 guys combined at the pro level, so I do understand that. But the whole need to announce it or not announce it, not just say, yeah, we're going to go with Bailey Zappi, the veteran, more of a veteran, because of the experience. Let's move on from it. Leaving it out there seems like this is going to just turn into another Shedeur Sanders, attention. Not him, but just another Shedeur Sanders attention that he doesn't need type of deal. People are going to run with it. But Joe Flacco starting for Cincinnati doesn't surprise me one bit. It's why you make a move for Joe Flacco. You don't learn the offense. I mean, there's got to be some level of crossover on the offense. He probably already knows most of it. I think the bigger question with Cincinnati is I just looked up and somebody was videoing him either coming to practice or from practice. It looked like to practice, and they have to cross traffic on a road to get to practice.
Mike Brown, man, he ain't gonna pave the way now.
I mean, don't you think that's be
like
kind of
golf cart? Huh?
What would you do if you was just rolling? Well, they had a cop out there that was stopping it, and he was walking with a coach. I mean, just casually walking in a crosswalk. I mean, it just seems like wouldn't that be something if you could head up Kirby right here and right at the right time you may ease up and CJ traffic may be stopped so CJ Stroud can walk across right in front of you. That's the damnedest thing to me. NFL franchise worth billions of dollars, and your ass got to walk across the street to practice. I mean, I guess there ain't nothing wrong with it, but it seems like we throw a little bridge across that thing or something.
something that you don't have to stop traffic every day. I bet there's people there they're running to that every day. They probably hate the
infrastructure. In today's world, I don't want to give anybody any ideas, but in today's world, hell.
Just a little civil engineering. That's all we're asking for, man.
Yeah, man. Keep me out the streets, man.
Mike
I didn't need no help back in the day.
Let me tell you what, Clint. If Dylan Gabriel has to come out of the game and Bailey Zappi gets in that game before Shadir Sanders.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I mean that. Kevin, because Bailey Zappi been over there on the if Dylan Gabriel has to come out of that game and they roll Bailey Zappi in there. Hey, my man last week named Joe Flacco the backup quick. This week, hey, man, I ain't got it. You see what they asked Deion about it?
What'd he say?
He said, man, I don't give two licks about what's going on in Cincinnati. He said, I love Shador. He said, but I'm coaching. You mean? He's in Cleveland, I mean. He said, but I'm coaching my own. I got my own team to worry about here, the Colorado Buffaloes. I don't care about anything that they're doing over there except for I believe he said the mess.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
I don't care about the mess they got going on over there. I love Shador, but I'm dealing with my own thing.
Mr. O'Shaughnessy, my second favorite civil engineer.
I know he's dealing with some health concerns. He'll find his way to that damn Cleveland. He'll find his way to Cleveland if Dylan Gabriel comes out of that game and Bailey Zappi, who's been has been on the practice squad, gets in that bad boy before he does.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, 5 o'clock fire. The baseball playoffs are rolling, and let's start with today's action. I know Tyler is he's saying he's boycotting. I know he's saying he's boycotting these baseball games. I believe Tyler's been watching these games. I don't think that is.
I honest to God watched for the very first time last night the end of that Yankees game.
You just have too much money on the table. I just believe to just be not taking a peek. I really don't. Already here, we've had a chance for several teams to move on to the championship series. And the first chance was the Seattle Mariners, and they led 3-0 in this game, and they were rolling in the fifth, and then the Tigers just went off, and they scored 9 runs to close out that game. So we have a Game 5 going back to Seattle later on this week. And then the Cubs, they are looking to stay alive as they are playing the Brewers. They are down 2-0 in this series. They lead 4-1. If you're wondering, I just watched Kyle Tucker ground out to second base. So that is the latest there.
How's the shin look?
It looks good, man. Looks good and strong. It really does, and happy for him. Phillies and Dodgers get going later on. But the Yankees, they look like they were good and dead. Tyler was probably feeling good. It was 6-1 in this game. And then Aaron Judge, who has been fairly criticized greatly about his struggles in the postseason. That was not for this postseason run, and particularly last night. They got the game to 6-3, and he hit a towering home run off the foul pole, or as someone yelled, fair pole, last night to tie the game. And then Jazz Chisholm they were able to take the lead with a solo blast. They ended up winning 9-6. Here was the final call. The final call from last night that I'm sure gave Tyler some real anger and headed towards the whiskey.
Diving stop by the Yankees have life.
They have life. You're gonna hate watch this thing tonight.
Oh, they're going home today, so I'm gonna watch it.
You're gonna hate watch this thing tonight.
And I got money, but I'm gonna watch it just to watch them cry, watch them celebrate and go hard last night, and hip hip hooray for nothing.
They got that guy pitching tonight that you got to really take your time with his name. Is
Kikuchi?
No, it's what is it?
That one for some reason comes out smooth, Tyler.
I don't even want to say it. I gotta really look at it because you can S-bomb that kid's name real easy. The Schlitzler.
Oh,
Schlitzler.
yeah, Cam Schlitzler.
Schlitzler.
Can't help but spit when you say it.
Schlitzler.
Nope. Got to dump again.
Schlitzler.
Schlit.
I'm working this dump button right now. It's too close.
I think that counts. So
We're talking about young Cam, not a pooper.
No, I didn't. It's.
I think you're fine.
Yeah, Cam Schlitzler. Yeah, that one you got.
You ain't the one to lose your job.
I think he's all right, man. It's a name, man.
It's his name. You can't help his name.
Hope I'm here for Thirsty Thursday tomorrow.
Can't help that young man's name. It's Schlitzler.
That dang dump button just been blinking for 10 minutes.
I never hit it that many times in a row.
No, hey, I know we talk about this, and every company tries to find their own. And this only happens to me with Ernie, Kenny, Charles, and Shaq. I mean, I found myself a cool 45 minutes on the post-game show with them idiots last night. I don't know what David Ortiz is going to say or do. And I look over and I'm looking at Derek the entire time just thinking, God, like he's annoyed and embarrassed for Dave. And then there's A-Rod just being A-Rod. I mean, them three cats, they have me reeled in. They have me dying over there. And they are some food. Them boys said it's about as free as me, baby. And I don't know what Ortiz is, what he's talking about half the time, but them jokers are entertaining as hell. It is just so funny to watch just non-genuine A-Rod just sit up there and try to really run with those two. He is hilarious. Yeah. So here we go, Yankees. Try to hang in there. Try to hang in there. I enjoyed to see Aaron Judge. I know you hate this. I love the greatness. I enjoyed to see him have a moment and come through in the clutch.
I will love it tonight because, like I said, it'll be a big letdown. It'll be that emotional high going to a very, very emotional low. It'll be worth it.
Yeah. We'll see. All right. Herds. If you missed it, Nick Cacerio, he spoke to our guys and talked about one of his leaders in the growth, Titus Howard. Man, he has been, I think, more than I thought he would be, and I think many others as well. You hear what Nick had to say. We'll talk about him coming up next.
All right.
inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Remember, come hang out with us tomorrow. It is a Thirsty Thursday, and we will be live Buffalo Wild Wings, Ritchie Road, 15800. That is the address, 15800 North Freeway in Houston. That is the address of the Buffalo Wild Wings Thirsty Thursday. That is where we will be tomorrow. Shout out to Bud Light. Buffalo Wild will be prizes for you to have the opportunity to win. There will be great food for you to partake in, great drinks for you to partake in, and just good fun as we like to get together and have a good time and fellowship together. You can hang out with us for a little bit. We'll be there from 2 to 6. Come hang out with us on a little Thirsty Thursday ahead of a big NFC East battle between the Eagles and the Giants. That is tomorrow. All right, another thing that I would urge you to go check out, Payne and Pendergast this morning. They were on, and they were joined by the general manager, Nick Cacerio. He was on with them in the 7 o'clock hour, 7:30 to be exact. Go ahead and check that entire interview. But one thing that he did speak about, and that was Titus Howard. Titus Howard, who is, I believe, been their best offensive lineman. I know Ed is having some really good numbers, but Titus Howard, to me, has been clearly their best offensive lineman. Here is the opinion of what he has done by the general manager, Nick Cacerio.
Titus has worked really hard. He's got a good attitude. He's played a lot of football. We've asked him to do a number of things, through the years, fairly or unfairly, but he's handled everything very professionally, and he's done whatever the team has asked him to do. So they have nothing but respect and appreciation for that type of mindset and attitude. Relative to leadership and his presence in the room, he's probably got as much experience playing as anybody in that room. Probably him and Lakin have the most experience playing football. Tyson's got a good playing style. He's physical. He's improved. He works hard at it, and he's played good football. So anytime that you can put good football on tape, that really speaks more than anything else. But Titus has done a really good job for us. Even going back to week one, we decided, okay, the best thing for us that week is to bump him inside because Ed wasn't available, and then we ended up playing, Cam at left tackle and putting Ursary over there at right tackle, and it really didn't blink an eye. So was it the best thing for him? Maybe not, but in the end, that was the right thing, for us because we felt that was our best opportunity to potentially win. So Titus has done a really good job. He's played good football, and I think if he can continue to play, at this level, it's going to help not only him but the team's performance overall as well.
I love it, Nick. Nick just refers to him as Ed as well. He's a one-name person. He's just Ed, Big Ed. Oh, Ed. It's hard for me to go Ed Ingram all the way. It's just Big Ed. Has Titus Howard, not Ed, has Titus Howard exceeded your expectations? Has he been better than you expected him to be in all fronts with his role?
No, not at all. I've always been higher on Titus Howard than expected. I'll be honest. I expect him to, assuming he can stay healthy, and assuming they play him at right tackle, I expect Titus Howard to play a high level right tackle. I expect Titus Howard, I don't know if it's fair to expect a Pro Bowl, but I expect him to be in the consideration if he can stay healthy at that right tackle position. So, I think this is a monster year for him. This is a contract year for him. His 3-year, $56 million extension that he signed in 2023 before the season started is up this year. And staying healthy, playing tackle, are two big, I think, pieces of the puzzle, if you will, And he's doing those things right now the best that he can. I also think, Ron, this is a year with this offensive line in particular where the Texans can afford to pay a veteran somewhere along the way, a big money veteran along the way. And if Titus Howard can take over the offensive line room, this is where I may not have given Titus Howard the credit that maybe I should have. Maybe I was wrong. But if Titus Howard can take over this offensive line room and become the tip of the spear, the guy that kind of molds this group into what Nick Cacerio just said, a more physical group, a more cerebral group, a tighter group with better chemistry. They go about their business a little different way. If Titus can become the tip of that spear, then I think the value of re-signing Titus Howard goes through the roof as well. So, right now I think there's an opportunity in that room, and it sounds like Titus Howard, both on the field and off the field, is taking advantage of the opportunity in a big way.
Yeah, he's exceeded mine. He's played better, especially with all the movement that he's had to make. Right, he came in thinking, all right, I'm gonna be the right. He came in thinking I'm gonna be the right guard. Man, you gonna be the right tackle. And then right before the first game of the season started, nah, baby, you're going to slide right back in there and play that right guard. Now we're going to bring you back out and play right tackle.
Snip, snap, snip, snap.
Yeah, just back and forth. And I think he's played to a Pro Bowl level. I don't know if I had that expectation. I hoped he'd be above average, but I think he's played thus far to a Pro Bowl level. Now I would hold short to what CJ said, that he said an All-Pro level after the game on Sunday. I don't know that I would get with that, but listen, he's been 33rd. PFF ranks him 33rd out of 71 tackles. I think he feels like he's been better than that, especially with everything around him, and some of the movement there. And then to the point you made, I definitely didn't think like he would just take the mantle and lead this offensive line in that space. He's one of the he should be one of the captains. It feels like he's taken that part of his game up to a whole nother level. And the getting paid thing, Titus Howard is getting paid. He's gonna get a third contract. And I know for some that might hit you wrong. I think the Texans may be out of the business of, hey, we got above average offensive linemen, and we're going to take a chance on moving on from those guys that have the attitude we want, that have shown we're going to move from those guys to try to start over. No, I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens with Blake Fisher, and this is going to be a situation, Clint, where Titus Howard moves on and Blake Fisher's starting. And their plan is, all right, we're ready to move on from Titus Howard and put Blake Fisher there. No, I think Titus Howard is most definitely getting paid and going to be here for another several years and get his third contract with the Texans.
Yeah, look, I think it'd be awfully difficult to move on from Titus Howard. Now, assuming that this offensive line doesn't just implode, right? I mean, I think, and assuming it doesn't implode at the right tackle position, I think it's
fair. Yeah, if it continues this way.
You've got a lot of youth, which means cheaper offensive linemen. Really, everybody at this point that's playing not named Titus Howard. So, I don't know that this team would want to part ways with him and start completely over with so much youth that's on this offensive line. So, again, the opportunity's there for Titus Howard. If he can stay healthy, I got to believe that he signs a big deal and is a Houston Texan for the foreseeable future.
This is a good thing, right? It's not this to me isn't it like oh hell, they just got nobody else and he's not really that good, but they just no, is he Penei Sewell? No, I don't think he's the best tackle in the game, but he's an above average tackle that's playing even better than that right now, yep. and I think you got to go ahead and make that happen. All right, coming up as we continue, D'Amico Ryans, one thing that he has done, it's not just the opponent, some things to really create the last 2 weeks going into the bye week, what the Texans have been able to do. We'll tell you what those buttons are that he's pushed correctly coming up next.
All right, imagine selling your home in under a week, right? You put your house on the market, boom, in under a week it's gone. Even in today's market, it's possible, y'all.
Yo.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, not to get on your nerves, but I want to make sure you understand you have a good time with us tomorrow. Come on out, Buffalo Wild Wings, Ritchie Road, North Freeway, 15800 North Freeway is the address here in Houston. Come hang out with us tomorrow. It will be a beautiful time. It will be a good time. Prizes, good people, good drinks, good food. Buffalo Wild Wings, Bud Light, the Bud Light girls, they'll come out there and take care of you as well. So come on out and have a good time. It's always a really, really good time on Thursday. So come hang out with us tomorrow. Remember, coming up for us, we get done here. T-Mill, by the way, T-Mill's best bet. Did them early in the 3 o'clock hour because some of these games have already started. And have you hit some of these already?
Hit 2 of our 5 best bets in the very first inning of that game, son.
Hit 2 of our 5. All right. And by the way, still got 2 on. Go ahead to @T-Mill Real Deal to check out those ones you've missed. Blue Jays plus 1.5 on the Yankees, and then the Phillies plus 1.5 on the Dodgers. So those are 2 that you could still make some plans to put a little cash down. He is rolling hot today. 2 already hit. So you can do that. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, the Hall of Famer, John McClain will join the fellas, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. And then after that, 8 to midnight, as usual, Area 45 will take over. You can tune in to our guy Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, and Sean Bijani as they will hold things down. So stay tuned for that. All right, Clint, we got to give some credit to D'Amico Ryans. And listen, he's the one who makes a lot of the decisions, if not all the decisions, when it comes to his football team, as he says. I think
it's my decision.
There it is. I think Nick Cacerio is in this as well in some of these moves. But to go along with being able to draw, the Baltimore Ravens in the state that they're in, to be able to get the Tennessee Titans, as our guy Andre Ware said, I'm so glad the Tennessee Titans are the team we're playing this week. Coming off being 0-3, even though they got those opponents, Clint, there have been some adjustments and moves made and buttons pushed, Clint, that I would assume that D'Amico Ryan in those decisions. They have pushed the right buttons here of late to go along with these new opponents, or these opponents they played.
Yeah, look, I don't think there's any doubt about it at this point in time. Sitting at 2-3, you'd rather not have started out 0-3, obviously, but at that point in time, I think they were sitting at 0-3. You're at a fork in the road. Do you go the way of 0-5 or 1-4, and the wheels come off, and all of a sudden you're looking at a top 10 draft pick next year, or do you right the ship and get some things moving in the right direction? And they've got some things moving in the right direction. To your point, a lot of that had to do with the opponents that they ran into, but through the 2 games where they were playing lesser opponents, they could have played down to their opponent, and they didn't do it. They played up to their standard, right? That number one. And so I think D'Amico Ryans has pushed the right buttons along the way. Obviously getting that accomplished, but you look at some of the stuff that you can actually see, touch, and feel as a fan. He handed over the defensive play call and the defense coordinator duties to Matt Burke 2 weeks ago. Right,
that had to be hard. I would imagine. But it had to be hard for selfish reasons. But I think there's no doubt about it. What needed to happen was he clearly needed to spend more time with the offense, and I think that's why this is important. There's a sense of urgency to get the offense right. All right, and I think with that being said, I think D'Amico Ryans, through his audio in which he shared with us multiple times, I think it was very clear that D'Amico knew exactly what he wanted this offense to look like. He knew exactly what he wanted his quarterback to play like. He knew exactly what he wanted
his offensive game to look like, and that was precisely what we watched unfold. What I believe for more than just the fourth quarter of the Tennessee game, I think it was more the all four quarters. The scoreboard will tell you that it was the 20-point explosion in the fourth quarter, but nonetheless, that fourth quarter and the Baltimore Ravens game is exactly what you want. He wanted and we wanted this offense to look like, and so the right buttons were pushed there, and I think he's monitored the offense more closely over the last couple of weeks. So you're just not going to be able to tell me that he didn't have a lot to do with this offense coming together. And then I think, look, on staying on the offensive side of the ball, the rotation at left guard, Ron, while I would rather it have not, the competition, if you will, had not rolled over into games on Sunday, I'd rather that have been decided earlier on.
Seemed like it started after a couple of games, too.
Yeah. So you know, Lake and Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs were rolling there, and back they were in and out. Well, Juice Scruggs won the competition. Juice Scruggs is playing better football. He's younger. He's got a higher ceiling. He gives you a better offense. If he's the better one, he gives you a better five-man unit, and you know, he pushed the right buttons there because it looks like Juice Scruggs is playing. You flip over to the defensive side of the football, and you know the decision to shake loose of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, CJ, and not even look for a trade, just eat $7 million worth of salary right there.
He said, "I know what's best for my team."
Yeah, no, look, and it must have been bad because you didn't even try to trade him. You just paid him $7 million, told him to kick rock. Nonetheless, I don't care about the money. I care about the product on the field. And MJ Stewart, he told us then, MJ's not filling in for anybody. He's their starting safety, and I think last week he stood out in a big way. I think you look at EJ Speed at the linebacker position. Took him a couple of games, but he's in the mix more than Toa, it seems like, the last couple of weeks. You look at the D-line. They started out with Tommy Togiai on the inactive, I believe.
After loving what he did in training camp, which was interesting.
And but you get the ball ran down your throat versus Tampa Bay. Enter Tommy Togiai, and next thing you know, you've stopped the leaky defensive front. So I just think when you look at it, man, D'Amico Ryans has pushed all the right buttons over the last couple of weeks to maximize, you know, what this organization got out of the 2 weeks, the Tennessee Titan week and the Baltimore Ravens week. He pushed the right buttons. I think he got all the juice out of the Tennessee Titan, Baltimore Ravens squeeze that you could possibly get on several fronts. And I think it bodes well for them moving forward.
Yeah, listen, this was more than – and do I believe that they probably handle these two teams, the Titans and the Ravens, if they just came out there and just played better because, the opponents were worse? Sure. But I think a big thing, a lot of this is going to set them up the rest of the way because they made some tough calls, some tough decisions that you can see it's more than them just winning these games. They're like, you can tell there has been a huge shift in how this team is going to run offense and how C.J. Stroud looks completely different than he did the first three games. And it's not just because he's not getting touched. You can just tell the mindset is get it out quicker. I don't think he just all of a sudden going into the Titans game said, I'm going to start using Dalton Schultz more.
Right.
And then I think there's a clear change with things there. And I think clearly this thing has helped. Also, you talked about EJ Speed. Clearly they've moved off Christian Harris. That's another one. Christian Harris played 4 snaps against the Titans and then just flat out inactive coming up in the last game against the Ravens. They've seemingly made the move to that. By the way, that is just wild to me that we've arrived at that point that Christian Harris is just inactive. You don't even need him. They don't even need him on special teams. They don't even need anything. And EJ Speed, I guess they're like, all right, man, we're good. Jake Hansen, we're good with all these cats. That Christian Harris, I wonder, is that about to be his role the rest of the way? Is he going to be inactive when they come back and play Seattle? Hell, is he going to be on the team by the time they play Seattle? The Christian Harris thing is wild to me.
The Christian Harris thing has to be a trade, right?
I would think. There got to be so many people interested in him.
You're just a team that there's needs out there, and even if it's the need to get better on the defensive side of the football somehow, some way, then that is one of 3 pieces that I think, I think valuable pieces that will draw attention. I think Christian Harris is one of them, and so I think you got to at least dangle that carrot out there and see if you can't get any
to get something back.
Yeah. Because I mean, you offensively, you can argue there's multiple needs, even depth needs, even if it's not for a frontline skill player that I would like to get, even if it's just depth. I mean, there's a need there. So you got a handful of players that bring value to the table in the trade market and are going to bring value to the table in the trade market. I think Christian Harris is one of them, and that carrot's got to be dangled. Hell,
if he's inactive for you, and he's either when he is active, he's playing 4 games. Like if you're getting, what did they get, a 6th or 7th for Cam?
But Ronnie, here's the crazy deal, man. Is you look, EJ Speed, before he started playing more on the defensive side of the football, they were ranting and raving about how good he was on special teams.
Well, yeah,
right.
Seeing it.
British Brooks, before he started playing fullback, got that opportunity. I mean, he was obviously a standout on special.